Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A young guy sat with a bunch of normal pets and asked us a question about what if he got to another world and got the ability to make a contract with any creature, and what would we do with that ability, and asked if it would be a contract with a cute animal to have a good time. Then he stood in front of huge monsters and asked if it would be a contract with terrible beasts to protect. Then the hero imagined a man surrounded by beauties and asked if it would be better to make a contract with a bunch of girls to start a harem journey in another world, and then thought about how unfortunately there is a gap between imagination and reality. He imagined many faces laughing at him and thought about how the other world wasn't that simple, and they told him about how that guy had a useless ability and that there were rumors that his ability allowed him to sign contracts with gems. But the creature could only be controlled if it voluntarily ate the gem, and wondered who would want to be controlled, and then they expressed their opinion that they didn't think even the lowest class of beasts wanted to be controlled, and then asked if they heard how he got the gem and asked how he couldn't have pulled it out and called him disgusting with a laugh. At another point, the protagonist sat in horror while eating with his lip pursed and thought about how dangerous it was and wondered why these people were acting like nothing had happened. Afterwards, he stood in front of many people next to the monsters and wondered if he was the only one in the city who could see them, and wondered if Pearl City was an unguarded hunting ground, and then realized that every person was food for them, and he hadn't even started his harem in another world yet and everything was already ending. Suddenly, the black-haired man took out a crystal, put it on his hand, and said loudly that this was not true, and thought that since no creature wanted this, he would pave the way where no one had walked before. The guy began to eat it himself, while the girl looked at it in horror. Energy began to emanate from him, which surprised him, and he thought about making a contract with himself and becoming his own summoner. And a notification came out that the first level contract gem had been used, and also about the ability of absolute command. The hero struck the monsters with his scythe at lightning speed. Having defeated another monster, he thought that this time it might even be an alien beast. Standing over a huge number of dead people releasing energy, the guy thought that it might even be a crowd of zombies. He also stood in front of a huge demon and thought that all those who wanted to harm the world. The summoner stood in a mask with fangs that was on his face. He raised his huge scythe with burning eyes and thought that he would not let any of them leave. A hand protruded from under the stones, from which an aura extended, and the protagonist thought that in his past life he was a rescuer and died in an accident. His colleagues surrounded the place of death with horror. His spirit began to move, and he thought that after death he went to this fantastic world of alienated beasts and awakened people. Many monsters of various plans appeared before him, and several warriors, and he thought that in his new life he also awakened his powers. The hero held a magic crystal in his palm and received a notification about receiving a contract gem, which allows one to use physical and mental energy to create a contract gem. And once the subject voluntarily eats it, their life, soul, and consciousness will be under the summoner's control, and thought that it was supposed to be a powerful ability, but it had an obvious drawback. He stopped pouring energy into it and silently looked at it while he was asked what it was doing. Afterwards, he offered the gem to the girl with a stupid smile, asking if she wanted some candy. But suddenly the blue-eyed girl became embarrassed and asked him to leave with a displeased look, and asked about who would want to be under his control. The guy lay down on the stairs with his hands behind his head and thought that the creature must be fully informed and ready to make a contract with him, otherwise nothing will happen even if he eats the gem, and said that he was just joking. He looked away, imagining a disgruntled ghost, and thought about how the original owner almost died because of this power, and fortunately, he crossed over to the other side with his mental power from his previous life and helped the body survive. But then the short-haired girl grabbed his head with an inspired look and ordered him not to give up so early, saying that the world is big and there will definitely be a being in it that will allow him to rule it, to which he said that it was easy for her to say, but who else but him is ready to do this? Suddenly, the black-haired one opened his eyes wide, and realizing that he himself can do this, he asked why he did not think about it before. Suddenly, Ping pulled the crystal into his mouth and she asked in horror what he was doing. The guy immediately shone, emitting an aura. Streams from him stretched upward and they both watched it. Blue-eyed anxiously threw herself on his chest and asked if he was okay, to which the guy said with a smile and a little embarrassment that everything was fine. She was able to exhale and asked him not to do that again. Jingyao started to go down and said that it was late and they had to go back to the dorm. She turned around and said that she had to join the patrol in the morning, so they could not wait for her anymore, to which he, putting his hands in his pockets, asked if she was really going to finish school. The blonde folded her hands behind her back and said that she had mastered all the knowledge from the books and the only way to improve was to go into battle, which made the guy think that she had always dreamed of joining the patrol to protect her home, and now she finally had a chance to make her dream come true. Blue-eyed with a gentle smile turned around playfully and asked him not to despair, and when he became stronger, they could work together. The hero smiled shyly, although he was predicted to have a career as a farmer because of his useless ability, and laughed, saying that he would rather go to the village and do farming. He narrowed his eyes while a disappointed phantom appeared behind him, and thought that nevertheless, he did not think that they would see each other again, and although she was only a childhood friend of the first owner of the body, but parting was still a little sad. The projection became more and more obvious, and he, moving forward, thought that he really wanted to hug her. Suddenly, he was able to do this and hugged her. Suddenly, the green figure, like the girl, were in complete shock, and the hero wondered why his body was moving on its own. Jingyao immediately began to run away embarrassed and said that she would go. Ping held out his hand and while she was running, asked her to take care of herself. The blue-eyed girl turned around with burning cheeks, and then she waved her hand at him and asked him to be careful too. The black-haired man saw her off with a smile. He looked at his hand and thought that he just wanted to say that her body hugged her by itself, and thought that he subconsciously gave the order. Suddenly the guy thought even more and wondered if it was really accidental, and thought that he needed to find out how much he controlled himself. Having given the order for Superman to take off, pointing his finger up, the phantom made him hit his head on the ground. Suddenly, he folded his back into a beautiful pose and ordered the armor to appear. The projection in glasses pointed her finger away from herself, ordering all this together, and the body did a backflip. Lying on the floor, Ping, sweating, said that he could no longer. He lay down with his chin sticking out and imagining a pig and a Superman. Thought that now he knew for sure that he could make his body do almost anything, but only if it did not go beyond the normal. He imagined martial artists and thought that levitation or reincarnation could be an example, and in addition, it is possible to repeat some actions from memory, even if you have not practiced them before. So theoretically, as long as his physical abilities are at a high level, he can practice any kind of martial arts, and if he finds a way to improve his physical condition, he can become stronger. Suddenly, the black-haired man put his hand on the ground and thought with anxiety that, however, there is one thing that needs to be checked. The next day, he opened his eyes in some unknown place. There was a plate in front of him, and the guy thought that this is a cafeteria, while people were walking behind him. Suddenly, lightning struck him, and the thought came that his legs hurt. His legs were shaking, and the guy thought about how before going to bed he ordered himself to go for a morning run, and wondered if his body had really gone running on its own while he was sleeping. The gray-eyed man looked down with a smile and wondered if yesterday's idea was right, because the body can follow orders even when the brain is unconscious. The black-haired man quickly began to look around and thought that he did not think that anyone noticed him, when suddenly people began to shout about the arrival of some important person. She walked through the cafeteria waving her hand and greeting her fans, while they shouted her name and fell in love, and the hero thought that he remembered this schoolgirl and wondered if she always got up so early. Suddenly, something confused him and he turned around thinking about what was happening. Something scared him incredibly, and the guy in horror wondered what kind of horror it was. In front of him appeared a picture of a huge monster that held a girl in its claws and licked her with its tongue. He watched in horror as the girl was being held in the teeth of a horrible creature, and everyone was smiling at it, and he thought that the others did not see it because it was not her at all. Suddenly, a girl with a disgusting face, controlled by horror, said that he did not look well, calling him a classmate. In the ordinary world, she simply approached him, alarming him and saying that he did not look well. The wolf-like creature took him by the shoulder and asked if he was sick, to which he tried to order himself to calm down. He exhaled and said in a trembling voice that everything was fine, and yesterday he had a nightmare and did not sleep well. The guy stood up from his seat with a smile, pointing his finger, and said that the lesson would start soon and he needed to go. Suddenly, the monster, half opening its face, said about the smell of fear and asked if it seemed to him. The hero walked down the hallway with his hands in his pockets and thought about what the alienated animals were doing at school and wondered if no one could see him and assumed he was hallucinating. He looked into the office and thought that he needed to tell the teacher as soon as possible. Suddenly, a disgusting picture appeared to him. A changeling was finishing off a student on the floor, grabbing her with his claws. He immediately ran away from what he saw. He sat on a bench on the roof and screamed at the top of his lungs. The guy grabbed his head and dropped the crystal and thought that something was wrong here, and thought that this place was hell. Ping looked at his crystal with alarm and thought that after eating it, he began to see the alienated ones. He began to gnaw on the gem and said that everything needed to be returned to normal, but suddenly an aura began to emanate from it. The guy stood up in surprise, looking at his surroundings and wondering what was going on while the puddle on the floor was lit up and identification was going on. After that, he imagined a picture of a monster attacking a man and a notification came about successful identification and reproduction. The black-haired man looked at this with horror and breathed heavily, saying that the ability to identify had awakened in him. Then he looked at his hand and used a new ability, saying that this was indeed the case, and a property panel appeared. After that, a series of windows appeared, which wrote about absolute command and obedience and the identification technique, after which he thought about the fact that the contract gem had a level and wondered how to understand that the effect worked. The gray-eyed man looked at the screen with anxiety and said that the new ability appeared out of nowhere, after Ping was already sitting in the cafe with his hand under his chin, and the other was twisting the pen and thinking about the need to analyze the current situation. And the first was that he had become his own summoned beast and summoner. The second was that he was controlled only by the summoner, namely ESM, and his body and spirit also will not be disturbed by the outside world. And the third, because of point 2, illusions cannot be used against him, so he sees the true form of beast. And after the failure notifications appeared, a little later it was time for point 4, which was about the fact that all these alienated beasts are heavenly foxes, and they are very high level, and he is now only the first, so he cannot cope with them. The guy looked at the changeling playing on the street, who had been identified as a level 26 fox, and thought that even if the sky fox ate someone in front of people, they would only see 2 students having a normal conversation, and the rest would simply not be able to notice the difference. The black-haired man was a little embarrassed, putting his finger on the notebook, and thought that since this ability controls the mind, and remember that Jingyao's abilities also belong to the spiritual type, maybe she will be able to find a way. The hero was walking towards the crossing and it was already after school. He used the skill in front of his eyes and thought that he did not know that there were such people outside the school. Suddenly, a couple passed by him, holding hands. But in fact, the girl turned out to be a sky fox and he wondered how many of them were there. In front of him was the patrol headquarters. He approached the reception desk and an incredibly beautiful girl approached him, asking how she could help. Ping started to get worried and said that he was looking for someone and said that his friend was supposed to come today. The changeling stood in front of him wagging his tail and asked him to wait. The black-haired man anxiously put his hand to his chin and thought about the fact that a fox had also appeared on patrol and wondered if even the advanced ones couldn't recognize their illusions. Suddenly, a girl came to him, asking what he was doing here. He anxiously scratched the back of his head and said that he was worried that she wouldn't fit in here and came to check on her. The blue-eyed woman pointed at her new friends, moving her hand away, and said that everything was fine and asked to let her introduce her teammates to him, and said that they cared about her. The gray-eyed man looked at her with regret and said that it was great. The blonde approached him with a little anxiety and put her fist out, saying that she would try her best to become stronger in order to avenge her parents' death and fight the monsters in the future. Suddenly, she snuggled up to her childhood friend with a playful mood, saying that they still lacked people and offered to include him in the patrol, to which he said that he could not help in any way and that farming suited him better. She only pouted at parting and said that it was a pity, to which the protagonist waved his hand and said that he saw that she had adapted well, so he would leave her alone. At first, he was calm with a slight smile. After that, the guy bit his lip with all his might and meaningfully remained silent. He lowered his head and with wild sadness mentally said goodbye to her, walking away from the 4 monsters. Black-haired walked out of the headquarters and thought about what kind of jokes this was and wondered if they said that the patrol team was the strongest in this city and wondered how it happened that it just disappeared. Ping lowered his head with a clenched fist in wild sadness and realized that it was obvious that it had only just arrived today. But still, suddenly, he stopped abruptly in place. Black-haired spread his arms in horror, standing between the monsters and the people, and thought that it seemed that the sky foxes were not only infiltrating schools, but were all over the city, and everyone in this city was just livestock to them. He walked along the streets past the high-rise buildings and thought about the things he found out through identification, and the first was that most of the foxes were of medium or high level. The guy imagined a crowd of such with an unknown level at the head, where the 1st to the 9th are beginners, from 10th to 19th are intermediate, from 20 to 29th are high, and from 30 to 39th are the highest, and thought that the patrol, which included many high-level awakened ones, is too tough for them, and secondly, the one who killed Shu is very strong, and his intuition tells him. He imagined a beauty on the paw of a monster and thought that if he used an identification spell on it, the level would be blocked, so he was afraid that this creature is a top or even king level. And this is after the 40th, and it should be. Other heavenly foxes were able to defeat the alienated ones, reaching a high level. Ping stopped among the crowd and thought that, unlike ordinary alienated beasts, the intelligence of heavenly foxes is very high, and they are good at camouflage and coexist harmoniously with people. The hero imagined the changeling eating the girl, smiling while doing so, and the man on the throne being controlled, and thought that this was only at first glance. But in fact, the 4th point says that their favorite targets are mainly influential or socially significant people, or those who occupy a prominent position in society. The protagonist walked out onto the roadway, while 3 people were led in front of him on a leash, and thought that the rest were just spare food for them. He walked with burning eyes and was afraid, thinking that engaging in a fight with foxes was the same as asking for death, but he could not stand aside and watch innocent people die. if only he could become a little stronger. A week later, it was night and 4 in the morning. The hero yawned as he got out of bed and said that he had been waking up earlier and earlier lately, and it seemed that the more he improved his physical abilities, the less time his body would need to rest. Imagining the transition from level 1 to level 2, he thought that he had only been doing his physical training for the last few days and had risen to a higher level. Remembering the light of his aura on the bench, the guy thought that in addition to physical exercise, he also tried to create gems and eat them every day and expected to gain new abilities and talents like the previous 2 times. After Ping imagined a pure crystal and thought that since he had awakened identification, all the stones he created had become colorless and eating them had no effect. After a purple specimen appeared in his hand, the summoner thought that today they had regained their color again. Having eaten another stone, the guy thought that it was very unappetizing, but he hoped that everything would work out today. Suddenly, a bright glow began in his chest, and he said that this feeling had appeared again. A window with a level, an increase of 4 stars, and talents with stats appeared in front of him, and he thought that, as expected, a new talent had awakened, and from now on he could go on a night reconnaissance. Looking at the windows, with the talent of the Night Walker, the awakened one thought that the contract gem had also been improved, and apparently this was related to the level. He looked down with a smile and asked if this meant that every time the level increased, it would be possible to awaken a new talent, and that would be very cool. Ping immediately activated the talent of the Night Walker, pulling the shadow to himself and offered to start training and offered to try out a new ability. The summoner ran for a night run, holding his breath evenly, and thought that it seemed that now he could see better even than during the day. Suddenly, a ring with a stone caught his eye, glittering in the grass. The hero picked it up and was surprised. The ring had not been identified until the very end. It turned out to be a killer ring, which made it possible for all living objects to subconsciously ignore the owner, but the higher ones had immunity. Suddenly, the guy felt something incredibly strange. The playback began. There was a masked man standing in front of a high-level fox, and the gray-eyed man thought that this was the heavenly fox pretending to be Shu, and as for the other, he wondered who owned the ring. There was a man with a guitar and a mask, and Ping thought that in his eyes the girl must be a human. The hunter rushed into battle. Suddenly the monster pulled back his hand, cutting off his head, and the guy thought that this was impossible because she was an orphan and she could not have enemies. Looking at the satisfied face of the changeling, he thought that there was only one option. The hero imagined 3 people in front of him and thought that there was someone else fighting the evil spirits besides him. Suddenly, a monster jumped over the fence asking who was there. The monster ran on all 4s and shouted that the ring was missing and that someone was here. The changeling began to quickly look around, thinking that there were no traces here, and wondered how this was possible, and if he was hiding from him, he must be awakened of the middle or higher level. The protagonist watched from the shadows, watching as he ran away, saying that His Majesty needed to be notified, and thought that they had left the ring here on purpose. He looked at the ring and thought that if he put it back, it would be even more suspicious, and he would have to keep it for now. The time came to 5:36 and the sun began to rise. The hero looked at the ring and said that since it was still dawn, the ability of the Night Walker and the ring of the killer completely concealed his existence, and it seemed that the power was not limited only by one's own power, but could also depend on equipment. The crowd of foxes walked in step. The hero began to hear his own name repeated in clouds of blue smoke. He jumped up from his seat and began to quickly look around, asking who it was, heard a request to hide. The soul of his old friend hugged him and said that they, high-level foxes, burst into the room, and words were heard that they were already here. The wind blew through the window. Ping lay on the bed, and the changelings looked at his body. One of them smiled, narrowing his eyes, and asked if it was the one. He swung, charging his claws, and ordered to die. The paw almost flew to the sleeping body. Suddenly the claws froze, and the celestial thought that there was not even a hint of mood swings, and if this brat had any information, he would jump up to save his life, and there was no smell of the ring. Suddenly the fox standing behind leaned over and offered to kill him, because he runs every day, but not today, and something must be wrong, to which the leader said that this was not the person. The blonde turned around and pompously said that this was just a useless piece of food. He raised his paw, forcing everyone to bow, and said not to waste food. Suddenly the protagonist woke up abruptly, opening his eyes in horror. He spat out the ring, saying that it was close and very scary, and thought that he forgot that he runs every morning. The ring in his hand sparkled, and the guy thought that fortunately he ordered his body to fall asleep, so he did not notice anything. And then he remembered the ghost and thought about hearing Jingyao's voice and assumed it was an illusion. The black-haired man sat on the edge of the bed and thought about being sentimental and making excuses, thinking about how he was just trying to get stronger to avenge her. And anyway, in order not to arouse the suspicions of the Sky Foxes, he needed to pretend that life was going on as usual. Suddenly, while he was walking through the dining room, one of the girls asked if they had heard that a patrol had found a headless body near their school today. The summoner began to eavesdrop as she began to talk even more insistently, saying that this body also belonged to the infamous Black Death Star and the #1 killer in their city, and the last lord of the city was wounded by him and died at a young age after his old wounds resurfaced, and he thought about what they were talking about the man in white. He lowered his head, imagining the changeling to his friend, and thought that even the #1 killer was easily finished off, and the monster's strength was truly unpredictable, and throwing the body out for all to see was probably a warning for those who opposed the foxes. Walking through the dining room, the guy thought that he was sure they would search for more, so he needed to find some kind of weapon to protect himself, and he needed to drop by the forge after class. A large number of people had gathered on the streets. The black-haired man looked at the fox with the megaphone and tried to identify him, thinking that the city's forge workshops seemed to be under the control of the foxes. Suddenly, the identification was abruptly successful. He looked at it in surprise and saw a notification about successful identification 100 times and a transition to the average level. He looked at the changeling at the entrance, above which was his characteristic and level, and thought that after the update, it would be possible to determine the enemy's height while he invited him to come in and see. Suddenly, the hero left waving his hand and refusing, thinking that the first thing to do was to find a store that was not under their control. He passed by a forge called the Spirit of Iron, from where he heard words about it being the best product and an offer to look at the texture and shine. There, a guy was waving a rapier and smugly saying that since it was not easy for him, and if he wanted to buy it, he would offer the lowest price, to which the old man asked again. Then he blew smoke in his face and blocked his view, asking if his daughter was waiting for dinner. Suddenly, the blonde man, clenching his fist, hung over him angrily and asked if he was deaf. The next moment, the hero took the weapon in his hands. He immediately picked it up, using identification, while the scoundrel was pestering him. The swindler immediately angrily pulled his hands towards him, asking how he dared to rob him, and the goods turned out to be a trick. The black-haired man looked at the sword with concern, trying to say something. After that, he was already holding a fragment in his hands, while the blonde man held the end in his hands and said that it was broken. The scoundrel bent down, releasing lightning, and said that he had ruined everything for him. He shrank, releasing more energy, and asked if he knew who he was. The blonde man stood in a stance, tearing his clothes, and said that he was a student of Master Ma from the school. He jumped up, swinging his hand, and asked to be careful. After that, there were many jerks around Ping. After images remained in 5 places from these movements, and the gray-eyed man raised his hand. After that, he slapped the fool with a calm look. The summoner looked at the defeated man and asked if that was all, to which he said that the youth had no martial arts ethics. But the black-haired man managed to use the assessment and find out that he was level 1. Suddenly, the loser, holding his face, pointed at his back and said that when he goes outside, he needs to be careful, and the hero himself at that moment was thinking that this guy was here for fun. Suddenly, the unfinished berserker swung and thought that this was a good chance for a sneak attack. But then the protagonist hit him with his fist and went to the counter, saying that he wanted to sneak up on him, and then asked which of them had no sense of ethics. Suddenly, a woman stood over the swindler, saying that she had just left, and there were already so many people in the store. The pink-haired woman flexed her fists, asking if he was going to leave or give him a ride. The scoundrel ran out like a beaten dog and thought about looking into other stores and apologized. Suddenly, a beauty stopped the protagonist and made him embarrassed, asking him to stay. She assumed a seductive pose and offered to talk. The black-haired man looked away and asked what they should talk about. The long-haired woman pressed herself against him and said that she was a weak, lonely woman who had to run around the city every day to earn a living, and also had to take care of her uncle, who was puzzled by the disappearance of his daughter and thought that he was in great shape and also looked like a good man, and asked why he shouldn't, but he interrupted her, asking what she meant. Then the most beautiful woman in the world, whom it would not be a sin to take as a wife, grabbed him by the neck, pressed him to herself, and with a smile told him to stay and become a blacksmith and take care of the master and look after the workshop, and of course, food, housing, and salary are included. The gray-eyed man stared at one point, enjoying the wonderful balance of power and beauty, and thought that if he mastered blacksmithing, he would be able to save a lot of money on equipment in the future, and besides, it did not seem like this store was under the control of the Heavenly Fox. Suddenly, he straightened up abruptly, imagining himself as a gigachad with a hammer, and said that he was the man who would become the king of blacksmiths. Suddenly, the red-haired girl slapped him on the back, knocking all the spirit out of him, and with a smile said that this was a beautiful baby, and she really liked him. The hero lay unconscious in a pool of blood, imagining how he went to heaven, and thought that first he had to survive the blows of her hands. A few days later, the evening sun was descending on the store, and sweet words were heard from the beautiful girl, who demanded more effort from the protagonist. He was all in sweat and softly asked if this was really normal, to which she said that there was nothing to worry about because no one would come. The girl enjoyed putting the glove to her lips and said that it was very good and even not bad. She crossed her arms while he stood over the stove and said that this is their exclusive technique of forging dough, and they roll it out like dough so that all the ingredients are well mixed. After that, the beauty left in an aesthetic pose and asked him to wait for him here for a minute and was going to go to the warehouse and bring the forms. The red-haired one began to leave while he was rolling the ball and said that the fuel in the bucket was nearby, so that you cannot let the fire go out. Suddenly, the hero noticed that there was coal and red snake scales nearby, and noticing that the fire was going out, he got scared wondering if this was all the fuel. As a result, the genius of blacksmithing grabbed everything at once and decided to throw it in. He decided to throw the ball into the firebox from below and was going to heat it up. Suddenly everything exploded sharply. He was immediately surrounded by ash and flame clots, and he wondered if he was dead. But then his heart began to devour an explosion. The protagonist began to tear apart from the flames. In his eyes, along with anxiety, lights appeared. He tried to catch his breath, holding his heart and wondering how the fire went out. His heart began to beat sharply. The guy grabbed his chest and said that it was hot and used the assessment. The assessment was successful, and seeing the panels on which the indicators increased, he wondered how the growth increased again and thought that given the previous case, if he was right. Looking at the star that appeared on the identification and Night Walker, the black-haired man thought that new talents add growth, and improving old ones reduces. Seeing the new skill of the Fire Eater, the gray-eyed man thought that as long as he continues to awaken new talents, his growth is not limited. He looked at the new skill with concern and thought about how he remembered that everyone else had a limited amount of growth points, and then thought about how he was the only one who could awaken more than one talent, and said that he became a fire eater by absorbing flames. He folded his arms and closed his eyes and thought about how he had leveled up to level 3 in the morning and eaten the corresponding gem, and wondered why the effect of the gem only worked late at night, and wondered if there were any conditions for it. His teacher entered the room, startling him and asking what was going on and why the room was like this. Suddenly, she jumped up to him with an anxious look, grabbing his hands, and asked if he had thrown the scales into the furnace, because it was a very explosive thing and it was her fault that she forgot to tell him, and he immediately said about the damage. But the beautiful sister turned away with a smile, putting the mold down, and asked what he was talking about, and said that everything was fine, and then asked how he put out the fire, because a fire started in this way is not so easy to quell, to which he said that it was a long story. Suddenly she looked at the material and said with great surprise that the materials mixed very well, and mentioned that this requires strong heating. The beauty pulled the ball and began to pour it into the mold and asked if he was really talented, and said that the school was wrong about him, considering everything that happened, and he was more than qualified to join the 3 organizations. The hero watched her hit with a hammer and said that they always called the patrol and the investigation team the main organizations, and asked what the third one was called. They began to lower the blank into the water. The red-eyed girl held a dagger in her hands and without being distracted said that the third organization really does exist, but no one knows what it's called or what it does. She handed the dagger to her protege and asked if he wanted to buy himself some equipment, and said that if he didn't mind, they could take it. The black-haired guy looked at the evaluation result with great surprise and said that it was a good weapon, and asked if it was really expensive, to which she said that the materials for it alone cost 100,000. Suddenly the guy was dumbfounded, realizing that 100 was his salary for 3 years, and meaningfully remained silent. After that, he anxiously closed himself off from the dagger and swore, and asked if he could really earn 3,000 a month, to which she said with a smile to consider it a reward for progress. Afterwards, she started to leave, waving her hand and saying that she had work and needed to go, and then asked if he was sure he didn't want to go back to school, to which he said not to worry, because he had completed all the formalities associated with graduating from school, to which she said that they needed to keep an eye on the old man, because he was a little confused, and not let him open the shop. Ping watched her go with a serious expression and thought that although the forge was not the fox's target, because it was never open, but because of all this commotion, they would sooner or later notice it, and they needed to use the Night Walker to patrol the area while it was dark. A little girl was swinging on a swing. In fact, it was a level 3 fox, and the hero thought that this was the first time he saw such a low level. He took out a dagger standing behind his back and thought that he was a level 3 like him, and with his equipment and in his condition he could defeat him. Although the patrol inside the city had completely fallen, the investigation team outside it was most likely unharmed. The guy frowned, thinking that if they gave them the fox's body, they could attract the attention of high-ranking officials. Suddenly he was shackled in ice, and a voice was heard from behind asking if he was going to kill the child. There was a huge energy behind him and an order not to move with the threat of murder. There was a hand on his shoulder, and after the words with the order not to even think about it, he thought that he was afraid that this woman's level was higher than his, and his talent as a night walker and the ring of the killer were blocked by her. A woman with a visor appeared above his right ear and said that if he did not want to die, then they would meet in the center of the training field near the shelter, after which he thought that he knew this place. But when he managed to turn around, there was no one behind him. The hero looked there with alarm while ice was flying around and thought that it seemed that she was not in cahoots with the divine fox, otherwise he would have been given away. The guy stood in front of the gate, thinking about how he grew up in an orphanage and how he used to practice kung fu in a small park nearby as a child. So he called that park a training field for orphans, and apparently that woman knew him and wondered how else she could know his secret. The guy looked ahead into the distance and thought that, moreover, she was watching him and stopped him when he was about to take a step, and she lured him here for a reason. Suddenly, a paw appeared from the bush. A monster was walking towards him, and Ping saw it and thought that it was an alienated beast in the forest and used identification. It was successful, and the spiky thing turned out to be an armored poison-tailed rat. The gray-eyed man leaned forward a little and frowned, thinking that this poisonous tail was 2 levels higher than him, but it was so careful that it would be possible to get away if it slowly retreated, and then he got hung up on the last word. He took out his dagger and thought that it shouldn't be like this, and it can't be like this, and if he doesn't take care of it now. Looking at the enemy, the black-haired man thought that if he doesn't get rid of him, the children from the orphanage who will come to play in the park tomorrow might be killed and it's just a lower alienated beast. Then he scanned the equipment and thought about what happened with the equipment that the mentor gave him. The guy rushed into battle, putting out his weapon and thought that he could win. He rushed towards them and thought that in his past life he read a lot of cool novels where the main character fought very well right after waking up, which is illogical and despite the fact that he has no combat experience, and he can order the summoned beast to fight. Suddenly the rat spun around and jumped up, surprising him, to which he thought that he couldn't believe he was doing this. Gray-eyed put the blade in front of him, blocking the spinning thrust and ordered to use full protection. He held the weapon with great difficulty and gritting his teeth, thought that the armor was too strong for the beauty's tears and he would have to outwit. Suddenly the creature jumped back and climbed to the top of the cliff, sticking out its tail. Poisonous drops appeared on the tip of the sting. The protagonist began to dodge the shots, giving commands to move up and down and thought that you can control yourself like in the game, and did somersaults one after another. Ping held onto the ground with his hand and thought that his eye was his weak spot, which was the only one not covered by armor, but he cunningly defended himself, curling up into a ball, and he would have to find a way to break his pose. Suddenly he noticed a flame from his hand. Using a flame eater and smiling, he thought that he understood. The guy stood up and thought that it was time to start with the order of a clear fist and chase the rat. And this is a powerful move that uses force to crush a small opponent due to the advantage of size, and said that he did not expect that he would need this technique from the history textbook. The protagonist began to dodge the shots over and over again by jumping from side to side. He spun the dagger in his hand and was going to use the first technique. Flames came out of his hand and blade and he struck a blow and turned to the rat. Then he smiled arrogantly, raising his hand, and thought that then comes the ignition and asked not to be angry. The black-haired man spun in flight and enveloped the enemy in fire with a smile. The guy raised his dagger with a smile and thought that finally, when he weakened his defense, a blow was struck at the enemy, which created a splash of flame, and the hero thought that it was a direct attack. Shock waves spread to the side. Ping leveled up while holding the dagger in the enemy and thought anxiously that it was true that the real fight was much faster than working on improvements. He stopped and stood up while black feathers were reaching out to him and thought that this poisonous-tailed rat had appeared at a strange time and there should be no other beast in the city except the heavenly fox. He began to be pulled underground and he asked in horror what it was. The guy began to fall through space, after which he fell to the ground. A hand reached out to him and a female voice said that she was giving him 5 minutes. Ping anxiously began to break out of the aura surrounding him, thinking that this was the same woman. She extended an ice blade to him and told him to prove that he was a human. The protagonist looked at her anxiously and thought about how to do this. Suddenly he pulled his face away and thought with embarrassment about how he could prove that he was a human. The boy tried to remain calm and wondered how he could prove it, assuming that perhaps she had realized that there were alien beasts hiding in the city and she simply couldn't tell them apart, and asked him to prove her case. And he assumed that she might have suspected it when he was about to take a step towards that little sky fox. He gritted his teeth into a smile and asked if she could give him a hint, and thought about the poison-tailed rat being one of her tests. The blonde glared at him and said that it had been 4 minutes while they were trying to scan her. The hero thought about the 2 minutes left and the identification had been failed 999 times and upgraded to an advanced level, allowing him to determine the target's camp. Suddenly it was possible to determine her stats with the attitude to the cleanup group, and the guy thought that she was level 28. And it was not surprising that she was so difficult to identify, and that the Night Walker and the Killer Ring did not work on her either. The black-haired man closed his eyes thinking about her powers and so on, and realized that he had never heard of them, thinking that this was the same third organization along with the patrol and the investigation team. Suddenly the swordswoman frowned and said that there was 1 minute left, thereby scaring the interlocutor, who asked to wait. Suddenly he remembered his childhood and he said that she called this park a training ground and then she must be from the shelter, like him, and thought that there was no such girl in the shelter, and if she was from there, then she must have changed her name, and began to suggest a variety of options. The hero began to look at her with anxiety and go through the names. The blonde was alarmed when she heard the last version of the name. Suddenly Ping was wounded in the cheek. She came closer and said that this does not prove that it is a person. Gray-eyed looked at her in surprise and thought that judging by how she reacted now, it is she. And she was 3 years older than him when he entered the Pearl Academy. He remembered training in the courtyard, where he waved his fists with her and listened to how they told him that this is the invincible splitting fist session and he should study it well, and thought about how she finished training and joined the team of investigators, and if they are the only ones who know the truth. Black-haired greatly embarrassed the girl, waving his fists and calling the names of blows from her technique from childhood. And then Ping asked with interest if this is really the same one and asked if it is really her, to which she asked with horror to answer the second question, putting away the blade. She pointed her finger at him and said that according to the information from the academy, he had the ability of a contract gem, and it was deemed useless because it could not fulfill the activation conditions, and then asked what he had been doing all this time. And then the protagonist remembered the monsters with a serious look and said that 2 weeks ago, he ate a contract gem and turned into a summoned beast controlled by himself, and as a result, he became immune to the illusions of alienated beasts, and now you can recognize their disguise, and according to his latest research. Suddenly, the blonde was very shocked by the words that a large number of sky foxes are hiding in the city and he suspects that a pack has invaded here. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his jacket after talking about their innate ability of cognitive distortion and asked if it was true, to which he imagined many deceived people and said that they seize power on various streets and establishments. The black-haired man looked at her with concern and said that the little fox that he was prevented from approaching were all low-level changing foxes and they could be checked. The beauty walked away taking the crystal in her hand and asked her not to move because she would be back soon. Sishin took the purple stone in her hands and asked him what he thought. Was this information reliable? The man standing in front of the city walls, next to his comrades, said that they could say for sure that not a single such alienated beast was found in the vicinity. But the ability of cognitive distortion appeared, and it corresponded to the description of the guy. He looked menacingly in front of him holding the stone and said that he sent people to secretly capture the 2 closest ones and they should return soon. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind them. They turned to look and asked what was happening, while 2 more ran from there. The bald man was running away from the angry and powerful woman, screaming that the woman who owned the diner had gone crazy and attacked them right after they left the city. Suddenly, the changeling swung at the captain while he stood calmly. He clenched his fist, gathering energy into it, and ordered him to die. The blow landed on the blonde's chest. She lay lifeless on the ground, and he said that it was incredible. Energy began to emanate from the corpse. A sky fox appeared in its place, and the employee reported that it seemed like the information was correct and they finally knew who their enemy was. The leader pointed his finger to the side, telling his subordinates to order another team to kill the target, to which they agreed. At this time, in the Pearl Academy, a girl was resting on the roof in her underwear. Suddenly, she abruptly opened her eyes. The pink-haired girl anxiously turned to her, asking what happened. The long-haired girl jumped far forward from the balcony. She appeared on another roof and said that their warrior was dead and someone killed him outside the city, and another was killed on Lay Street. The beauty glowed from the aura and asked how he managed to deal with them so quickly and hide the smell from him. The monarch got furious, showing himself partially and wondering who the hell he was. At this time, the hero was released in the dark space, who approached and asked if she had checked, to which he heard the answer that this was so. But one cannot be sure that his sudden ability to recognize the illusions of foxes is not an intentional trap. She extended her hand, collecting the sphere in it, and said that therefore he can only act as an informant, and for the next few days, she will secretly guard him, and if he finds out anything, then he needs to contact her in the evening. The black-haired man adjusted his shoulder and asked about protection and surveillance, saying that it was great, and as long as they could deal with the fox, everything would be fine. Suddenly, she carelessly threw him a stone, saying that it was for him and that they were paired jade tokens, and one was called cold and the other was warm. The hero looked at it, holding it in his hands, and she continued, saying that when he was in danger, he just needed to burn him with a flame, and the warm one in her hands would become hot, and then she would know that he was in danger and could immediately come to his aid. He immediately lit a fire in his hands, giving the order for this, while she looked away with her arms folded across her chest and said that she advised him to strengthen himself, and in the end, no one could guarantee his safety. The guy anxiously scratched the back of his head and smiled and said that he was thinking of finding a martial arts school to learn how to fight, but he could not afford to pay for training. Suddenly, he folded his hands with a smile, while she raised her hand and said that she would apply for funding to the organization, and he should find a suitable martial arts school, and thanked her, calling her sister. Walking along the central streets, Ping thought that there were fewer foxes in the area, and probably the cleanup group got rid of them, and the old acquaintance did not tell him her identity. And it seemed that she did not quite trust him yet, and if he had not improved his identification technique, he would not have been able to determine the target's camp, and he would not have known that she was a member of the cleanup group. Gray-eyed folded his arms on his chest, lowering his eyes, and thought about how they found out that alienated beasts had infiltrated the city, and it did not matter, because as long as they helped deal with the heavenly fox. But then when he stretched, the girl started handing out leaflets, while he was thinking about how she immediately gave him 10,000 pearl coins, and this is quite generous, and she asked if he wanted to master kung fu and asked everyone in a row. The cutie approached the hero when he asked for one. Ping read the leaflet and said that the fee is not small, and he does not know if it suits him. She clenched her fist with a smile and looked at him and said that this is the best value for money, and their martial arts are quite famous. Suddenly, the black-haired man leaned over her meaningfully silently, and she said that if he does not believe, she can show. The pink-haired woman stood in a low stance with her fist and palm out, while he used study and said that the first three stances are the Monkey King, the Giant Crocodile stance, and the Phoenix Claw stance. Looking at the first stance with a fist outstretched, he thought that the Beast Hunter's fist was much more powerful than the previous school, both in footwork and in stances. The girl moved the edge of her palm to the side, and he thought that this was a really good style. The third position was with a leg outstretched, and she said that the Monkey King stance had many variations and did not have a specific pattern. The gray-eyed man looked at her with concern and thought that there was one but. Seeing her fall, he calmly thought that she was clearly not skilled enough to demonstrate the power of her school. Suddenly, while the guy was helping her up, two big guys approached them and asked who gave them permission to hand out leaflets here. The pink-haired girl scratched her head in embarrassment and apologized, saying that she did not know that it was forbidden to do so here. Suddenly, a blonde man came out of there and spread his arms and asked about the point of studying martial arts like the Trapper's Fist and recommended transferring to his school. Suddenly, the villain got furious, surprising everyone except the hero, and said that he would make 5 lightning strikes, and he was on his knees, to which he asked if it would be in a row. Suddenly, the villain began to get even more indignant and, standing with the guards, shouted that he had no chance to take revenge on him for what happened in the forge, so today was the time, and ordered the bears to come forward. Suddenly, a beauty came out to protect him and said that she would not allow him to mock him. Suddenly, the men tore their clothes with red eyes. The defender immediately got scared, and the protagonist quickly used identification. Notifications about exchanging 70% of intelligence for 30% of physical strength appeared above 2 huge ones, and the swindler ordered her to get out of the way, or he would finish her off. The black-haired man looked at them with concern and asked if they really gave up intelligence for physical enhancement. Looking at the big guys, he asked with horror if they were sure that this was talent. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl jumped in front of him, standing in a stance, and the guy immediately wondered what her height was after checking her characteristics, and thought that he did not expect her to be so cool. He put his hand to his face, covering his eyes, and thought that she was now so strong that she was helping him, and wondered that she was so strong that she was helping him, and wondered if this was bullying. Suddenly, a stack of papers was placed in Jimin's hands. The hero pushed it away from the posing Gatchaman and said that it was his business, and he would better figure it out himself because there were 3 of them, and she would have problems. His eyes started to glow and Ping said that everything would be fine, and she just demonstrated the Monkey King stance. Suddenly, one of the stupid monkey-like creatures jumped on him, who cursed at him. Then the protagonist knocked him out with a blow to the neck, counting the blows. A moment later, he pulled his hand back and knocked out the second one with a blow to the stomach. The villain used the skill again and called his strike the lightning of 5 strikes, as suddenly a meat omelet appeared in his pants after a kick from a satisfied black-haired man, who counted to 3. While he twisted himself holding on with his hand, the gray-eyed man pulled his hand back and said that it was a great pity that they were missing 2 people, because his proud stance of lightning of 5 strikes turned into a kneeling stance with 3. While they were lying on the ground exhausted, Ping joined the beauty, asking her to take him and enroll him in their school, to which she asked if it was true, and when he answered in the affirmative, she said that he was amazing, since he learned the Monkey King style just by seeing it once, and asked if he would explain something to her if she didn't understand, to which he agreed. Jimin gave him a thumbs up with a soft smile and said that it was great, saying that with his help she would become stronger faster, and he thought that given her 7-star potential, she would become a High Awakened at worst. He looked at her with a smile and suggested that there was a chance to even become a High Awakened, and thought that it would be worth asking her for help in the future. The sun was shining on the martial arts schools. Someone asked if they had seen an instructor on the street. The guys, clutching their heads, shouted that the instructor should not have returned so early and that they had not learned even half of the Monkey King style. Someone even lost consciousness. Ping asked Jimin why everyone was so afraid of the instructor, to which she clutched her head and replied that the instructor was very strict and anyone who did not complete the task would be severely punished. And then the guy asked if she had been punished, to which the girl proudly replied that she had been punished more often than anyone else and that she had been there for a month already and had not even mastered the basics of Kung Fu. And the protagonist thought that this was no reason to be proud. The doors swung open and all the guys greeted the person who entered, and the girl turned to the protagonist and said that this was the instructor. Bida crossed his arms over his chest and shouted that for the wrong floor they would receive 50 laps as a punishment. In response, everyone unanimously said yes. The protagonist, holding his hands behind his back, noted that, judging by his level, he was almost as strong as Sissy. Bida walked up to the protagonist and asked if he was the guy who helped teach the lesson at Zingy's school yesterday. The guy said, "So what?" The man's eyes lit up red. He made a fist, raised his hand and said, "Look here." Ping dodged the punch. He continued to dodge one punch after another and shouted that the man had gone too far and was hitting a newbie like him without saying a word. The man jumped for show and said that he heard something and learned the Monkey King style just by watching a demonstration. His fist came as close as possible to the protagonist's face and he thought that he couldn't avoid it. But suddenly the man's expression changed and he patted his head with a smile. Then he put his hands on his hips and said that he didn't believe in him, but now he realized that he had common sense. He rolled onto the girl and said that he was sorry that the person who showed him the Monkey King stance himself could do little and some of the steps were a million miles apart, but the girl chose to remain silent. Afterwards, he put his hand on Ping's shoulder and said that he would correct him individually later, and the guy bowed to him and thanked him. Why did he turn to the rest of the people and say that it was time to check whether they were lazy or not, and they were shaking with fear? Bida folded his hands behind his back and shouted for everyone to line up and fight him one-on-one, and those who did not fit the norm would have to do 500 push-ups and run 10 kilometers. And the protagonist smiled and thought that, as expected of someone awakened with the ability to strengthen his body, the training was simple and cruel. Then he felt someone point a finger at him. He turned around and saw Jimin and asked her what was wrong. The girl became embarrassed, put her hand to her mouth and said that the instructor did not want to teach her much and asked him to teach her personally after the instructor corrected him. The guy looked at her and said that he would do it without any problems and offered the girl after Haridia to return together and him to the Spirit of Iron and he would become her trainer. The girl jumped with happiness, believed she thought that he would refuse. The girl bowed and asked him to teach her something, and the protagonist thought that diligence can compensate for the lack of knowledge, and the ability to learn will decrease by 90%. She uses this talent to torture the people who instruct her. No wonder the instructor no longer wants to be her trainer. A few days later, the sun was shining on the building. Ping corrected Jimin's movements. He monitored the execution of the movements and made the girl repeat the incorrectly done movements over and over again. The girl fell, hitting the floor, and the protagonist rubbed his head and thought that although he broke the Monkey King style into several small steps and made her practice one move at a time, he still got it like this. He gathered strength in his fist and thought that he had been practicing this for several days and was already getting better. He turned around when he heard Kang's voice, who said that she had returned. He then turned to Jimin and said that he would step aside and for the girl to continue training. The protagonist walked into the room where Kang was sitting, leaning on the table, and said that this time she almost broke down and did not know why his beasts had become fewer. She turned to the guy and said that she had to go deeper into the northern forest and eventually ran into wolves. All of them were storm wolves. The guy asked if she was okay. The girl replied that they dug up the ground and hid. The wolves could not find prey and went to attack the savages nearby. Then she extended her hand with a turquoise stone in it and said that she took advantage of the situation and received a good thing from the wolves and told Ping to take it, because there were few real ones. He took the stone from her hand and asked if it was a gemstone, and the girl replied that even a child could use it to create wind or a storm. After he took the stone in his hand, the wind rose around him and he heard voices and did not understand what the sounds were. Then he heard that someone died on the 12th day and someone would eat 2 people today. Then he looked up the information about it and found out that the owner of the Whisper of the Wind hears loud emotional sounds within a radius of 10 miles and thought that this was a new talent just like the last time with the Fire Eater. The contract gem was delayed. He turned around when he heard voices and talk about what they wanted to eat, and also that because of them, His Highness and the Academy accused them, and he realized that these voices belonged to the Heavenly Foxes. After that, he came to the conclusion that they were being watched. There was a lot of steam in the shower. The girl was wiping her head with a towel. She looked at the red crystal, saying that Pin was in danger. The brunette stood surrounded by the glow and wondered how much time had passed, why Sishin had not come yet. He thought that the 2 foxes had lost their patience and might come at any moment. Tiang, who was standing behind him, asked what was wrong with him. Was he okay? The hero thought that they were both mid-level foxes. Even with Kang, they had no chance of winning. Turning around, he asked the girl, she had just returned and had not seen Uncle Taifeng yet, why didn't she go upstairs and keep him company and he would go buy food and cook it for her. Touching his shoulder, Kang told him to hurry up. She had not eaten his food for a long time, she would grab the wind gem first. Waving his palm at her, the hero thought that he should take Jimin and leave here before it affected Kang too, and the girl asked him not to keep her waiting. Jimin was training in the backyard of the forge and asked him, "What do you think? Is she doing everything right?" Pin led her by the hand, telling her not to make a sound. To follow him, the girl asked what was going on. Huge monsters appeared in front of them, asking where the two of them were going. The girl behind exclaimed what her parents were doing here, but the brunette shouted at her not to move. She, looking from behind him, said that they were her parents, everything was fine. In fact, behind the image of the parents were two alienated foxes of level 15 and 16, who could change the cognitive abilities of the creature they were influencing, so that the target could not detect the anomalies. The fake father asked who was next to her, why was he afraid of them? The blonde standing behind the hero answered that he was her friend from the martial arts school. Black rays appeared around the heroes. The girl was surprised, and Pin thought, dark space, how wonderful. Monsters reached out to them from above, shouting that they were leaving. The brunette told Jimin, who called out to her parents, to leave them. He pulled her close, telling her to hold on to him. The monster reached out to them with its paw. The guy thought they were getting closer. One of the foxes attacked Pin from behind, and his girlfriend screamed. The blow sent dust flying up. Two silhouettes were visible in the settling dust. Jimin, sitting on the ground, asked the brunette if he was okay, and received the answer that he was. Two monsters stood opposite, and Jimin asked her dad why him, and the hero told her not to go there, they were alienated animals. The pseudo-mother opened her mouth, asking how he managed to figure out their disguise. The fox reached out with its paw, attacking with a cry that this is why they can't let go of him. The blow left a bright mark. Pin thought, so fast, it is impossible to dodge. Is it because of the difference in class? A huge fox reached for the girl, saying that she is a good girl. The guy thought that the other one was walking towards her. Jimin froze in fear, calling out to her mother, while the brunette tried to hold back the attack of the second fox. Thinking that he could not hold on any longer, Sishin appeared and shouted for him to get out of the way. Huge ice floes pierced the bodies of the monsters. Sishin swung her spear while her friend tried to stop her. A bright beam zigzagged off the ice floes. The blonde clenched her fist, asking, are they okay? Looking at the lying bodies, Jimin exclaimed, why did she do this? Why did she kill her parents? Pin answered her that they were not her parents, they were just foxes in the guise of her parents. The frightened girl grabbed her head, screaming that it can't be. He is lying, they are her parents. Holding her friend by the shoulders, who repeated that he was lying, the brunette asked why the foxes did not show their true form. Sishin replied that there was probably a royal sky fox in the city that had enhanced the pack's talent for creating illusions, so that even a low-level fox could hide from a high-level awakened one. The ones they had hunted before had only shown themselves outside the city. Looking down, the boy thought that was probably the case. He touched the bone on the monster's face and thought that he was the only one who could see through their disguise. Holding it with his fingers, Pin told his friend that the alienated beasts had killed her parents and disguised themselves as them. The man stroked the girl's head. The monster's body was lying on the ground, and words were heard that it was true. Tears flowed from Jimin's eyes, and she asked how this could happen. The figure sat with one leg bent and said that 9 of their comrades had died this week. The royal fox crossed her legs and said that it seemed like the humans had found a way to break the illusions. The fox in front of her asked why they didn't just kill everyone and take over the city. The other one asked what they would eat then. Grass. The figure on the tone shouted at them to be quiet. Lao Shu waved her hand and said that it was nonsense. There was no point in killing all the people, it was a waste of food. It was time to lure out those hiding in the shadows and kill them one by one. The man bowed and, hearing her wonder if they had a plan, replied that perhaps they could lure the other races here and then focus on eliminating the strongest. The girl asked how they could be sure that they were still in the city. Zemin clenched his fist and replied that there were 3 organizations, and besides the patrol and the investigation team, there was another one. When the Lord was injured by the king and fled, he suspected that he was hiding in this organization. He knows that he will not leave the city, but is waiting for them to reveal themselves. The monster with his arms crossed said that he thought it was a good idea to lure the other races here. The other added that he wanted a change of scenery. Lao Shu in the form of a monster stood up and said that the king was still sleeping. Without turning around, she told the man that although he had helped her people, if he tried to do anything, she would kill him. Her hair fluttered. She said that she hoped he knew his place. Zemin replied that he did not dare. He dedicated his life to the city, but unfortunately, the Lord was incompetent. The city was slowly falling apart. He only hoped that he. The eyes of the man bowed, burning. He continued, will be at the mercy of a strong man. Jimin's hand trembled, reaching forward. She touched a pool of blood. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She tried to call out to her parents. And then, closing her eyes, she asked them for forgiveness, saying that if only she had realized this earlier. Sishin, who was standing next to the guy, asked what she could do even if she found out. Pin tried to stop her. A satisfied cry was heard. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and screamed that it was her fault. She was too weak. People like us couldn't even master the basics of kung fu. Why did something like this happen to her parents? Pin stared ahead silently. A scream was heard. Why didn't she die? The guy hugged the surprised Jimin. She cried, and he said that it wasn't her fault. Continuing to hug her, the brunette said that he also had a person who meant a lot to him, but then he was killed by a sky fox from the patrol. He can't help but think, if he had stopped her from going on patrol that day, the tragedy would not have happened. The blushing girl listened, that deep down he knew that even if he went back in time, he couldn't change the ending. It was her dream to work on patrol. No one could stop her. Arching his eyebrows, Pin continued that no one can change what is destined to happen, so she is not to blame for the death of her family. But she can change the future and become strong enough to protect those who matter to her. Jimin cried in confusion when she heard him say that he was sure her parents would be happy for her, and thanked him in return. Words were heard regarding the monsters in the city. Pin shocked the girls by spitting out blood, barely managing to finish saying that he would destroy them. A scream was heard that he was so badly injured. The guy thought that he ordered his body to hold on, but he did not know that it would last so long. Through his cloudy vision, he could see the girls' faces. Jimin smiled and said that it was great. He finally woke up. Pin touched his head, asking how long he had been sleeping. Sishin told him not to move, so as not to let the wound open again. Jimin took his hand and said that she had decided to become stronger. She showed him the peace sign and said that she would then destroy the heavenly fox together with him. The brunette replied that she could do it. He believed in her. Sishin crossed her arms and spoke to her, saying that now that her home was no longer safe, she suggested that she stay here. She could guarantee protection if they were together. Pin frowned when he heard the voice saying that the king was still sleeping. Let them find out Ziming's location. He didn't dare. The guy recognized Lao Shu's voice. The girl with glasses was surprised when she heard the hero say that something was wrong with the fox, and asked what he said. A moment later, Sishin introduced the man and said that Ziming had become the Vice Lord of Pearl City. He had participated in a dialogue with the fox and called himself its subordinate, which meant that he had most likely defected to their side. As for the king's ability to strengthen the pack's illusions, even the Supreme Awakened ones couldn't recognize them. It must be the king of the Heavenly Foxes. Pin, who was sitting on the bed, heard that since the king was sleeping, it was time to counterattack. They needed his cooperation to find the Heavenly Foxes. At the same time, Taifeng approached Kang and said that he was hungry, and she asked him to wait. Pin would return with food soon. The girl walking ahead of the others in the cleanup team base said that she was told to open a secret room. Now they would open the curtain again. Manny stretched, saying that Sishin was very good at making people do things. The door opened slightly. The brown-haired girl turned to Manny and asked if she wanted coffee, and this time it would take a long time. She replied that she had just drunk it. A glow appeared around her leg. The girl suggested to start. Jai spread her arms at the glow, saying that the light was enriched. The girls stood in a circle near the dark beam. Manny responded that the darkening was over. Luo called for light and shadow. A dark rift appeared above the city after the activation of the illuminated canopy covering the entire city. Against the background of the cleanup team logo, there were thoughts that after their cooperation, the cleanup team is finally ready to reveal some information. This is the most mysterious organization in Pearl City. Their job is to clean up the city when it is under threat of destruction and rid it of filth. The man crossed his arms. Being the backbone of Pearl City, the cleanup team is forced to often carry out covert operations. The group is supported by a special organization within it, the border team. The hero thought that according to Sishin, there are 3 main members in the border team. The girl stretched out her palm. The leader Manny, her power is a black curtain. It was she who created the dark space that he fell into several times. The girls stood with their backs to each other. Jai's power is enrichment of sunlight. It absorbs sunlight to provide its comrades with energy to continue the fight, a real treasure for replenishing strength. Luo's power is light and shadow. It is able to become invisible, changing the light and shadow on the surface of an object. The building was surrounded by a dome. The hero thought that together they could activate a light curtain that would smoothly suck creatures below the king level into the dark space, the inner world. They were also able to change the scenery of the inner world to confuse their opponents, and this was the border team's strongest weapon. Since the Sky Foxes could silently kill people by distorting their perception, they would do the same to them. The girls walked along a crowded street. The blonde asked her, why don't they just pick a few here and take them home? The girls' figures were hazy. The long-haired one said that the city was not safe now, so it was better to be careful. The second one asked, what is she afraid of now? He turned around questioningly, looking up, or asked if she thought something was wrong. The white-haired one replied that she didn't think so, she was just paranoid. He turned around and said that she didn't know. The girls stopped. The white-haired one asked, "Where is everyone?" The fist was surrounded by a glow. The energy was directed towards the girls. The bright beam created a flash. The man standing in the smoke said that it was a pity that he couldn't kill them all with one blow. He screamed. Was he the one who tried to kill her in Pearl City not long ago? Taking the form of a fox, she moved forward, asking how dare he attack them so rudely. Wasn't he afraid that they would call for reinforcements? Shining Bow clenched his fist, wondering why they didn't call him. He thought that according to Pin's information, these two were around level 25. He should be able to handle them since he was level 32. The girls ran towards him, saying that he was crazy. The white-haired girl reached for the guy's hand. Clenching her fists, he looked at her questioningly. Getting closer, said that it was just food. Bo looked at the splash on his hand and thought that he had blocked it. He covered himself with his hands from the girl's attacks. With a wild look, he asked how he was. She didn't know how they killed their own kind. A fist flew into her face. Bo threw her away with a blow, saying that she would find out now. Swung her hand like a monster and said that she would take his life. Looking at the hand, Bo said that he understood. He held the monster's paw, saying that he could not see it, but he had a pretty good idea of its size. Twisting the paw, the blonde said that she was good at sneak attacks, but in a face-to-face fight, she was no better. He swooped down from above, hearing the request for help. Bo turned his lightning bright gaze to her and said hello. A bright attack threw the monsters away. Leaving a bright trace, the guy jumped. He swung his leg, saying that again. With a bright kick, he threw them down. The monster lay on the ground, saying why, he can't feel it, they are trapped. Bo swung his fist, saying that again. Among the explosion that sounded, words were heard that she hated how he said that. Looking at the explosion, the guy said how strong it was. Sishin, who was standing next to him, said that he was the leader of their battle group. Pin said that this look reminded him of the heroes in the games. People were walking on the street in the outside world. The white-haired girl touched the device on her ear, hearing Shibai say that the alienated beasts outside the city began to gather and rebel for unknown reasons. If they entered Pearl City at this time, it would increase the burden on the illuminated canopy. Let them go to the city and scout the situation. She tried to object, but the other person said that if she was worried about Pin, let her take him along. This was a good opportunity to train his combat skills. The brunette standing next to him heard that he had already recorded the information about the Sky Fox and would entrust the battle group with the matter. He thought that the storm wolves that Kang encountered earlier were related to this. Walking forward, Sishin called Pin and told him to follow her. She would send someone to guard the forge. The hero clarified that he was someone important, and the girl replied that he was their leader. They would meet after the mission. Next is information about the levels of foxes from the Intelligence Institute. The heroes walked along the path. Walking ahead, Pin said that it was the first time he went outside the city. What kind of plant was this? He took a step towards the red grass. Sishin took his hand and told him not to approach. Liquid splashed up from the bud. It spilled around as green mucus. The girl said that they are called hydrochloric acid plants, rich in hydrogen chloride and very caustic. Green drops on the ground smoked. The girl explained that now is the time for them to ripen. Ripe fruits explode like fireworks. The blonde in glasses explained that hydrochloric acid grass is sown like this, so he should be careful, and besides, there are alien animals that feed on grass with hydrogen chloride. Pointing at the rabbit, Sishin said that this was his first opponent. She was going to investigate the rebellion of the alienated beasts, so he should not go far from here. Looking at the beast, Pin used identification and saw that it was a level 9 water bullet rabbit that could shoot out extremely corrosive water from its sweat glands and hidden in its ear. A flaming blade appeared in the hero's hand. He thought that this rabbit looked harmless, but its level was higher than that of a rat with a poisonous tail before he noticed. He threw the knife, shouting that this was a preemptive strike. The rabbit jumped forward. Pin swung his fist, shouting to kill. Green liquid poured out of the beast's ears. It flew straight at the hero, who said that this would not work. Green volleys flew out from the grass. Pin shouted that this was not good. Hydrochloric acid worked. He looked at the green acid fireworks with alarm, thinking that he should dodge and then analyze the situation. The brunette ran away from the acid falling to the ground, thinking that the rabbit has a keen sense of smell and quick reflexes, so his attack did not work. He also has range skills and immunity to hydrochloric acid. He is very cunning. First sprayed acid so that he could not get close to him, and then deliberately led him to the ripe fruits. The hero stopped in front of the white beast. Looking at his palms, he wondered why the acid did not work on him. He reflected the liquid from the rabbit bullet with his hand. His fingers were engulfed in flames. He realized that it was because of the fire. Green volleys of acid flew from the rabbit's body. He shouted belligerently, offering to try his sour soup. The guy repelled the attack with a wave of his fiery hand. The acid collided with the flame. Unclenching his fist, Pin said that of course the acid evaporated because it can't stand fire. He was clutching a knife in his hand, saying that it was no wonder Sishin was calm about him challenging an opponent of that level. The red-eyed rabbit made angry sounds, which could be translated as him wasting his acid soup. With a swift movement, he rushed forward, asking why he didn't drink it. The guy said, "What a familiar feeling. Does the little monster have a second stage?" He quickly fended off the attacks with his knife. A wound from the claws appeared on the guy's hand. He thought that these blows also had a corrosive effect. The injured rabbit sat in front. The hero said that long-range attacks did not work on him and asked if he wanted to fight him. Flames surrounded Pin, who used the skill. He thought that if he did not want to be corroded, he should cover his body in flames. Looking ahead, the hero thought that this way the flame reserves would be exhausted, so he needed to act quickly. He ran forward, thinking that he should surround him with fire, and shouted that he was not the only one who could set traps. The hero quickly attacked, but the rabbit managed to jump away until the flames grinned ahead. Blocking his way, the brunette asked, "Is there nowhere to run now?" Surrounding the monster with flames, he shouted a death wish. At this time his flame reserve, the fire eater, was decreasing. Pin stabbed the knife from top to bottom and exclaimed, "Dodged." He looked to the side, thinking that this was exactly what he wanted. Surrounded by flames, the hero mentally decided to activate the fire eater and absorb the flames, and then said that he would watch how he would dodge in the air while the value of the flame reserve increased. A beam of fire flew at the monster. Pin exhaled and said that it was a difficult job. His values had not increased, which meant the rabbit was still alive, so he would have to catch up. The guy waved his knife. The notification said that all values had been increased by 2 and reminded him of all his current personal stats. There was a dead rabbit on the ground. Pin said that it was worthy of a level 9 monster. Killing one of them would increase his stats by 2. It was a pity that the level had not increased. The higher the level, the harder it was to improve, so experience could be gained by training and fighting monsters, but not by leveling up. The system reported that when the total amount of flame eaten reached 1,000, the fire eater would be promoted from beginner to intermediate, and its capacity would increase to 300. After reading this, the guy with the knife enthusiastically asked if the fire eater had been improved. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side in surprise. A huge crowd of angry rabbits came out of the darkness, and at this moment, Pin couldn't help but order himself to swear. Pin looked at the dim flame in his hand, seeing that the flame reserve was 2 out of 100, and thought about how he had just used it all up with this attack. He looked at the many red eyes, thinking about how there were too many rabbits here. One of them had drool coming out of its mouth. The hero then put his hand in his inner pocket, saying that with this amount of flame, he could still activate the jade token. Shiu ran away from the rabbits chasing after him, saying that it was better to run faster. The token in his hand was surrounded by flames, asking Sishin for help. Several rabbits appeared in front of him. Turning around, he saw the same ones behind him, surprised that they could surround the enemy. Standing in the ring of the white enemy, he noted that this was a problem. Pin knelt down, thinking about how to prepare for the first attack. An ice wall suddenly appeared behind him. Turning his eyes towards it, he noticed a familiar water element. The girl controlled the water with her hand. The hero was happy, but she told him to move away. Stretching out her hand, Sishin asked, "Were the bullet rabbits also mad?" A wall of water appeared in front of these rabbits. The wave washed them away. The streams of water carried away the rabbits. The girl snapped her fingers and froze them. Looking at this, the hero thought that he used everything he could to deal with one. Pin spread his hands in confusion when the girl said that she was gone for a short time, but why there were so many of them suddenly, and replied that he did not know either. Frowning, the girl noticed that there were too many rabbits. Creating a sword from ice, she said that the same number would come. Suddenly, the beasts began to jump on the ice wall. The boy was surprised because they did not attack, and noticing one of the rabbits, he wondered if it was the leader, although he should be dead. Sishin took her ice sword in her hands, thinking that the beasts completely ignored everything that was happening, as if they were attracted here by something. Swings of her ice sword cut the beasts. Another blow killed the last rabbit. Looking at the giant monster in the ice, she decided that if she was right, then the answer was inside their leader. Putting her hand on the ice, she said that it was free. The ice cracked into pieces. Sishin was looking for something among the ice fragments. Holding up a blue ball in her hand, she said that there really was a soul attraction pill here. Pin leaned over to her, asking what it was, and noting that it smelled good, the girl explained that it was a device created by a certain organization to control alienated beasts. Introducing a certain girl and various monsters, she added that it meant that someone had finally shown up. She also said that the soul attraction pill gave off a unique scent that only beginner and intermediate alienated beasts could smell. The rabbits looked at the pill in fascination, and the girl also noted that this scent lured the beasts to eat the pill. Introducing the largest of them, she said that the animal that ingested such a pill would lose its mind and eventually be forced to domesticate, but they did not know how the Zhu family controlled the domesticated beasts. Sishin clenched her hand, holding the pill into a fist, saying that such things were indigestible, and if it was not controlled, there would be even more of them. She threw the shards on the ground, saying that in any case, the alienated beast should be related to the attraction pill and report it. someone in a dark cloak was hiding behind a tree, when Sishin also said that regarding whether this was the work of the Jew family, the guy should be honest with her until the investigation is over and train outside the city, which he agreed with. The girl noted his good mood. To his surprise, she released a stream of water forward. This water cut off the trunk of the tree. Pin asked what happened. Ice froze on the remaining lower part of the tree. The hero looked at her in confusion, and Sishin thought that she imagined it. Several monsters gathered near Shu, saying that the foxes living in the vicinity of the street gathered here. Streams of wind rushed over the roofs of the houses. The girl put her head on her hand, thinking that the rebellions of the alienated beasts were happening more and more often, and could it be that Seeming did this? After getting up from the throne, she also thought that she couldn't completely rely on this person and would also start doing something. She had a red aura radiating from her. She told everyone that recently humans had found a way to overcome psychological manipulation, which had caused a lot of casualties among their people. And in the last week she had discovered that most of them had died on Tinker Street, and since they lived near that street, they would most likely be the next target. She wanted them to make a noise together so the enemy would think that they didn't find out anything. The two foxes looked at each other, hearing that the enemy would think that they were trying to escape and would act sooner. Shu squeezed her hand threateningly, saying that she wanted to see who these people were. The rabbits were calmly eating grass. The guy with the fire dagger pounced on them. After hitting one of them, a message appeared saying that the Night Walker had been stopped. Pin then watched as the other rabbits ran around him, thinking that after a week of exterminating rabbits, his level had risen to 6. The beast sent green beams at him. An explosion sounded where the beams hit, but the hero jumped back, thinking that he could neutralize long-range attacks, but if the beasts were enraged, they would cover their entire bodies in acid to engage in close combat. Having struck one of them, he noted that the acid could be set on fire, but the disadvantage was that it burned very little and it would not kill them. After which he landed on the ground and threw a red object, noting that if you used the scales of a red snake as fuel, the flame would burn. Seeing the fiery pillar, he decided to call it Fire Eater or 3 flavors of true flame, but decided that 2 would be enough. Pin walked away, not paying attention to the explosion behind him. Only after looking to the side, he thought about how he had not collected snake scales for a long time, and now he had used them all up. The rabbits were burning in the fire. He thought that after dealing with so many, he must have improved his stats. Pin looked at the information window, seeing that the level had risen to 7 and all the values had increased by 1 point, and the level of the contract gem had also increased to level 5, which surprised him. Looking at the bright stone in his hand, he thought that the gem's level had been synchronized with his own, but after it had improved to level 6, the gem was still at level 4. A dark aura began to emanate from the body of one of the rabbits, as the hero reasoned that it was due to the contract gem being harder to upgrade, and wondered what ability would awaken this time if he ate it, and hoped that it would be a combat talent. The dead rabbit opened its eyes wide. Pin looked behind him questioningly. He saw a rabbit surrounded by a dark aura, surprised that it was still alive. The hero surrounded himself with fire, saying that no matter how many times he did it, he was no longer the same as before. The boy and the rabbit rushed at each other. Seeing the beast approaching, he was surprised that it rushed straight at him. Pin attacked, but the enemy turned. The boy transferred his dagger to his other hand, wondering if by killing too many rabbits he had created a ghost. Then he raised the dagger above himself, saying whether it was a spirit or a ghost. The swing left a bright mark, and he summed it up so that it would die. The dead rabbit lay on the ground. Looking at it, Pin asked when did the bullet rabbit get such a skill. Crouching down, he opened it, thinking that they were also controlled by soul attraction pills. In his hand was an object. He noted that there was indeed something here, but it seemed to be the wrong pill. He brought the item closer and used identification, but it was not identified. Pin looked closely at the item in his hand, thinking that it had been a long time since he encountered something difficult to identify. The system window showed that it was a dark fog essence, and that consuming it could lead to unexpected consequences. Pin sat by the fire, trying to identify it again. He smiled when the identification was successful and the item description appeared. He saw a monster surrounded by a dark aura. The monster and the beasts rushed at each other. The monster was surrounded by a dark aura, the animal spirit was moving west, and the pigs were advancing. The boar, surrounded by a dark aura, ran forward. The dark beast appeared behind him. Then he pushed him. The beast opened its mouth and roared. The boar bit into it with its teeth. The dark aura immediately moved into him. Pin held the dark sphere in his hand, thinking that it felt like a jewel, like a windstone, and was a rare item, but how to trigger the effect of the jewel when directly touching it didn't give any effect like last time. Did he have to swallow it? Lying on the ground, he looked at the item, saying that the problem was that it belonged to the black goat, and it was actually a kind of diaphragm. Recalling the monsters, he said that he was as weak as a mosquito, so who was he to choose? Then he swallowed the sphere. His eyes turned red. He put his hands on his head and screamed. Then he fell to the ground, imagining the little Genya in his arms, and frowned. The monster stretched its clawed paw towards Genya. She asked Pin to promise something. She was crying, and she said that he should live. Kneeling, the hero gritted his teeth, telling her not to worry. As long as he killed all of these foxes, he would not die. Several system messages appeared, one of which said that he had acquired the Stygian mist body and could now absorb the fear of creatures and turn it into mist that could be manipulated. Pin looked at the mist in his hand, saying that this time the talent was a combat type, both offensive and defensive, and its strength seemed to depend on the amount of mist consumed. He looked at the system window, seeing that the growth had increased by 3 stars, and said that the Stygian mist body was very strong. Tears streamed down his face. He called it a curse. Clenching his fist, he wondered why he looked like this. Several people approached him at that moment when he did not know whether he was offended, happy, anxious, or sad, because in any case, he would soon have the strength to avenge Jingyao. One of the passers-by raised his hand, asking if the hero was okay, but his comrade suggested that he move on and mind his own business. Surrounded by fog, Pin rose from his knees. He turned his head, glaring at them menacingly. The people ran away, saying that there was a ghost in front of them. He replied that he was okay. Looking at the fog in his hand again, he noticed that he could absorb someone's fear, and noted that this fog was not like normal fog, it was not even energy. Claws appeared on his hand. He said that anyway, the fog could change its shape depending on his thoughts. A blade formed from the fog. Pin was curious about how strong it was. The swing left a dark mark as the hero tried to deal minimal damage. The tree trunk was perfectly cut down, and Pin noted that he was so strong using only 1 point of the Stygian fog reserve. The hero continued to use abilities on the cut tree trunk. Perfect cubes of wood fell to the ground. Pin hid behind a fog shield from them, saying that it could cut and also defend against attacks, and thought that this Stygian fog would be useful for many things. A dark aura was gathering in his hand as he said that if he used the fog body correctly, it would be his best card against high-level alienated beasts, and thought that he just needed to continue to develop, becoming stronger with the help of the clearing team. The protagonist stood and looked at the fog in his hand when Sishin ran up to him and called him. She rushed by, generating magic. The girl shielded him and asked where the fog beast was, and the young man scratched his cheek and said that something happened, thinking that the scene was familiar, and he immediately thought of Kiang. The blonde stared at the protagonist in shock when he told her what happened, and exclaimed that he really ate the essence of the dark fog. Sishin frowned and shouted if the guy wanted to die and how dare he eat something of unknown origin. The girl turned away in irritation, and the hero thought he had checked it with his ID, so he said that if there was a problem he could order himself to spit it out. The girl crossed her arms and asked why he thought he could get rid of it. She turned around holding the crystal and asked if the hero thought it might be a parasite. Pin turned pale and muttered if what he ate was dangerous. The blonde narrowed her eyes and replied that the misty alienated beasts were creatures of unknown origin. The hero introduced a dark goat, and the girl said that they had no permanent form and usually inhabited certain organisms, so the black goat and rabbit were probably puppets of the misty alienated beast. She visualized a purple ball and added that after the death of the body's owner, such beasts penetrate one of its organs and wait for the next owner. The brunette put his hands to his face, and the blonde said that it was because the Stygian mist could manipulate whatever it infected, so the boy assumed that the mist had infected him too. The brunette touched his chin and wondered if the intense pain he felt when he ate the essence was because the mist had taken over his body, and the boy asked if that meant the parasite had failed since he was fine. Sishin turned around and said she didn't know because the hero was special, and maybe there was a monster inside him that had destroyed the mist alien beast, or maybe the parasite didn't affect him because he had complete control of himself. The girl leaned over him, smirking, and warned that she would have to stab him if anything happened to him. The hero recoiled, exclaiming that he was wrong, and a spider descended from the tree. The insect looked at the girl with round eyes and greeted her. The blonde froze for a moment. She pulled out an ice sword and screamed in fear. Pin's eyes widened, and the spider hurried to run away when the girl began to actively wave the blade. Sishin threw herself into the hero's arms, begging him to quickly remove the insect. The guy smiled, putting his hand on her head, and thought that she was still afraid of insects, just like in childhood. He remembered how the girl was sitting under a tree with a book, and the boy ran up screaming that he caught something. Pin, smiling, thrust the bug at her, and the blonde, squealing, asked her to remove it. Because of this, the insect flew away, and they looked up at it, and the young man was upset that she scared his friend. But the interlocutor reassured him that there were many children in the orphanage with whom he could make friends, so why would he need bugs? The brunette lowered his head and replied that they would leave the shelter someday, so what should he do then? Sishin hugged him and promised that she would always be his friend, no matter what happened. They stood together under a tree, and the boy asked her to keep her promise. The girl shuddered, realizing that she was hugging the hero. She pushed him away, freezing him in the process, and exclaimed why he was holding her so tightly. The blonde turned around and said that in the wild, any object of unknown origin was dangerous. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and although he had managed to escape the consequences, He should not let his guard down when faced with such things in the future. She adjusted her hair and added with a smile that this was something he should remember. Pin smiled and thought that he always thought that Sishin had become cold and distant after joining the team, but now he saw that she had not changed at all and still cared about him. She just did not want to show it. The talisman on her belt lit up. She picked him up and asked him what was going on, and after he answered, she said she understood. The blonde turned around and said that her investigation and his training were finished, and they were heading back to Pearl City. Since group leader Bo had been seriously injured by the fox, so she had to return to the city immediately to provide support. The boy followed her, asking why they didn't call the investigation team from another city for help, but she replied that it would attract unnecessary attention, and the world outside the city was a complicated place, so she would explain everything on the way. The sun shone on the rooftops of the city, and on the way, Sishin told the hero something about the world outside the city, that the alienated beasts had gone on a rampage, and the surviving humans had been forced to build a wall to protect themselves, and due to the blocked traffic, they could only rely on the investigation team and the civil activists to develop maps. He presented a map of the area and noted that according to the investigation team's information, there were savage villages and settlements near Pearl City located in areas where there were fewer alien beasts, and beyond that was the sea. But due to the high-level alien beasts living there, they did not continue their exploration, so it was unknown if there were other cities. The companions entered the gate and the man explained that they relied on the illuminated canopy to monitor the situation in the city, and until last night, they had not been able to detect any abnormalities in the sky foxes. The three of them continued on as the man reported that Bo had been seriously injured while covering their retreat, and now the captain wanted Sishin to take over his duties and lead the squad guarding Pearl City. The hero, who was chewing on a candy bar, looked at her and asked if they needed his help, but she said no and told them to return to the forge. She would find him herself later. The boy stopped, looking at the warriors leaving, and thought that he hoped that Bo and Sishin would be safe. He stretched and muttered that he could finally relax. These few days in the desert were tiring. The brunette walked down the street, asking how Jimin was doing with his training. Suddenly, the boy stopped and widened his eyes. The youth turned around and was surprised to see that the people were not moving. The hero looked at the figure who spoke to him and used identification. The gray-haired man smirked because he used concealment of identity and said that the youth would not see his ability, but he should still praise him, because even mid-level awakened people can only use the identification technique 10 times a day, but he can use it endlessly. Pin frowned and thought that he ordered his body to perform identification, so naturally he can use it endlessly, but how did the stranger know this? So the boy asked what he wanted from him. The hero took the dagger, and the interlocutor emitted a powerful energy, so the brunette thought that this aura was sending shivers down his spine. At the same time, the man asked if he was really playing with him. The old man smiled and asked if the guy was really not going to fight. Pin frowned, noticing that he did not look like an enemy, and replied that he had no reason to fight him. Then the interlocutor asked if he really needed a reason to become stronger. The guy ran to attack when the stranger said that the place behind Jingyao was just empty words. He flashed his eyes, approaching his opponent, and decided to do what he wanted. The guy widened his eyes, seeing a crack in the time rift in front of him. The brunette turned around, realizing that this was a spatial skill, and the man appeared behind him. The young man punched, but the opponent blocked the attack, noting that the speed should be improved. The hero lowered his hands and asked, "Really?" He hid his hand behind his back, summoning flames. Pin attacked, using Fire Eater Flame Entanglement. The guy looked at his opponent's dissolving body in surprise and thought that something was wrong. The interlocutor looked at the boy closely and said that it was his turn to attack. A water arrow flew through the silhouette, and the hero barely managed to dodge. The brunette ran, dodging and wondering how many abilities the stranger had in general. The boy squeezed his dagger and concentrated Stygian mist in his hand, the reserve of which was 18/100th. The hero put up a dark shield, deciding to try this trick. The arrows hit the armor. The guy squinted and thought that he would strike first to create a gap. He waved his hand, sending dark energy into the attack. The hero then moved, using a night walker to get inside. The man smiled and muttered that it was smart enough, but not very effective. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise. A bright light emanated from his opponent. The young man was thrown back and hit the ground. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that he could not move, and the interlocutor noted that rarely did anyone have such strength, and the guy thought that he could read minds, and this was unfair. The old man grinned, looking at the hero, and asked if he was really talking to him, and Pin realized that he was much stronger than Bo and Sishin. The brunette looked at his opponent, whose body had become transparent, and thought that the only one who could be so strong was the leader of the cleansing group. The man sat down at the table, and the hero bowed and asked how he could address him. The interlocutor grinned and replied that he could call him whatever he wanted, surprised that the young man did not know his name. The guy sat opposite, thinking that the cleansing group had found out everything about him, but it was unclear for what purpose Sidhu decided to meet him like this, so he asked directly. The young man shuddered when the old man asked him not to think too much, as he could not resist the ability to read his mind. Sidhu furrowed his brows and said that after him, Pearl City had not seen anyone with unlimited abilities for 200 years, so he came to take a look. Kim looked at him in surprise and asked what this meant, and wasn't the highest level of human rank and talent the limit. They sat opposite each other, and the other man explained that even an awakened with the strongest talent could only obtain one in his entire life. But the unlimited level was completely different. It removed the limit on the number of talents and could constantly awaken new abilities. Sidhu's eyes flashed and said that he was curious if his unlimited talent, the path of a human, could copy the hero's talent, the treaty gem. The man looked at the young man and said that he would not try for no reason, and no matter the result, he would be grateful and answer all questions, and the guy asked if he could refuse. The interlocutor put the boxes with the artifact on the table and said that he could, but it would be better to first see what he would offer him. The hero opened his mouth in surprise while the old man was telling him that this bracelet was called the Golden Storage. It was his main equipment in his early years. The storage skill was embedded in it, and the young man should understand what this meant. Tin smiled and exclaimed that this was very generous of him, thinking that the storage was just what he needed. The interlocutor looked at the guy and asked him to give him his hand. The hero obeyed, and blue energy appeared around their wrists. The old man closed his eyes and fell silent. Then he sighed and let go of the young man's hand. The brunette touched his wrist and asked if that was all. Sidhu narrowed his eyes and explained that he couldn't reproduce his abilities. Even those derivative talents couldn't be copied, so it seemed that the hero was special. The man moved the box with the bracelet closer and declared that from now on it belonged to the guy. Kim looked at the glowing object in his hands, and the reproduction began after successful identification. He saw a tied-up woman and assumed that this was how the bracelet was made. A golden liquid was poured on the captive, and the hero wondered if all the special equipment was really made using human lives. The guy looked at the bracelet and thought that it was cruel. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked his interlocutor if the process of creating all the special equipment was really that cruel. The man brought the cup to his mouth and replied that it was like that 200 years ago, and although such things are prohibited now, there are still unscrupulous people who make human sacrifices, and he wanted to destroy the bracelet itself, but the spirits of the dead will be able to rest in peace if used correctly. The hero frowned and asked what Pearl City was like 200 years ago. Was it full of people killing each other like this? The man put down his cup and answered in the affirmative. He frowned and said that 200 years ago, Pearl City was ruled by the Zhu family, and everyone in the city was their slave, with no future, no hope. The old man imagined people hauling stones, and said that the men worked day and night, but could only get a small amount of food. His memories changed to girls being captured by villains, and he added that the women were chosen as slaves of the Zhu family and became toys for the men. Children stood in front of a mentor who instilled in them that they must be loyal to the Zhu family. Old people were sent to the mouths of domesticated alienated beasts because they could not work. He imagined magicians who captured a person emitting energy and said that awakened ones were taken under control and enslaved or used to make equipment. Sidhu looked down and said that because of the Zhu family's evil deeds, several people who had the opportunity to accumulate their strength finally banded together to overthrow it. The protagonist took the teapot and said that he understood, and the man asked if he had any more questions. The young man poured a drink and asked why the old man didn't deal with the Moon Prince and liberate the city again. The other man frowned, launching the encrypted communication talent, and said that he simply couldn't, although the guy might think that Pearl City's defense was weak, and they didn't even know about the invasion of the Sky Foxes. But this was not true because the system was perfect. He introduced the members of the investigation team who were investigating and expelling the alien beasts, and there was a cleanup team near the city gate secretly removing the aliens. The man visualized the glowing spheres and added that inside the city was a king-level artifact called the Sun Moon Pearl. All creatures near it would be demoted to level 40 or lower, so even if a king-level alien beast invaded, it would be demoted to the top level. The old man stood up and declared that he was undoubtedly the strongest top-level fighter. He stopped smiling and muttered that there was a problem now. The young man jumped up and asked what he meant. Was there a rat in the city? And the other man praised him for his intelligence. Sidhu turned around and said that after the city lord disappeared, other than himself, only the remaining members of the Zhu family knew how to operate the artifact. The brunette frowned and asked if the Zhu clan had deactivated the Sun Moon Pearl and then let the Heavenly Fox in. They were also responsible for the recent gathering of the alienated beasts and the rebellion, so why didn't the old man kill all those bastards right away? Sidhu sighed and replied that after the Zhu clan was overthrown, they tried to get rid of the remnants, but it was difficult to dig up all the weeds that had taken root in Pearl City for hundreds of years. The hero gritted his teeth and wondered what the Zhu family's goal was, whether the city lord was still alive, what was the purpose of the alienated beasts' rebellion, and what was the Fox King's strength. The youth looked after the old man and realized that until these questions were answered, the man had to be extremely careful in his actions, otherwise he would fall into the enemy's trap, and when he died in battle, the city would be bereft of all hope. The other man had his back to the boy, and the brunette thought that, like in the wars of the past, nuclear weapons were only a deterrent and should not be used until the critical moment. And even if the Moon Prince continued to provoke them and commit murders, anyone could be impulsive, but not Sidhu. The old man turned around and said that he could not copy his abilities, but they needed a hero. The other man extended his hand and invited Pin to join the cleanup team. The man looked at the young man carefully, and he shook his hand firmly. The hero frowned and resolutely declared that he agreed. In the forge, a silhouette of a girl with a hammer was visible, who was asked why she suddenly began to repair equipment, and she replied that she was doing it while she had time. Jimin looked at Kang and muttered that several days had passed, and the hero had not returned yet. The woman looked at her companion and asked if she was bored and so absent-minded, but the girl replied that no one was teaching her kung fu these days. Jimin blushed and muttered that she didn't know how he was doing outside the city and if he was in any danger. The mistress smirked and came closer, saying that she was acting like a bride and also claimed that she didn't think about him every day. Kang took the dagger in her hands and added that she was just joking. She dipped the dagger in the water and said that in fact, the villages outside the city and the areas teeming with dangerous alien beasts were already marked, so the guy was completely safe until he wandered into those places. The companion looked at her in surprise and asked if there really were villages outside the city. The woman wiped her sweat and answered in the affirmative, adding that they were often closed, backward and unfriendly, and the locals even worshipped the alienated beasts as gods, and it was better to avoid them, because you could become a slave or a victim. The girl put her hand to her mouth and asked if it was impossible to come to an agreement because all people were reasonable. Kang smiled ominously and said that they were not even people, and the most dangerous thing in the wild was not the alienated beasts, but these savages. The woman narrowed her eyes and added that some of them liked to put on strange masks and silently appear behind her, and at that moment a shadow appeared behind her. The blonde widened her eyes, looking at the black silhouette, and muttered that there was something similar there. Kang turned around and agreed that it was very similar. The woman shuddered, seeing the glittering eyes of the mask. The protagonist jumped out using the Stygian fog, and Jimin screamed in fear. The red-haired girl kicked the boy between the legs. The boy flinched and turned pale. The brunette sweated and muttered that Kang was too scary. The woman shielded the girl and asked who was in front of them. Pin removed the mask from his face, still holding back his trembling, and said that it was him. The girl stared at him tensely. The woman hugged him and scratched his head, exclaiming that he didn't say that he was coming back, and was even pretending to scare them. The boy smiled tightly and muttered that he heard them talking about the savage village when he returned home, and decided to add to the atmosphere a little, but he didn't expect her to hit him. The master took the jacket and asked if the boy had finished training, and the boy replied that he would continue to hone his skills in the city. The interlocutor got dressed and said that she had only found a clue about Shanshan today. She turned around and said that she was leaving the city, so she expected him to take care of her uncle, and the brunette asked where she was rushing to. Kang waved her hand and said that someone was waiting for him every day, so she would leave them, and the blonde covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. The girl ran past the hero and muttered that it was late and she needed to go back to her room. She awkwardly stopped at the threshold. Jimin stood with her back to the guy, addressing him. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that he had returned safe and sound. The brunette grinned and thought that he had been in this world for so long, but for the first time he felt at home. Taifeng crept up behind him and asked why the young man was standing here alone smiling. The old man closed his eyes and asked him to go to Kang the next morning and tell her that she could not leave the city as he was seriously ill. The interlocutor hit the guy on the head and exclaimed that he was not stupid and not sick, he was just pretending. The young man rubbed the top of his head, and the old man noted that Shanshan had disappeared a long time ago and something bad must have happened to her. Taifeng sat down on a chair and said that he knew his daughter's strength better than anyone, and little Kang wanted to find out the whereabouts of Shanshan, but he was afraid that something bad might happen to her too, so he pretended to be a fool so that she would not have time to draw. The protagonist looked at the old man who had lit a cigarette. Taifeng knitted his brows and muttered that she was a loyal girl, and if she was attached to something, she would think about it for a long time, but there was no need to take unnecessary risks. He shook off the ashes and added that the young man was very talented in forging, but Kang was not very good at learning because she was inexperienced. So in the coming days, he himself would teach the hero the real art of forging. The old man turned to the brunette and said that it was not a top secret, but it was unique to the Liu clan, so the boy should learn it by heart. Pin clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had to live up to his expectations. Suddenly, the blue spirit Jingyao appeared next to him, saying that she would wait for him. A feather landed on the floor near the forge. After that day, Kang did not go out as her uncle wanted and scolded him for smoking after the old man sitting opposite said that he had lung cancer and he himself secretly taught the protagonist the real art. The young man stretched out his hand, above which the silhouette of a dark spider appeared, because he used the forging technique on the Stygian fog, which was able to take a more precise shape and became more powerful. Jimin diligently performed the exercises and was able to master the style of the Monkey King of the first 3 styles. The hero remembered the spirit of Jingyao and the voice he heard. He had a feeling of deja vu, so he turned to the cleanup team for confirmation. The brunette brought the transmitter to his face and reported to the captain that a heavenly fox was disguised near the forge, and he had just clearly heard it. Sidhu's eyes flashed and replied that they had already cleared the area of its activities and there could be no foxes here. The guy imagined his girlfriend and wondered what it was like then. How could the girl be neither alive nor dead, so that to get answers he would have to rip off the mask from her face. 3 days later, a shadow was creeping near the building. The man stuck a crowbar through the doorway. The door opened into a room where a girl was lying on a bed. The man crept closer and noted with a smile that she was sleeping like a log, which meant the medicine had worked. The intruder pulled off the blanket and muttered that Sue had a great figure, white skin, and a beautiful face. He touched her shoulder and decided that tonight he would test her and see if she was as good as everyone said. The room filled with black shadows that pronounced the name Zhang Zhiaofen. The masked man turned around and asked what the hell was going on. He looked around, and the voice muttered that his nickname Short Stack Teddy, 150 centimeters tall, looked obscene and cheap. A silhouette appeared behind him, noting that the man had harmed many women in the past 10 years, and the intruder fearfully asked who it was. He turned pale when he heard that the shadows were ordered to come here to take his life. The intruder ran, thinking that the Su family must have been drugged by him. The man headed for the exit, wondering if it was a person or a ghost. A blade pierced his leg. The man fell to the floor from the impact. The criminal sweated, clutching his limb, and the shadow asked if he was still struggling, while the reserves of Stygian fog increased to 61/100th. Zhiaofen looked at the hero with tears in his eyes and trembled. Then he passed out and wet himself, and Pin muttered that he thought all serial killers were tough guys. The guy removed the mask from the criminal, noting that the team's first mission was complete, and ordered him to be taken to the others, after which he performed an identification. A property panel appeared above the man, Zhang Zhiaofen, race, human, strength, none, height 2, rank, average awakener, level 13. Talents, medicinal mastery, the ability to analyze whether an object has medicinal properties and use them to compose medicine. Peach Blossom Mask, a mask the man wore when he was doing indecent things. The hero looked at it and muttered that a person who awakened such power in himself and then used it to commit evil was a real scumbag. When the playback began, the hero saw a woman in tears, begging him to let her daughter go, and the criminal told her to blame everything on her worthless husband who left so early, and he began to harass the mother and daughter. The man kicked her and added that he was also a patrolman who always said that he would protect the city to the death, which was funny. The girl began to cry and reached for her mother, and the villain muttered that it was good that the head of the family left them with him. Zhiaofen picked up the captive by the hair and said that he would send her after her mother when he had enough fun. The criminal grinned as he killed his victims and shouted that they were all his toys. The protagonist turned pale, seeing the masks past. The man woke up and glanced sideways at the young man. He grinned and threw something at the hero, laughing. Lightning flashed outside, and the villain looked towards the dust and exclaimed that the guy had ruined his whole day. Zhiaofen turned pale and asked why it didn't work. Was it because of the rain? Suddenly, a sharp blow cut off the villain's hand. A loud scream was heard during the lightning strike. The criminal began to cry, and the brunette said that this was a blow from a mother who protected her daughter even at the cost of her life. Tin gathered dark energy in his hand. Several blades pierced the man's body, and the youth said that this was from a girl who would rather die than surrender. The criminal screamed in pain when the guy said that this blow was in memory of the patrol hero. Blood gushed out, and the hero said that this was in memory of the righteous detective, and another cut in memory of the nameless awakened. The crippled man cried and muttered that Pin was crazy. The guy stood in front of him, saying that with today's technology, he could still be saved with timely treatment, so he would give him one chance. The youth pointed towards the gate and said that he would spare him if he could leave the territory, and he himself thought that he would repay tenfold for the pain that Zhiaofen brought to all those people. The brunette pointed to the door and repeated that this was the last chance. The man grinned, sniffling. He crawled towards the exit, deciding that he would rip the skin off the boy when he got better. The criminal bared his teeth, thinking that there were still so many women in this world. The villain almost crawled to the gate, realizing that he was already close. He stretched out his hand and thought that he should just open this door and leave. Zhiaofen reached for the door handle. His body was shaking in the rain, but there was still just a little bit left. The criminal began to pound on the gate and curse. The protagonist approached from behind, noting that he was not even able to open the door. The guy gathered dark energy in his hand and said that the man was given such a chance, but he did not take advantage of it and failed. Lightning flashed, and Pin dealt a slashing blow to the enemy's body. The drops of blood fell down along with the rain, and the youth stood silently, having received a notification that as a result of killing the enemy, his properties increased by 1. Current personal attributes: physical strength 28, mental strength infinite, strength 29, agility 29. The brunette looked down and noted that he thought that by killing all the sky foxes, he would return peace to the city and save everyone. He threw his head back and wondered if such creatures deserved to be saved, because the bastards deserved to die. Pin shuddered when he heard a voice saying that today was a special day at Hanhai Academy. The guy looked around, hearing that someone wanted to take the chance, and muttered, "Is it another Xiaofan?" The guy took out a transmitter from his pocket. He brought it to his face and reported to the captain that the cleanup work was finished. But there were whispers that something had happened at the neighboring academy, and it seemed they were planning to take something by force. At the cleanup headquarters, Sidhu glanced sideways at Manny and asked again. The girl removed her finger from her forehead and responded that she could not sense what was happening there, because someone had set up a barrier through which even she could not detect anything. This was something new. The man stood with his back to her, giving the order to the protagonist to go there first and report the situation on the spot, then he would immediately contact Sishin. The guy immediately jumped up, accepting the order. A red dome was visible around the academy building. 3 people in cloaks were walking along the corridor with lanterns. One of them frowned and exclaimed that 15 minutes had already passed, so where did he hide her? The other man turned around to the start and reported that someone had penetrated the barrier. The third man raised his hand to his face in fear and asked if they had been discovered, and the boss exclaimed that with the dragon stone and the lamp, no one would be able to find them. The boy narrowed his eyes and thought that even if the one who crossed the barrier warned someone, they would have problems, because they would not be able to take the girl in front of him. The 3 approached the stairs, and their leader ordered them to hurry and find the girl no matter what. The protagonist stopped in front of the building. He looked at the dragon statue and used identification. Rain was dripping onto the totem, and the young man learned that it was an epic quality dragon stone, and 4 of these stones could be placed in the same place to form a dragon battle barrier, which can block and destroy most boundaries. The hero saw in the reproduction many victims and blood flowing into the funnel. The brunette looked at the glowing eye of the lizard and noted that it was also made from human sacrifices, but such artifacts have long been banned in general society. Pin frowned and assumed that these were the remains of the Zhu family, because they did not look like the big 3. He imagined the timeline of this clan's events and wondered for what purpose they brought the heavenly fox and were collecting alienated beasts outside the city. The brunette opened the door and thought that now they could find a clue to the mystery of their actions. The young man turned around and noted that they needed to hide because someone was coming, and activated the Night Walker ability. The people in cloaks climbed out of the window. Their leader looked around and noted that no one was visible. He turned to the man who was carrying the girl on his shoulder and said that everything was fine and they could put out the lantern and save their strength for a rainy day. The boss stepped forward and said that he would remove the dragon stone so as not to leave a trace. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and told the captain that he had identified the enemy as members of the Zhu family. Level 20 with the scorpion skill, another level 20 with the probing skill, level 17 medum, and level 15 hypnotism. The brunette noticed the nightingale lamp that masked breath, smell, and information, and noted that this was why they had not been noticed. The pink-haired girl named Chen Junting was lying on his shoulder and was of incredible height, level 13, and had a unique talent. The blood in her body could strengthen her attachment to living beings and turn all alienated beasts into fanatical followers, and with a level up, this ability could be turned into a passive skill with a wider range of uses. Note, those who drink light blood will not be able to use their abilities and will be doomed. The protagonist frowned and wondered if the Zhu family was going to control someone with her, but this girl was innocent. The criminals left the building, and Pin decided that they couldn't let the Zhu family win. The 3 of them pushed off the ground sharply. The guy came closer and asked Manny if he could find out where they went. At the cleanup base, the girl touched her forehead, radiating energy, and said that they were heading out of town, and at this rate, Sishin wouldn't be able to catch up with them. Sidhu frowned when the boy said that he would detain them, and asked him not to be impulsive and protect himself. The brunette furrowed his brows and said that the Zhu family would be held responsible for all this, they couldn't let them escape, and the guy would detain them with the Stygian mist and buy time. The criminals ran through the forest in the rain. One of them stopped and shuddered. A dark wolf jumped out of the bushes. The trio looked at him, wondering what the mist-altered beast was doing in the city. The protagonist crouched on the ground, camouflaged with the forge technique, but thought he should be careful not to be recognized by the level 20 appraiser. The villain's eyes flashed, trying to determine what level the wolf was. The beast fired projectiles, interrupting the appraisal. The wolf kicked off the ground. Its mouth was wide open, approaching the cloaked man. The guy jumped back from the attack and ordered Huang San to hypnotize him. His companion waved his hands, attracting attention. The chubby guy frowned, his eyes flashing, and demanded the beast to stop. The wolf's eyes were glowing. The villain waved his hand, looking at the beast, and exclaimed that it worked. The protagonist frowned and noted that his mental strength was infinite, so he was immune to any mind control, but this could be used to his advantage. The wolf looked at the fat man, who ordered him not to move, and Pin ordered him to pretend to be in control to close the distance. The guy reached out to the animal's face, muttering for it to not move. The beast swung its paw sharply, and the villain recoiled, not understanding how it happened. The dark wolf opened its mouth and roared. It pounced on San and bit him. The guy tried to break free and called the boss for help. The other hooded man frowned and concentrated energy in his hand. He made a gesture, ordering the wolf to leave, and the animal was thrown aside. The beast bared its teeth, and the hero saw a notification that the level had risen to 9 and all properties had been increased by 1 point. Current personal attributes: physical strength 30, strength 31, dexterity 31, treaty gem level increased to 6. The villain clenched his hand and used psychokinesis, hypergravity. Kin shuddered inside the Stygian mist wolf. The beast pressed him down with force. The boy frowned and realized that he couldn't move. The leader of the group came closer and identified the protagonist as a rank 9 junior awakener who had joined the Forge and Cleanup Squad, but his abilities were unknown. The villain smirked and stated that he was a human, and just a newbie at that. The criminals looked at the protagonist lying in the hollow, and the brunette remembered that last time Sidhu used this trick on him, and the boss said that he couldn't leave him alive, so the boy reassured himself that there must be a way out. It was raining and lightning was flashing. The wolf was lying below the enemies, and the hero noted that the appraiser was not with all his strength, but it can be understood that his weapon is not that simple. The boy frowned as he received blows, and thought that the strength of the Zhu family mainly depends on the equipment. The brunette crouched to the ground, spending 10 units of fog, and noticed that suppressing his body did not affect the Stygian fog. The villains also repelled the attacks of the young man. Their leader jumped up and fired a bow. A powerful charge hit the protagonist, and he gritted his teeth. The opponent pulled the bowstring and said that the guy's skills consumed a lot of energy, so he would not last long. Pin crouched to the ground and thought that he did not use his mind, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. The blonde widened his eyes and asked if the guy had already given up. A bright arrow flew at the hero, and he put out fog to defend himself, and with his other hand deflected the blow into the ground, so the supply of Stygian fog was 25/100th. Several dark daggers flew at the enemies. The opponents parried them, indignant that the young man was still alive. They suddenly froze in surprise. The hero crouched, and the opponent's hands were shrouded in fog. Then the brunette said that he did not reflect his attack only because to activate the spell, you need to point both hands at the target. Pin rushed to attack, noting that while you block your hand, telekinesis does not have any effect. He pulled the blade out of the fog. The guy in the hooded eyes goggled, realizing that he could not move, and the hero plunged the blade into his stomach. The enemy grabbed his hand and used telekinesis, self-mutilation. He held the main character and muttered that he was able to force his right hand to break free. The villains grinned and noted that the guy's energy was running out, so an eye for an eye. Suddenly, they were engulfed in bright fire when the hero used Flame of the Fire Eater, entangling in flames. The enemy looked at him dumbfounded and narrowed his eyes. The guy pushed Pin back and cursed. The brunette slowed down and, seeing the approaching arrow, realized that things were bad. The weapon pierced his chest. He crouched to the ground, and the enemies came closer, muttering that he had many tricks. At this time the young man thought that their clothes were fireproof. They both directed their attacks at the protagonist, declaring that this was all. Pin grabbed his chest and muttered that it was high time, and the leader of the villains laughed, confirming that the guy really should have died long ago. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that he meant something else. A water elemental appeared next to him, and the guy said that it was time to stop it. The attack pierced one of the enemies, but the second said that this stream would not save him anyway. The protagonist's eyes widened tensely at the sight of the arrow. The projectile grazed his shoulder, while the young man ordered his body to move to the right. Then Sishin appeared from behind the enemies with a sword. The enemy looked at her in shock and wondered if this woman had really killed Huang with one blow. He extended his bow, trying to block the attack. The girl advanced, pushing the enemy back, and he asked who she was. The blonde looked at him silently. She made several swings with her sword, and the villain tried to dodge. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he had spent too much time messing with the main character. He reached for the ring, deciding that he would have to use it. The criminal put it on his finger. Sishin looked questioningly at the opponent whose hand was glowing. Suddenly, a bright lightning struck between them, and the girl shouted at him to stop. A bright light illuminated everything around and blew away stones. A shock wave swept around. The blonde grabbed Pin by the collar and pulled him away, noting that he was fine. The girl looked at the fleeing enemy and said that it was a pity that they could not capture the remaining members of the Zhu family alive. She glanced sideways at the protagonist lying next to her. The blonde shuddered when Manny's voice asked to quickly shake Pin. The girl's eyes widened when she heard that the enlightened canopy was destroyed. She stood, hiding behind an umbrella. A man approached from behind, asking why he was called. He bowed when he heard the question about how the gathering of alienated beasts outside the city was going, and replied that the preparations were complete. Lightning appeared in the distance, and a loud sound was heard. The girl frowned and asked what the noise was. Shu's eyes began to glow brightly. The man thought that it was 10,000 thunders and maybe Zejin was in trouble, and he let his companion notice it, saying that it was just thunder. The silhouette of a wolf appeared above the girl, asking if the man saw anything unusual. Lowering his head, he replied that nothing. Shu and the monster standing above her asked him why he was nervous then. He fell to his knees, saying that he was afraid of thunder since childhood, for which she called him a rak. Looking forward again, she thought about the sound coming from somewhere in the city, but nothing was visible. She remembered the man running away from her, thinking that last time he was seriously injured and would surely die. She looked around the corner, but he disappeared without a trace and got rid of her so easily. Now she jumped off the roof, thinking that in retrospect, it was just an advanced form of blindfolding. Shu hovered calmly above the rooftops, thinking that human illusions didn't work on her people, but they could work on other things to blind people indirectly, and maybe the entire Pearl City was just a cover. Her eyes lit up even brighter, and she noted that this was a cunning plan. A dark red trail was trailing behind the girl when the expansion was applied. The blonde, raising her head, saw this trail in the sky, wondering where the girl from the academy went. Turning around, Sishin said that she didn't know what was happening, but the canopy was disappearing. The brunette was lying on the ground in front of her. He pointed his finger at a certain object. She asked about the nightingale lamp, and he said that she needed to use it as soon as possible. A dark aura was visible above the houses. It shimmered with red shades. Suddenly, 2 red eyes opened. In those shadows above the city, many eyes could be seen. Shu looked to the side in surprise. She stared with her snake eye after hearing that they had found a mouse. The figure in the dark cloak carried a girl on his shoulder, thinking that she had almost forgotten to bring the girl with her. Zeeming opened his eyes in surprise after hearing the question of who was running away from the city at this hour, and thought that she had discovered them. Shu rushed forward when the man asked her to wait. He frowned, saying that he couldn't hold her back. Several people in dark cloaks stood next to each other after hearing that the cleanup squad still had a spy named Pin in the city. One of them held a green item in his hand after hearing that the hero had also disrupted their operation tonight and 2 of their comrades were dead. Reinforcements finally arrived, and he had no choice but to use the thunderbolt. The blonde holding the item in his hand asked if Pin was still alive. He heard that he was, but the other guy had already found out about him, and in addition to the cleanup, he belonged to the same family. The cloaked men looked at each other, hearing that the hero also belonged to a forge called the Iron Spirit. The blonde replied that he understood, but first, he had to get the girl out of the city. Holding the communication device in his hand, he heard the other guy asking what Shu was doing there, and asked again. Screams could be heard throughout the rain. Frowning, the guy with scars on his face asked what was going on. Zeeming stood nearby, telling the guy to stop screaming, because the plan had failed and Zejin had been killed by a fox. Smashing the communication device on the ground, the blonde asked if all the years of hard work had really failed. The man then imagined a monster reaching out to the girl, saying that the Holy Maiden was still alive. She was the fox's sworn enemy, and when the Moon Principal realized that he could not kill her, he would return her to the town hall. One of the people present looked at Zeeming seriously, asking what to do now, since without the Virgin they would not be able to control the fox, to which he replied that there was a secret passage in the town hall that led outside the city. He imagined himself walking out of the arch in the wall. Spreading his arms, he imagined the monsters, saying that he was the only one who knew about the passage, and added that the interlocutor would send the alienated beasts through the secret passage and cause trouble for the people. Thus he led the girl away by the hand, telling the others that he would take advantage of the chaos and bring the Holy Maiden. One of the people raised his hand, saying that it was easy for him to say since the Moon Prince was guarding the city lord's mansion, but with the beasts they had gathered, he asked what they could do. The man then introduced Pin, saying that they should use him as a spy, and now that the Moon Prince was watching the entire city, he would take action himself if anything went wrong. The others imagined the 3 of them attacking the monster, hearing that all they had to do was send their best to attack Pin in the forge. They would attract both the cleanup squad and the Moon Prince, and while everyone was fighting, they would control the alienated beasts to attack the Lord's mansion and take them by surprise. The guy sitting on top spread his hands, saying that it was the same as completely smashing the face of the Sky Fox. Zeeming replied that they should therefore succeed, not fail, and not reveal his identity when they acted. The dark cloaked figures stood near the man. One of them said that it was as befitting of the one who inherited the Zhu family's bloodline. He frowned, adding that they would continue to assist in the Vice Lord's game, and the Holy Maiden was in Zejin's hands. Sishin extended her hand, asking if he was awake and how he was feeling. Pin raised his head, asking where he was, and the girl replied that this was the base of the cleanup team, they had to rush him here. The hero looked at the man lying nearby and said that he was badly injured. Bo's body was bandaged. The guy also said that he heard that Xiu did it, and the other girl noted that the girl did it herself, so it seemed that she already knew about their presence. Someone entered the room, saying that the hero quickly woke up and seemed to be recovering well. The girl in the green suit waved her hand, saying that he was able to deal with 3 opponents who were more than 10 levels higher, and even managed to kill one of them, then asked how he managed to do it. Coming closer, she noted that he could probably kill in seconds when he was 5 levels higher. Pin thought that he was a beginner, so he should stay in the shadows. And the blonde said that the girl's name was Jai. She told him about her ability to enrich sunlight, and she was the one who cured him. Looking at the red-haired girl in front of him, Pin said that he was lucky, as they say, and if you do not die, then you will become blessed again. This time she tried hard for him, and if not for her, he would have died a long time ago. He thought about how he heard that Jai was a stern person, but he did not look like that at all. The girl replied that it was just a small favor and she did not care. Now there is no need to protect the canopy. Jai raised an eyebrow, saying that enough formalities. Now that he was awake, he could go and meet everyone. After thinking about it, the hero decided to take back his words, and she also said that they needed more information about what happened last night. Manny and Lue were sitting at the table. The blonde said that there was always work to do. She lay down on the table, telling the captain that she wanted a vacation, and her friend supported her. The girl then looked at Lue happily, asking if she was really awake, and asked her to share the work. But in response, she opened her mouth and snored. Manny gripped the piece of paper in anger. She tried to throw a punch, but Lue dodged it. Sidhu was watching them. Looking at them, he said that he couldn't do anything. After all, the headquarters was short of staff, so they would have to endure it. 2 people appeared behind him. The blonde jumped into Jai's arms, who said she would take care of her work, and she was happy about it. The man took the piece of paper when the girl suggested getting down to business, and said that they had previously assumed that the Zhu family would team up with the Heavenly Fox to get rid of those who rebelled against her, but he didn't think they had a real partnership. At the entrance of the building there was a pillar with a dragon on it. Sidhu said that it was easy to tell from the protective boundary that the family had set up. They should have known about the existence of the illuminated canopy, but they didn't tell the Heavenly Fox, which meant that they wanted to use the canopy for something. Introducing the robed man and the monster, he noted that it was not the Zhu clan's style to submit to others, but with their current strength. They were no match for the Heavenly Fox, so the girl they brought from the academy last night might be the key to fighting the Heavenly Fox. Jai, looking at the documents, said that the head of the academy only had 1 son, and according to rumors, he passed away 14 years ago and never married. In the same year, the head of the academy suddenly announced that he had a granddaughter. Introducing the girl in the long dress, she also said that the investigation showed that this granddaughter does not belong to the Pearl City bloodline and is most likely from a village outside the city. She spread her hands as she introduced this girl, saying that Zuli loves this granddaughter so much that he has not allowed her to interact with anyone for the past 14 years. Her civil file is as clean as a piece of paper, no record of her awakening and ability. Putting his hand on his chest, Pin said that he knows what she is capable of, and has already used the identification technique on her. It seems her power is called the Holy Maiden's Blood. Sidhu frowned, thinking that the girl outside the city is this, and could it be the sacred ancestral village? He looked at the other party with determination, thinking that this can't be a coincidence. The hero also wanted to tell her what her ability is based on. Meanwhile, Junting was sitting at the table in the city lord's mansion. After biting into the cake, she said it was very big and asked the other person if she had always lived here. Xiu, who was sitting opposite, said yes and heard that she looked sick, but said no to that. When the girl was pouring tea, she said that her grandfather said she should eat more, feeling unhappy, and offered a hot drink. Xiu's eyes glowed red. She screamed for Junting to die, but she felt the girl's bright gaze on her, and at that moment, she was sitting quietly. Junting smiled and held out the treat, asking why she didn't eat it. Xiu had to bite into the cookie, hearing that the girl tried it and it was very delicious, and thought about why she couldn't do anything. Junting put her hands together, saying it was very delicious. The child drank tea. Xiu thought that she suddenly felt a little ashamed for attacking her, and wondered why she should feel guilty in front of a person. Junting stuck out her tongue, saying that he was terrible. The indignant girl covered her mouth with her hand, saying that the water in this tea was so bad that the one who brewed it must be an idiot. Xiu quietly said that she was an idiot, and the young girl also understood why the girl was upset. Taking the teapot, Junting said that she would brew another tea and asked her to wait. Xiu put her hands on the table, not understanding what was wrong with her and why she was sorry. She frowned, thinking that as the princess of the Fox clan, she should not have such problems, so it was all because of this person. Her face changed to a wolf's face, and she wondered who Junting was. Sishin and Pin rushed at each other. The girl said that his Stygian fog was very similar to her water element, such as mind manipulation, free shapeshifting, and so on, but there was one major difference. The blonde made several different moves, noting that her water element could be restored and recycled, while his fog was a disposable consumable. The hero parried the attacks with his blade, hearing that this was all because he could not turn the solid Stygian fog back into a gaseous substance, since it would be much more practical if he could switch between air, liquid, and solid forms like water. Pin lowered his head, thinking that the fog not being solid had its advantages, such as not having to store it in a gourd to carry it around. Sishin rushed at him at this moment, shouting at him to focus. She knocked him back with a punch of her hand. The guy slammed his hand down on the floor, thinking that it was good that the fog could act as a shock absorber. The blonde rose to the ceiling, saying that it was useful that he could absorb the fear of creatures and transform it into fog. This somewhat compensated for the lack of durability. Pin had to dodge the attack, saying that he could still do it from an attack of this level. But he noticed the movement of water under his feet. The water tied his hands and feet, and the hero thought that it was water that appeared from the ice, and he was distracted by the attack of the blizzard from above. The girl controlled the water in her hand, saying that if the enemy was not afraid of him, then the fog would soon dry up. Then Pin's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that if his attack was strong enough, that only one blow would be needed to kill the enemy. A blade appeared in front of the girl's head. She surrounded herself with a water barrier, saying that she would see how strong the attack was. Dark traces headed towards her. The blade stopped at her eyes. She was surprised that it actually broke through the water prison. Still bound by the streams of water, the hero said that she had lost. Sishin replied that it was surprising that his mist was able to break through the defense. The barrier around her was falling, and she said that perhaps the Stygian mist alien beast was a descendant of the royal alien beast, and it inherited a certain characteristic, so the mist could deal more damage than its class. Water appeared in her hand as she turned to the hero, saying that he still lacked combat experience, although if it was a fight to the death, he would already be ripe for a strike. The water surrounding his arms and legs was hot, and he asked why it was boiling. Turning away and folding her hands, Sishin said that it was important to familiarize himself with the properties of his abilities so that he could freely use them. Then a cloud of mist appeared in Pin's hand. When she also said that water turns into ice, boiling water or steam, it can provide a surprise effect in battle. He held out his palm, which had a spider, and asked if this was it. Sishin poured water on him, demanding that the spider go away. Some of this water got into his mouth. The girl looked at him in fear. Grabbing his head, she began to shake him, saying that her water element is water and it is poisonous, but he tried to answer that if he does not stop, he will be strangled to death. The words sorry were reflected from the walls, and the guy was in a strange state. He felt weak and as if he did not control his body. Suddenly, his legs became water. A water hand appeared from his chest. Looking at his water hand, he thought that perhaps a new ability had awakened in him and used identification. Several new property panel windows appeared. The first one noted that this time the effect of the 6th level gem awakened 2 talents, and the body of the pure water is easy to understand. Putting his hand to his face, he thought, what exactly is the ability of the alienated devourer? While examining the new form of his body, he heard Sishin ask if he was poisoned and melted, and replied that it was okay, he can change shape, but he needs time to get used to it. Closing his eyes, Pin thought that since the body of the Stygian fog is similar to the body of the pure water, the principle of change should be the same as the fog, he just needs to feel it thoroughly. The hero spread out on the floor like a puddle. Then he made his body thin, and then decided to take the form of a monster. The girl blushed, looking at the hero who said that he came back. Turning away, she put her hand to her face, saying that he had better get dressed first. Sishin lowered her head, asking what just happened to him. While putting on his pants, Pin replied that he accidentally drank the water she created and awakened the body of pure water. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, clarifying about it. She turned to Pin, who was getting dressed, thinking that his speed was too fast, especially in his form of pure water, as if it were a dream of a water elementalist, and did he awaken so easily? Perhaps this is all an infinite level. The girl and the boy turned away from each other. He asked her if she was okay, and Sishin answered yes. A small object glowed pink. His card asked what the situation was, and heard the answer that he needed to report to the leader that the Iron Spirit Forge was under attack and needed reinforcements. Pin looked at her in surprise when she replied to send reinforcements from Area A and that she would arrive soon. Clenching his fist, he said that Jimin and the others were in danger and that he was coming too, but Sishin replied that he couldn't pass, it was definitely a trap. Then he showed her his water hand, saying that today he had awakened his pure water body and could transform into it to escape danger. The girl began to run away, saying that she couldn't help him, so he should stay close. The two entered the Iron Spirit Forge room. Sishin asked why there were so many assassins here. The hero advanced further when the girl told one of the subordinates that he was in charge of the survivor search team, and that he should take a team to set up a defense in case the killers increased. After going outside, the hero looked around for Kang, Taifeng, and Jimin. The wounded Kang stood by the wall, calling out to Pin. The boy ran up to her. The girl pointed to the side with her finger, talking about the others. He turned around, seeing someone's hand, and hearing that they were both wounded. Sishin ran past, saying that she would go take a look and he would stay here and take care of her. The bandage was covered in traces of blood. While bandaging the wound, Pin felt sorry for Kang's hand. Looking down, she said that everything was fine and the lack of an arm was not fatal. Someone's footsteps were heard. Sishin pointed in the direction, telling him to take all the wounded for treatment. The guy looked at Jimin. The blonde said that there was no need to worry, she was just injured and unconscious, but nothing serious. People carried the wounded away on stretchers. When Kang was nearby, she said that she was glad that she was okay, and he should be careful because those killers were hunting him, and asked if he had offended anyone important recently. Smiling, Pin replied that everything was fine and that he should not worry about him, she needed to recover first. Standing next to our hero, Sishin said that it was risky to be in the city. The cleanup team would take the wounded to a safe place outside for treatment. The hero said that it was his fault. Clenching his fist, he called the killers the beasts of the Zhu family and noted that most likely they wanted him dead. The interlocutor replied that she would send someone right away. Pin opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that the energy fluctuations came from here. Those two were connected to the death of many members of their clan and thought that it was Xiu's voice because it came from the wind, clearly distinguishable, so she was not far. He looked up, hearing that they had an emergency and they would rather waste food than miss any threat. He had to push Sishin away from the attack. A deep crack appeared on the ground. The girl said that it was interesting. She brought her hand to her face. She could not believe that he noticed her attack. Pin and Sishin stood surrounded by streams of wind. The guy asked if she was okay. She replied that everything was fine. But this operation is classified, and how did Xiu even get here? To which he replied that she might be monitoring the entire city. Xiu's eyes turned red. The wind ruffled her hair. The hero asked how she was doing and used identification. But Sishin stood in front of him, telling him to leave, and she would hold her back. The ice streams were directed towards Xiu when she used Blizzard, thinking that the distance was too far. The ice flows were breaking against the red barrier. The girl thought that they had used the finishing move without hesitation, and it seemed that her identity had been exposed. She put her hand in front of her, saying that she was sure that they were involved in what was happening lately. A red funnel appeared behind Sishin. She created an ice barrier, blocking the attack. The blonde had to jump back. She couldn't believe that her defense was broken with one blow. Then Xiu brought her fingers to her face again, thinking that it didn't matter whether her identity was exposed or not. Because Sishin wouldn't be able to recognize her illusions, she could only judge her attacks by the changes in the cold air around her. A stream of dark aura was sent from her towards Sishin, and she said that she would watch how she would defend herself this time. Pin furrowed his brows and shouted at her to look up and to the left. The blonde looked at the hero, thinking that it was good that he intervened, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to withstand. The girl dodged the attacks, hearing that they were at 3, 7, and 9 o'clock. Sishin jumped over and attacked, hearing the direction. Xiu narrowed her eyes, thinking, how did Pin know? One of the attacks was heading his way. His eyes began to glow green, and the thought of dodging as quickly as possible appeared. Xiu furrowed her brows and watched the hero dodge, thinking that he seemed to be the only one who could see through her plan's disguise. She should have just killed him at the very beginning. While dodging, the hero looked at Sishin in confusion, thinking that he couldn't dodge and communicate his situation to her at the same time. Pin began to dance, saying 3 circles to the left and 3 circles to the right. He surrounded himself and Sishin with a barrier, asking Xiu if she was angry, and noting her problems in love. The silhouette of sharp fangs appeared near her mouth. Lowering her hands down, waves of dark aura appeared around her. The girl said that Pin was good at dodging, but he had been tricked so many times. Xiu's attack fell on the hero's barrier, and she said that this time he was doomed. Sishin created an ice barrier around them, and Xiu noted that he could defend against 3 tails, but what about 3,000? The hero gritted his teeth, thinking about the 50% reserve of Stygian fog. Xiu adjusted her hair, saying that they would win if they lasted 1 second. Sishin also gritted her teeth. The fog reserve dropped to 8%. New system messages showed that the fog reserve dropped to 0. The hero thought that he spent 100% in one go but couldn't stop the attacks, and asked himself, is this where they will go? Sidhu's bright silhouette appeared next to him, telling Pin to take his chance. He can only give him one. Xiu's attack fell on the hero's barrier, and she said that he was doomed this time. Many tails attacked Pin's barrier. Surrounded by light and clouds, Xiu didn't understand what was happening. Pin clenched his fist, gathering strength, and opened his mouth wide. He released his energy, knocking away the tails. Then he grabbed Sishin's hand. As he ran away, he led the girl behind him, telling them that they had to leave. Xiu gritted her teeth and shouted at them to run. A silhouette of a monster appeared above her, and she told them to smash. Surrounded by dark flames, she cursed. A giant wolf's face appeared in the sky, telling the others to go and find Pin. A few moments later, a light-colored building stood out against the cliff, a safe house outside the city for the cleanup team. The hero stood next to Kang's bed. The girl said that in other words, he was now a member of the team, and Pearl City had become the domain of these foxes, to which he replied that they did not dare to do anything, but the city was still unsafe. He lowered his eyes, asking for forgiveness, thinking that it was his fault. The girl replied that losing an arm was not that bad. Besides, she wanted to thank him for saving Taifang and the others. Sishin stood at the entrance, hearing that the guy would find a way to get the forge back, and for now he would ask Kang to hide outside the city for a while. The blonde remembered how they ran away, and thought that the hero had unknowingly matured. Pin turned around, looking at the blonde girl, and the red-haired girl said that the girl was still waiting for him, so he should go and do his own thing first. The hero walked out of the room, asking Sishin why she wanted to see him. But she indignantly crossed her arms, asking what he called her. The hero awkwardly replied that he called her sister, and thought that Kang was at fault for calling her a girl, and so he expressed himself incorrectly. Closing his eyes, he pursed his lips, thinking that he had called her Sishin's sister before, so it was okay. After meeting her, he always felt a little awkward now, even though he had lived 2 lifetimes and was much older. Pin raised his hands above his head in shock when Sishin said that it was just a name anyway, so he could call her whatever he wanted, and said that he would go with her. The two walked down the hallway. The girl also said that his identity had been exposed, and she was afraid that he could not return to Pearl City yet. He had to wait for the captain's orders. She handed him a vial of liquid, saying that the information he provided about the Holy Maiden was very useful, and the task of collecting flowers was done well, so this was from the team. The hero touched it with his hand, asking if this was golden blood. He carefully examined the vial, asking again about golden blood. The two entered the room. The girl said that this was Bo's golden blood. He should take it occasionally to store it. It is also used to heal teammates or to prolong the lives of elderly people, and Pin should try drinking it in the training room and see if he can get a new ability. The guy walked on, and Sishin also said that this is blood, the power of blood relationship. So there is a chance that it can be passed on to the next generation, so he had better be prepared for the fact that he will be pursued by unscrupulous women. Pin looked at the bottle, thinking that this is just a chance, not a 100% success rate. Besides, he is not sure whether he will have a wife in the future, and decided not to think so far ahead. Taking a sip, he also thought that he will hope that the Devourer trigger works, so he will get a misty body and a body of pure water. Pin looked at his hand. The girl asked if he had obtained any abilities, and replied that it seemed that nothing had changed. His fingers began to be covered with something red. The hero looked at the change in his hands in surprise. A message appeared that the body is able to transform into the form of pure blood. He was surprised that the Devourer is also infinity. Sishin pointed to his hand. The hero thought that pure blood can sense the state of the target. The girl asked what was going on. A large scar was visible on the girl's face, which he told Pin. She covered her face with her hand, saying that there was no need to worry. He thought that something was wrong with her scar. The girl asked if anything else had changed in him besides that. Closing his eyes, the hero imagined himself among the stars, saying that in this way he can sense the state of all living beings, and also has the ability to penetrate the body of his partner and restore any damage. And of course, scars can also be healed. Sishin came closer, saying that he will be able to restore Kang's broken arm. Clenching his fist, he replied that as long as there was enough blood, theoretically even if a person had only skin left, he could restore the entire body, and thought about how a pure water body could dodge, and a pure blood body could heal. Sishin turned him around, pushing him, saying that he should go and heal Kang, to which he agreed. Smiling, he looked at the blonde and asked if they could talk about it later, not as teammates, but as old friends. Lowering her head, the girl agreed. Several animals were drinking water in a forest pond. One of them raised its head warily. In the distance, monsters with bright eyes could be seen. They were different, their bodies disfigured. Manny looked at Sidhu questioningly. Seeing the documents in his hands, she said that these were the archives of the sacred ancestral village, and asked why he was looking through them. Holding the glass in her hand, she heard him say that he didn't know if she remembered, although the Zhu family had committed many cruel deeds when they were in power, but in the beginning they were heroes. He imagined a man walking on fire and then becoming a firebird, saying that in order to withstand the great cold of the earth, the former head of this family became one with the bird, which was the sun god, and flew into the sky every day to bring light and warmth to people. He did this for 10 years until he died of exhaustion. The girl said that she knew that he was buried in the closed mountains outside Pearl City, and his grave was guarded by survivors outside the city. She imagined the streets, saying that after hundreds of years, these people united and had offspring, gradually forming a village of sacred ancestors, and asked what this had to do with this village. The man then introduced a girl among the beasts, saying that every 100 years, a holy woman, a bloodline maiden, would be born in the ancestral village, protecting their settlement from any foreign beasts. Manny then looked at the map in surprise, asking if Junting was the holy woman from the ancestral village, to which the man replied that the Zhu family must be planning to use the maiden to control the heavenly fox. The girl brought her hand to her face, wondering why the holy maiden would appear in the academy, since the sacred ancestral village had not moved after what had happened. Sidhu introduced the bright-eyed people, saying that they did this on purpose, using the fact that the holy maiden was being held captive in the city as an excuse, and the village could start a war with Pearl City at any time. Manny widened her eyes in surprise, asking why they would do this. The man then introduced the women, saying that 150 years ago, there was a female dictator ruling the city in order to prevent the Zhu family from repeating their mistake. The cleansing team made her the most wanted criminal. In the end, the current overlord banished her from the city, and then she somehow became the leader of the sacred ancestral village. Manny sipped her drink, hearing that perhaps the woman had never given up her desire to rule Pearl City and was waiting for the right moment to return. The cliff hid the cleansing team's hideout building. The cleansing team had set up many hideouts in the field. They were well hidden. Some were built into the cliffs, others were hidden underground or in the trees. Sishin put her hand to the wall, noticing some movement, thinking that it was the Zhu family again, and decided that they should go to investigate. Looking at the hospital bed, she also thought that if this place was discovered, the wounded would be in danger, and leaving Pin alone was not worth it because you can't rely on him alone. The hero sat with his head down, and the girl thought that this could work. At this moment, Pin happily picked up the lamp, saying that it worked. Watching him happily hold it over his head, she asked if it was discharged. A bright flame came from the lamp when the hero said that he felt sorry to throw it away, and he decided to see if he could charge it. The next moment, she was surrounded by streams of water, after which he tried pure blood, and then a purple fire burned inside it. A message appeared that it masks breath, smell, information. Putting the lamp next to the girl on the bed, he said that it lights up when the Stygian fog flows into it, and the effect of the action is enhanced. Approaching Sishin, he also said that this is just what is needed. The monsters were running across the field when the hero said that with the lamp illuminating the shelters, they could safely go out to explore. Crouching down, he looked at them, asking if this was too much. Did the Zhu family always control so many alienated beasts? The girl brought the intercom to her mouth, telling the headquarters that near the third shelter, there were about 10,000 beasts heading towards Pearl City. They were low level, mostly wolves and bullet rabbits. The monsters ran past them. Pin asked why these beasts were running like that. It looked like they were running away. He widened his eyes in surprise. Pin pointed in the direction, telling Sishin to look there. The girl also widened her eyes. Standing on a tree branch next to the hero, the girl reported that a large number of walking dead were also heading towards the city. There was no end to the army of monsters in sight. The girl transmitted that there were 50,000 of them. The hand hit the table. The man repeated the number. Sidhu held the number in his hand on the table, thinking that there were 10,000 alienated beasts, 50,000 walking dead, and there was a heavenly fox and the remaining Zhu clansmen in the city, and they didn't have enough people to fight so many enemies at once. It seemed like they would have to deal with it themselves. Frowning, he decided that there was another way. Turning to Jai, who was passing by, he told her and the two other girls to prepare to open the canopy again. The girls looked at him in surprise. Jai asked what he was getting at, and the man replied that yesterday when he was covering Pin, he temporarily suppressed the moon prints, and it seemed that he had not fully recovered. Sidhu furrowed his brows and said that although they couldn't count on the patrol and investigation team, there were still many strong fighters in the city. They would carve words on the awning to notify the city of the appearance of walkers. Words appeared above the city that the walking dead were coming. Manny clenched her fists in delight when she heard that once the awakened gathered in the city, they would infiltrate their ranks and be able to protect Pearl City and hide from the Sky Fox. A bright light appeared in Sidhu's hand. He ordered Sishin and Pin to stop the alien beasts and walkers outside the city as much as possible. They needed to buy time for the people gathering in Pearl City. Meanwhile, in Shelter 5, the man with glasses said that this unit was waiting for information. With a communication device in his hand, he heard them go to Shelter 3 to support Sishin and replied that the order was accepted. The blonde boy and the red-robed girl followed him. He said that it was their time. Zeeming walked along the red carpet in the city lord's mansion, thinking that the raid on the forge should be a success. He brought the communication device to his mouth, saying that after confirming that the moon prince was not in the city lord's mansion, they could move on to the next step. The man looked at the item in his hand in surprise, hearing that they were in trouble, and asked again, to which he was told that a group of unidentified dead people suddenly appeared outside the city, and the alienated beasts were so scared that they could not control themselves for a while. The other person did not know who they were. He opened his mouth wide, demanding that they stop this and end it all, because if the plan failed, they would all be in trouble. Someone was standing behind him. He thought that there was no other way. First they would find the girl and take her away. Zeeming looked behind him. There were several people from the patrol squad standing there. He recognized one of them as the patrol leader Link Dai and thought, why is he here and brought so many people with him? The patrol squad passed by when Zeeming asked why they were here and said that the city lord had not returned yet. If they had any important business, they could tell him. Link Dai silently looked forward. Now standing behind him, the man thought in confusion, how dare he ignore him? Did he sense something? The guy in bandages was opening the big door. Zeeming's mouth dropped open in surprise. There were several people dancing inside. He didn't understand what was going on. Junting extended her hand, saying that they had made a new friend and suggested that they play together. Link Dai took a sip from his glass. Then he looked at him, wondering what he was doing here. His Highness seemed to have ordered something. He spat out the drink, remembering that he needed to look for Pin. Junting walked up to him, saying that he was careless. The guy thought that she had called his group here. The girl wiped the stains on his chest, noticing the resemblance to his king, and Junting remembered his grandfather's words about not wasting anything. Then the guy in bandages knelt down, calling her the Holy Virgin. The girl looked at him confusedly, asking why everyone was calling her that, since she treated them like friends. But then she grabbed his hand, asking him to go dance. Zeeming looked at everyone around him, thinking that the Holy Maiden only affected black beasts, so Link Dai was replaced with a heavenly fox, and he couldn't believe that he didn't tell him such an important thing. It seemed like they didn't trust him very much. Seeing the guy dancing with Junting, he thought that judging by the situation, there was most likely not a single living person left in the patrol. Even everyone here could be a fox in hiding. A sinister smile appeared on his face, thinking that it seemed like they were being controlled by Junting, but she hadn't realized it yet, and if they could convince her to work for them, they would immediately move on to the next stage of the plan. Folding his arms, he walked up to the girl, asking if she had a good time. She smiled and said that she was just looking for new friends and didn't know that she had thrown such a big party for her, and asked why the girl hadn't returned yet. Then the man raised a finger, noting that maybe she had some business. He grabbed Junting's hand, saying that he knew a place where it was even more fun, offering to go and play together. But the girl snatched her hand away, saying no. Junting rubbed her hand, saying that she hadn't had enough fun yet, and besides, she didn't know him. Everyone in the hall looked at Zeeming when she asked how he knew her name. The eyes of the other guests began to glow brightly. Meanwhile, Sishin silently looked ahead near Shelter 3. A lot of water appeared under her. Stygian fog emanated from Pin. He told the girl that he had gathered some to freeze them. Several monsters were trapped in the ice. The other beasts looked at this. They managed to break the ice. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that there were too many. Then the hero rushed forward, saying that he would stop them. The monsters' heads appeared from the fog. He thought that these beasts had accumulated a lot of fear energy for him, and now he could use the Stygian fog at his own discretion. Surrounded by a dark aura, he gritted his teeth, thinking that he would then release 100 points of fog without stopping. The dragon created by the fog flew over the monsters, and Pin thought that they should wait for reinforcements to arrive. The dragon flew over the horde of beasts. Pin said that there were alienated beasts in front of them. He saw a constant flow of energy and experience points from the Stygian fog. Several beasts were scattered by a dark wave. The guy said that by inflicting several hundred such blows, you can increase your level or improve your characteristics. Two beasts ran next to each other, and one of them told everyone to run separately and go around the dragon. The flow of these beasts split. Looking down on them from above, the boy said that it was quite clever and thought that the alienated beasts were too busy running to fight. Ice pierced one of the beasts. The crowd continued to advance. One of the monsters said that there was no dragon ahead and they were safe. Creating an ice trap, Sishin said that she would take care of those who escaped. Kin praised the girl from inside the dragon. He stood in front of the monsters running towards him, thinking that if only he had a system that kept track of how many monsters he killed, but Sishin told him not to get distracted. A swipe of the dragon's tail sent several monsters flying. Pin noted that this would never end. A fireball appeared in the sky. This ball hit the dragon's face. Smoke came out from the impact. The hero looked to the side, not understanding what was happening. The dead controlled the elements. Pin thought that they could only bite, and realized that stereotypes do not work well. A new window appeared about successful identification. Two monsters rushed forward. The information showed that they were from the race of the dead. These dead began to crawl on the dragon's body, and the hero was surprised that they were from the village of sacred ancestors. The teeth of the dead sank into the dragon's body. Pin decided that he should quickly pass this information to headquarters. With a wave, he managed to throw them off himself. He decided that the dead knew no fear, and if they continued in the same spirit, sooner or later the fog would end. Sishin knocked them down with water, telling him to keep them at a distance. Frowning, he agreed. The dragon grabbed the dead. Together with them, he flew into the sky. They began to burn in his hand, and he said that it would become a little hot, and they should be patient. The dragon, burning, threw the dead to the ground, creating a fireball from them, thinking that now his abilities were almost twice as good as those of an awakened of the same level. The water flow cut off the dead man's head. Looking forward, Sishin used the sword technique of the waltz of blades. The swings of her weapon left a trail of water. One of the dead men raised a club above his head. Upon landing, the dragon crushed it, saying that this was Sishin's invincible leg that cuts the sky into pieces. The girl asked him what he meant, but Pin replied that it was nothing. The dragon began to dissolve. The guy said that the first wave of beasts and corpses had ended. There were about 1,000 of them, and the second wave would be in half an hour. Pin stood next to the blonde, asking how these corpses were still using their powers, to which she replied that they were all awakened even before they were born. Then the hero frowned when he heard the question about whether this was a sneaky tactic of the Zhu family, and replied no, he had just determined that the walkers were from the village of sacred ancestors. Sidhu held the communication device in his hand, saying that the Zhu family may be cruel, but beasts are their religion, they don't care about manipulating the dead. He introduced the houses of the village, saying that according to their initial theory, this incident was probably related to the sacred ancestral village, and Pin's identification proved it. Sishin opened her mouth in surprise, repeating, village. A green mist appeared behind her, and she realized that someone was behind all of this. The girl remembered kneeling down. The woman looked at her sternly. Covering her face with her hand, Sishin told Pin to hold her breath. The gas was poisonous. The hero looked at the green mist, thinking that he had seen it somewhere before. It reminded him of the smell of rotten eggs. It was hydrogen sulfide. He remembered a burning building, and thought that he was in a rescue team when he got into a serious fire caused by hydrogen sulfide, and if this gas contained hydrogen sulfide, it should ignite. Turning to Sishin, he told her to watch the explosion. The girl asked again what he was doing. Frowning, he replied that there was no time to explain and asked her to trust him. A flame appeared on the tip of his finger. A powerful explosion immediately sounded. The fire was gathering near the hero, replenishing the flame reserves. Looking ahead, he said that the second wave of zombies was already approaching. The girl reminded him that he said that they had half an hour. Some silhouettes were visible in the smoke. He did not understand what it was and decided to analyze it. The man was sitting on the body of the monster, stroking his beard with his hand. He said that they managed to neutralize the poison of this old zombie, noting that young people have potential. Pin brought his hand to his face, thinking that he managed to analyze their captain, but with this man, like with Shu, he cannot do anything. Perhaps his ability is not enough to analyze high-level targets at a long distance. In that case, he would analyze all the visible beasts at once. Behind this man, there was a countless army of undead. Pin opened his eyes wide. The system message showed that the analysis range and success rate for targets above level 30 had been greatly increased. A new window reported that an awakened named Xiangaming had stepped out in front of him. Waving his hand, this man thought that as much as he didn't want to waste time on this, the old man had more pressing matters to attend to, and ordered one of the monsters to bring him the girl and boy, dead or alive. Pin turned to Sishin and said that the analysis showed that the awakened was level 39, and asked what the meaning of fallen meant. The girl replied that the awakened's abilities would change from time to time depending on their use until they evolved into the most suitable form. She introduced the undead and Xiangaming, saying that their mental strength was weak, and thus they could be absorbed by their own ability. The army of the dead ran towards them. Sishin also said that it was true, they become slaves to their own strength. That's why they are called fallen, and most of these fallen are incredibly strong. Seeing them approaching, the girl summed up that they were in trouble. One of the dead opened his mouth wide. Pin cut it with a mist sword. A huge monster pounced on Sishin. The girl blocked its attack, hearing only the word kill. Jumping back, Sishin called the center and said that a fallen awakened riding a giant zombie was spotted, and she herself will not stop him. He is leading a horde of creatures to the northern part of the city. Looking at the huge army in front of her, she said that the enemy is level 39 and the threat is approaching. The system window notified that the analysis was successful. Both looked at the huge monster in front of them. The analysis showed that its level was 29. The fog gathered around Pin's fist. He decided to try to take control of it. The chain tied the monster, but he managed to break it. The hero clenched his teeth, saying that the monster was not like the previous ones. A loud sound was heard throughout the area. Looking ahead, Pin realized that it was coming from Pearl City. Had the zombies already reached the gate? A herd of beasts ran up to the northern gate of the city. The man with a mustache clenched his fist. He put it forward, throwing the enemy away. A black man walked from him. He said that his name was Laxian, and he was also a master of the martial arts school of Beast Trapper and was ready to fight. Then he took a deep breath. Clenching his fist, he said that no one would invade today. Several people walked forward. One of them said that they would not let the monsters come a step closer. The people attacked the beasts and the dead. one of the enemies pounced on them. Laxian blocked his attack, saying that he noticed that his movements were different from other zombies. Blood flowed down the man's hand. The corpse saw this. He stretched out his hands towards him. While blocking his attacks, Laxian asked if this was a Monkey King-style beast hunter move. The corpse pulled his hand behind his back. The man asked who he was. The corpse's mind thought that Laxian was his stupid brother. The man continued to dodge, so he ended up under his hand. Then he pushed him forward, using the beast hunter fist-raising style. Together, they were in the air. Then, like a fiery comet, they flew down. Laxian was surrounded by fire, using hyper-regeneration. He saw a man lying on the ground. He bent down and picked up an object, noticing that it fell from an enemy and seemed familiar to him. Seeing the name on the plate, he realized that this token was familiar to him. The enemy stood up on the ground. Laxian noticed that he was using the beast hunter fist technique and was wearing this badge. The monster charged again, and the man realized that it was Benchy, who had disappeared 30 years ago. The zombie at this point thought that Laxian would give in to hatred, but the man told him that he had left the city at that time to investigate the case of the missing awakened, but instead he himself mysteriously disappeared. Gritting his teeth, the man told him that he never thought that he would become a zombie. Their blows left bright marks. Benchy thought that only Laxian could stop him. Laxian gritted his teeth, wondering if the comrade he knew was gone. He remembered their training together. Then Benchy pushed him to the ground, saying that the Monkey King style flows freely. It is not constrained by rigid forms. Then he extended his hand, saying that the master did not place hopes on him, but he is improving at an incredible speed. Benchy smiled widely, saying that they needed to train more. Once he taught him everything, they would wipe the smug expression off the old man's face. Now Laxian blocked the attack. Tears streamed down his face, asking why Benchy's fists were so slow and weak. The man threw him back, telling him not to shame the trapper's fists. Laxian grabbed his clothes. He then tore them off, saying that whoever did this to him, he would find everyone. The man's body was engulfed in flames. Gritting his teeth, he told them to step back, otherwise they would be caught in the crossfire. Laxian charged at Benchy. The punch created a wave of fire. The fist hit him straight in the chest. With tears in his eyes, he swung his hand back again. Then he released a stream of fire. Such energy swept away everything in its path. Standing in it, Benchy opened his mouth. Only his silhouette was visible, and he thought that Laxian had become stronger. Turning around and walking away from his comrade's body, he told him to rest in peace. Xiangaming opened his mouth and said that he never thought that his masterpiece would lead to such a state. Laxian turned around after hearing the words that he would be a perfect replacement and asked, "Who is there?" The man frowned. Fire appeared around him and he asked if it was the old man who turned his brother into a zombie. The man raised his hand, saying that it was so, and asked again, "Is there any objection?" A red trace was coming from his eye and he called them insects. Xiangaming was surrounded by an army of the undead and he asked what they could do to counter it. Hanhai Academy's plot to kidnap the saint failed. The cleanup team begins investigating the Zhu family. The incident with the Iron Spirit Forge has led to widespread unrest. Princess Yu, attracted by the commotion, is now scouring the city for Jiang Ping. The plan to unleash the mutated beasts on the mayor's mansion failed. Who would have known that the zombie horde would outsmart the beasts? The attempt to kidnap the saint from the mayor's mansion failed. A large number of heavenly foxes gathered in the mansion. The Zhu family's goals were revealed: to reveal the identities of the heavenly foxes, to use the saint to seize control of Pearl City. The investigation showed that the recent zombie outbreak was related to the saint ancestral village. The heavenly dome was successfully restored, thanks to which the city's fighters were united. The zombie horde has reached the north gate and is heading to the west and east. The south gate is protected by impassable mountains, so there is no threat of invasion from this side. Right now, the entire Beast Hunter martial arts school with other awakened ones has gathered at the north gate. People stood in the saint ancestral village and looked at the woman's back. Then the brunette sat down and said that everyone was gathered. In response he heard, "Wonderful." After which the blonde turned around, put out her hand, ordered everyone to listen carefully, and shouted that their task was to help the low-level zombie horde wreak havoc in the garden. They could replenish supplies and spread their teachings along the way. Everyone ran away except one. He raised his head and called the leader. Then he asked for permission to ask and continued fearfully. A mutated king-level beast would not interfere with their plans. The guy imagined the image of the enemy in front of him and asked, "Besides, what was the point of retreating after capturing the saint? They had declared war." The woman looked at him and replied, he meant the old fox. He had recently awakened and was just waiting for the Shibai to show himself. The green-eyed man looked up and asked, "Isn't their army in danger by advancing now?" The blonde smiled slyly and told him not to doubt. Even though the saint had not fully awakened, she was a force to be reckoned with. Even a king-level mutated beast would not be able to shake off her influence so easily. The heavenly foxes would not lift a finger until she disappeared to take over Pearl City other than the fox. The biggest threat to them was Shibai and his cleanup team, which was why she had arranged for one of her men to open the gate early to create chaos. They would first use the Saint as an excuse to start a war and let the zombies flood the city and deal with the large-scale invasion. The cleanup team would have no choice but to use the Sun Moon Pearl. Shibai would use it to clear the city of zombies, thus exposing himself and the team, and they would escape with the Saint giving way to the foxes. The cleanup squad will be in full view. They will wait until the foxes and the squad wear each other out. Isn't this the best time to attack Pearl City? The brunette raised his head and told the lady that according to the spies, the Zhu family is also hunting for the power of the Saint, and then asked what if they interfere. The woman looked into the distance and replied that she had already sensed her. The Saint was confused. She was lost in her thoughts. The Zhu family had no chance to manipulate her in this state. The reason why the Jiashi brothers came for the Saint was because the Saint's blood flowed in their veins. This allowed them to carry out direct telepathy and communication with her. Standing on the cliff, she continued to say that the heads of the Zhu family were keeping their distance, probably in order to cover their tracks. If anyone dared to encroach on the Saint, the brothers were no match for them. To these words, the guy replied that she was wisdom itself. The blonde moved forward and told the young man that it was time for them to leave. Someone put out a sword. The guy and the girl were fighting the monsters. Fighting off the rivals, the brunette shouted that there was no end to them. At this rate, it would never end. The guy turned around and saw that one of the enemies swung at the lady. Then he shouted to Sishin to be careful. The monster struck. The girl fell to the ground. The brunette rushed to her aid. The opponent stopped him when he shouted that the fog was almost over. The beast swung at the lady again. The protagonist dashed forward shouting, "Beware of Sishin." The opponent's axe hit the shield. The guy in uniform smiled and said that grandfather's shield was not for beauty. A huge man stood in front of the girl. When she asked, he was Jiang Shuzhong. Swords flew through the air. When one sword flew into the enemy's face, the guy asked, "Shadow swords, reinforcements." Swords flew at the opponents one after another. The brunette kicked. It was Chen Zuju. She apologized for being late. The monster stood with an axe, its mouth open. Then it ran, swinging, towards Shuzhong. Then Chen Ming raised 2 fingers up and asked how long she had been practicing swordsmanship, to which Sishin shouted at him to shut up. After which he said, "Do not let down your guard." The monster's muscles were tense, to which someone said that physical attacks seemed to have no effect. The protagonist raised his fist and said that he knew how to defeat them. Then he asked the gentleman to cover him. He answered well. The green-haired man suddenly jumped up and ran towards the enemy, after which he stopped the opponent's axe with his weapon. The protagonist ran on the monster's back and thought that the fallen one controlled them with a toxin, and toxins ignite. Then he swung a burning torch at the enemy's back and shouted for him to bite off his snake scales, and after that he thought that he would set fire to the toxin inside the creature. Suddenly the guy punched a hole in the enemy's back and thought that he could completely dispel his control. The brunette grinned and thought that the scales inside were now the most interesting thing. The fiery blow hit the monster's back. There was an explosion. The smoking opponent fell to the ground. The brunette raised her hand and shouted that it was finally over. "These guys are cool," to which the evil protagonist replied that the coolest ones had already reached Pearl City. The protagonist extended his hand and told the gentleman that there were wounded left in safe house number 3. He would use an item to hide their presence, but he did not know for how long. The man in glasses thought for a moment and replied that Captain Sidhu had informed them of the situation. They would take care of the wounded. They had seen what he was capable of. As he left, Ming waved his hand and told them to go, because the city needed them. Let them leave the rest to them. In response, the guy said that he relied on him. The young man quickly ran away while the blonde stood and looked at the green-haired man, after which he turned around and said that she should also return to the city. They had enough people. The girl opened her mouth and said that she understood. Then she ran after her partner, shouting for him to wait for her. There was a battle going on near the northern gate of Pearl City. The burning man shouted, "Ha, what a pathetic rabble." Baidu was throwing his opponents to the sides, shouting that the leader was healing and asking them to cover him. A shout was heard behind him, "Retreat." Feng was blowing up everything in his path with a burning ball. The man got angry and asked if that was all he could do, and then asked him to show him all his tricks. The old man scratched his beard and said that originally the effectiveness of this toxin was the best for creating zombies. But why did he keep encountering awakened fire types lately? The burning man angrily shouted how they underestimated him, and then swung at the man and said that he would pay for his brother. The gray-haired man flew back from the blow. Suddenly, the guy gritted his teeth and said that it was not over yet. There was an explosion. Small pieces flew through the air. While the old man was lying on the ground with a hole in his back, the burning one clenched his fist and said that the leader was defeated, the zombies must, and fell silent. Huge zombies arose in front of him. Feng looked away and asked why they were still moving. Suddenly, the old man arose, and the guy was surprised when he asked him. He believed that he had already killed him. Zombie toxin corpse usurper sacrifices the life of a controlled zombie to revive himself. The burning one, seeing this, asked he was revived. His heart began to give signals. The guy grabbed his chest and asked in surprise what he did, when the green-eyed man grinned maliciously and replied that he had already noticed. The hero's chest was burning when the old man continued to say that he injected some toxin into his body, and once it spread, he would turn into an old zombie. Feng got angry and shouted, "How dare he?" Then his body began to burn. The man smiled and asked if he was trying to cook the toxin by setting himself on fire, and then advised him not to waste his strength. Then he continued that this toxin was just one of the main ones. The toxin he used to control the zombies was a different kind. Bida watched what was happening and called out to the master, to which he replied that he was surrounded by his strong zombies, blessed with more than one toxin. They would not die until the toxin was destroyed, and then ordered him not to think about it. Not far from apartment number 3, people were watching the monster that said, "Kill." They did not understand what it meant. Then the words were heard. How long would his endurance last? The burning one ran and asked, the elder brother too, and the green-haired one asked to stop him. The guy opened his mouth wide and said that he would pay for everything, no matter what it cost him. The old man smiled maliciously and replied that it seemed that he did not understand the whole situation. Since he missed his brother so much, why didn't he reunite with him? A battle was taking place. The burning man gritted his teeth and, holding the ball in his hand, made a dash and thought that he should end this. The opponents were struggling. Feng screamed loudly as blood oozed out from his mouth. His opponent was thrown to the side after the blow. The man then stopped and exhaled. His hand began to turn blue and he thought that the toxin was spreading quickly. The zombie and his assistant flew towards the burning man as he continued to think that this was not enough. He thought that he did not have enough energy for the final form of the unshakable emperor body. At this rate, he would also become a zombie. Watching the battle, he continued to think that if he lost to them here, the northern gate would fall. Confused, he asked if this was the end for Pearl City and then screamed. The protagonist and Sishin were fighting the enemies. The girl shouted for the protagonist to save him first. He replied, "Understood." Looking forward, Feng was surprised and asked who was here. The girl told him to hold on. Burning stopped, looked forward and said, "Open." Then he clenched his teeth hard and clenched his fist. He used the hunter's fist indestructible body. Then he walked up to the guy and told him to leave. It was dangerous here, to which the protagonist replied that he should not worry, he came prepared. After which the brunette looked up and asked the gentleman for permission to heal him. He began to say that his wounds. Suddenly there was a blood purification. The man fell to his knees and screamed, "The boy." Burning opened his eyes wide when the protagonist replied that he was healing like this. He said that this was an unusual way. Looking at his hand, the man said that not only the external wounds were healed, but also his stamina was restored. The boy had unusual skills, to which the guy replied that, unfortunately, he could not completely neutralize the toxin. The best he could do now was stop its spread. The man clenched his fist and asked if he could suppress it, adding that it would be enough. The protagonist analyzed when the burning man asked him to buy him some time. The analysis was successful. Then the man shouted that he would finish this scum once and for all. The man clenched his fists, and the masked man thought, how dare he throw words around? He understands that he is dealing with the fallen and it is better to test the strength of the leader just in case. A crowd of zombies stood and one of them offered the man to bow before him and become his zombie, to which Feng Laxian replied that he would never do that. After which he shouted, protection from overheating, and tongues of flame burst out of his body. He began to wave his arms, and the temperature rose to 3,000 degrees and his endurance, strength, and agility increased. There was an explosion and the zombies flew in different directions. He approached the old man closely, swung and called him an old fart. Then he struck. He heard the masked guy's voice saying that he had analyzed him and his life force was dependent on the zombies nearby, and if they wanted to kill him they would have to kill all the zombies first. The old man grabbed Laxian's hand and said that he would not kill him. The other zombies began to approach them. The man shouted overheat protection again and his body temperature rose to 4,000 degrees and his endurance, strength, and agility increased again. He then burned some of the zombies. He looked up at the sky and said that this was not enough and asked the boy if there was a way to increase his body temperature. The boy rubbed his head and said that his flames were not that high and he thought that he could not help with anything else, but then it dawned on him and he said that this should help. A black hand appeared from behind Laxian's back, which surprised the man greatly. This hand poured the scales into the man's hand, and he asked why he hadn't given them to him earlier. The man threw them into his mouth, and the boy thought that this was what he called a real fire eater. The man looked at the zombie, and then a pillar of blue power rose. The zombies looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening, because they had never seen the master reach such a form. The man looked closely and said that the battle would soon be over. He stood up straight. His body temperature reached 6,000 degrees. The guy in the mask thought that the fire eater would not even absorb a piece of this flame. The man looked at the zombie and turned to the boy, saying that the final form creates a lot of stress on the body and asked him to continue healing. Then he turned around and told him to move away so as not to get under the hot hand. People ran out of the gates towards the city. The old man began to disintegrate and was surprised how this was possible and said that he burned all his toxin. The remaining zombies looked at him, and she ordered them to destroy the master, and then they rushed to attack. The man began to blow. This is the secret technique of the beast hunter, the unification of the primordial chaos. He began to blow on the zombies. From this, they screamed, and they were torn apart. The remains of the zombies lay on the ground, and Laxian said that 20,000 zombies turned into ashes. Sishin looked at this with her mouth open and thought that this was a terrifying power, and of all the people she knew, he would be in the top 3. The guy ran to the master and said that he had bad news. Because the masters of the 2 schools betrayed them, the western and eastern gates were open. The man turned around abruptly, horrified, and asked again. Zombies began to crawl out of the ground, and the old man laughed and said that since Pearlsit had fallen, there was no point in wasting time on them anymore. He rode away on the monster and said that this time the victory was his, but he would leave a place for it, and he hoped that the next time they met, he would still be as powerful and imposing as today. Laxian bared his teeth and said that next time he would not leave alive. He turned to the warriors who stood behind him and said that he could handle everything himself and told them to return to the city and help the others. Then he turned and told the masked boy to return too. The people fled from the monsters. An order was given to form a defense line. The man stood on the roof and watched this, saying that they could shout as much as they wanted. He smiled evilly and said that this was the very sight that Perslady should see without the Jew family. 2 people approached him from behind and he asked them how the plan was going. One of them raised his head and said that about 1,000 beasts had entered the city and now it was out of control. The man smirked and said that it was amazing and let them attack the mayor's mansion as soon as possible. One of the guys spread his hands and said that the blood of the goddess in her body would affect the mutated ones as soon as they got close, and the second noted that even the heavenly foxes had become her servants, and how would they get rid of her? The man frowned and asked if there was anything that could be done about it, because she had not fully awakened and now her mind was like a newborn. The girl formed a ball between her hands. She unconsciously controlled all the mutated beasts around her. Junting was sitting on the monster's hands. A large number of creatures would overload her and her abilities would go out of control. Then the mayor's mansion would stroke the house and they would have a chance to take Chen Junting. The girl dodged Snowball and asked him to stop because she was ticklish. The girl wiped the tears that had appeared from her eyes. She opened her eyes and was surprised. She looked at the monsters and wondered where they all went. The monsters turned white and the girl asked where so many snowballs came from. She raised her head, looked at the monster and said that he looked strange. He stood up and said that all the guys were very nice. A man was watching from around the corner. Then he hid around the corner and whispered that as he thought, so many creatures nearby were undermining her strength. The blonde headed for the stairs. She went to the window, looked out it and asked why there were so many snowballs. She raised her hands up and said that there were too many. She closed her eyes and said no more snowballs. She sat down on the floor and screamed, "Enough." Then she screamed so loudly that it could be heard in the street. The girl ran down the street and looked for her mother. A huge monster was running after her. 2 hands were reaching out to her. The protagonist grabbed the monster by the mouth and Sishin took the girl in her arms. Ting tore the monster's mouth apart. The fire began to consume its body, and the guy said indignantly that he could not stand still for a couple of seconds. The body of the monster was burning, and the girl ran to her mother. The mother hugged her daughter and thanked her for saving her. They were advised to leave there quickly. The protagonist straightened up and said that there was a densely populated area further on and they could not allow them to advance further. Sishin ordered the cleanup squad to immediately cordon off the perimeter and the rest to take the civilians to a safe place. Many monsters approached the heroes, and the girl noted that it was difficult to hold back so many creatures without damaging the building. The guy prepared for battle and said that they would hold back as many of them as they could, they just needed to buy time for the others. The monsters were advancing. The wolves howled. The heroes looked at this in surprise and a question came from the radio, whether the monsters had stopped moving from the side. Juntingle rose up, no one understood what was happening. The man said in surprise that this could not be. The girl opened her eyes. She continued to hang in the air. Her power spread in space. The guys began to shout that they had gained control over all the creatures in the city. The man gritted his teeth and said that this was a curse and had the blood of the goddess in her body completely awakened, and he thought to himself that the percentage of this was negligible. The blonde flew out the window and was happy with the large number of snowballs. The man ran after her, ordering them to catch up with her. He ran after her. He looked back and said that only a mutated beast of the royal level is capable of such a thing. A huge eye opened, and the man thought that the king had awakened. The man looked up and wondered if Juntingle could have been the reason for the early awakening of the king. Two people ran up to him from behind and asked why he was standing there. The man clenched his fists and ordered them to contact the others in Pearlsit and catch the girl, and they had other things to attend to. The man looked after the fleeing guys and thought that the awakening of the king meant that the Sky Foxes had a king-level fighter, and revealing himself was tantamount to murder. A monster appeared in the man's shadow and he thought it would be better to stay aside and watch. The city was partially destroyed. The man ordered them to form groups of 3 and destroy the remaining zombies. He then approached the master and asked how his body was, to which he replied that it was patched up and he would return to duty as soon as he rested a little. Baida punched the stone and said that corrupt mongrels were worse than beasts. The brunette put his hand on his shoulder and said that at the moment their first priority was to clear out the zombies at the southern gate and then return to the city and help the others. They looked at the destroyed city and the man said that given the current state of affairs, they can only save as many people as possible. The men turned their attention to the guy who pointed out the awakened group approaching from Sarita. The second one suggested that it might be a cover. A group of people approached them with orders not to let anyone into the city. The guy asked if this was the Blazing Sun Martial Arts School. The second one replied that he was sure they were here to clear up the unrest. The crowd of people said in unison, "Yes, sir." The brunette angrily asked how they had the nerve to show up here. He then ordered everyone to prepare for battle, and Baida added that the Blazing Sun Martial Arts School left the western gate without a second thought, and because of it, the creatures entered the city. They then asked the new arrivals why they betrayed Pearl City. The bald man asked the brunette if he wanted to live a different life. The brunette asked again angrily. The bald man stuck out his finger and told him to look around. The city was engulfed in flames, this city sparkling with 1,000 lights, and every year hundreds of people die in it from the attacks of mutated creatures, as if they were stuck on this tiny piece of land, and no one thought about what would happen if they pushed humanity to the birth of a king. People ran away from the monsters. The bald man held the globe in his hands and said that if a king was born in the village of holy ancestors, Pearl City would not only be safe, but even the most remote corners of the world would be safe from the raids of creatures. The brunette stretched out his hand, clenched into a fist, and said that he realized that the student who propagated the theory of the superiority of the human king in his school was exactly him. Smokey spread his arms to the sides and said that it was a pity that they expelled him, and he could have been one of them. The brunette put out his fists and asked, with one of them, and sacrificed the whole city. The bald man said that they were not going to touch the city, they only needed to take the one who was the key to the birth of the king in the village of holy ancestors, and if they did not get in their way, they would not touch them with a finger, and the brunette asked what would happen if they refused. The bald man rushed at them shouting that then they would solve the problem with their fists. In the northern park of the city on the green square, Juntingle was hovering in the air, and the monsters were watching her, and Ping and Sishin were watching this from the bushes. The protagonist raised his head and thought that the beast stopped because of her. The blonde looked at the monsters and said that they were cute. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise that she had become a fallen one. His interlocutor was very surprised. Then she pulled the guy by the sleeve, and they hid in the bushes because someone was approaching them. Two guys were walking and discussing that they might return, but they remembered that they had a task to return the girl at any cost. One of the guys said resignedly that the city was filled with monsters, and all of the mutated beasts were now under the girl's control. He raised his hand and said that he couldn't handle it together, and his partner replied that he should calm down because they had gone too far and they wouldn't give up even if it cost them their lives. They turned around when they heard someone addressing them. Guys were heading towards them and one said that they had more stamina than the rest of the Zhu family. Two guys, a snake and a tiger, stood in front of them, and the man said that he would make zombies out of them to serve them. The protagonist took out a dagger and said that during the analysis he had found that these two were from the village of holy ancestors and their powers were connected to the powers of Juntingle. The girl replied that this could be a clue and they needed to catch them alive and then maybe they would be able to get information. While the hero and his girlfriend watched from the bushes, the members of the tyrant family stood in front of the villagers and asked whether they should make zombies, and asked whether their zombies were walking around the city, and asked what faction they belonged to and why interfere with their plans, and then said that it was a waste of time and suggested putting an end to them. They rushed off, calling for an attack, when suddenly the blue-eyed man was struck by poison. His eyes began to slowly close while the guy with the tiger looked at him arrogantly and called him pathetic and only able to scratch his tongue, and more was expected. The cultists felt severe pain, their bodies were paralyzed. The man with bandaged hands snapped his fingers, forcing the beasts to attack and suggested not to waste their strength, because the more he resists, the faster he will go to the next world. The man in the robe grabbed his head standing in the smoke and said that the gas is poisonous. One tried to protect himself from the snake with magic, and the other was grabbed by the tiger. The trainer moved his hand aside while the snake was squeezing him and said that he was not bad and said that it was a pity that he would not last long. To which he used the skill in his hand again, told him to dream, and offered them to voluntarily surrender and become zombies while his comrade was being eaten. He began to emit powerful energy. hitting the animals, and said that even if he died, he would still take them with him, while the tiger jumped in front of his master and his comrade stretched out his hand asking him to be careful. A powerful explosion occurred. The animals lay without strength, and the one standing behind looked at him with alarm and said that it was close, and it was good that the animals took the blow on themselves. But at that moment the holy maiden appeared behind them and asked the struck animals what happened to them, calling them snowballs. She flew closer releasing healing, and one of the men asked her how she got here, but she did not listen and told them not to be afraid and was going to heal them. The men fell to their knees in front of her and greeted her, saying that they came here to escort her. But the fallen one did not listen to them, putting her hands in front of her and smiling said that there was something dirty in their bodies and asked to allow them to clean them. The trainers were immediately horrified, clutching their chests, and realized that their abilities were not working and wondered if they had been told that she had not awakened yet, and wondered how she could. They began to feel severe pain when she began to extract drops of blood from them, and they said that she needed to stop because displacing the holy blood from the mutated animals would cause a negative reaction in them. The big cat began to slowly rise and feel better. The beasts were finally freed, and she, having collected the drops with the help of the skill, said that they were now much cleaner. He immediately began to stroke the tiger while the snake was contentedly warming itself, and asked him if he liked it here and offered to go and join the other snowballs. She left with the beasts, and the guys from the village began to slowly come to their senses, getting up from the ground and talking about whether she could completely master the blood of the goddess, because she was able to suppress the bloodline, and the second said to this that if this is so, then they will not be able to return her to the village, because her mind is too deep. The blue-haired leaned on his comrade and said that there is no choice, and they need to contact the leader, coming up with a new plan. Sishin gritted her teeth and mentioned the leader of the village and asked not to tell her that she is also in Pearl City, to which the hero looked at her and asked who it is, because she has too violent a reaction. She immediately imagined Aexu and said that she was once the second mayor of the city and the most wanted criminal of the cleanup squad. After that, the blue-eyed girl became even more aggressive and said that she killed her master and left a scar on her face and is dangerous, because she has enough strength to resist their captain, and they need to find out if this monster really got to their city. Looking at the growing fog, she said that they are not able to control the Holy Maiden, but they can at least cope with those two. The couple was filled with their energy, releasing it outside, and the hero said that the fallen and mutated creatures are already far away and this is their chance, to which his companion suggested capturing them alive. Suddenly, an ice block appeared behind the two trainers, which alarmed them. They immediately uncoupled while icicles were flying past them, screaming that there was also an ambush. The blue-haired man was wounded by Sishin, who ordered him not to move. The yellow-haired man immediately turned to his brother, but the protagonist was already behind him. He immediately tied him up with Stygian fog. His face looked like a murderer, and the black-haired man sternly told him not to dare try to release poisonous gas again, and said that his brother would pay for this mistake. After that, the white-haired woman pointed her blade at the second man and, in a graceful stance, asked him for what purpose they had come to Pearl City and ordered him to answer the question, asking if Aexu was here. To which he, sitting with a smile, said that he would not answer. Then the white-haired woman instantly cut him down without thinking. Then Ping stood over the astonished man and with a wild smile told him to keep quiet as long as he wanted, because she would not stop cutting him, and he would treat him, and he would not die so easily, to which the blue-haired man called him a monster, and then screams were heard. In the headquarters, screams were heard about the information received, and they asked to report. The leader stood next to Manny, and in the receiver, words were heard that the hero and the white-haired woman captured 2 members of the village of holy ancestors, and according to them, the village aims to remove the holy maiden who awakened the blood of the goddess. Suddenly, they were surprised after they were told that Aexu was in the city. The old man frowned, saying that it was customary and that they should not be taken off their guard, and the worst happened, so it was time to take matters into their own hands, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then he turned around, slammed the table, and told her to prepare the teleportation system, to which she asked if he really wanted to activate the Sun Moon Pearl. She anxiously placed her hand on her chest and said that the artifact was hidden in the city square, and he would only give himself away once he activated it, and the Sky Fox King had not yet appeared, and he would be putting himself in too much danger. Then the long-haired man looked down, clenched his fist, and imagined his old enemy, and said that the original plan was to lure the Sky Fox King out so that their squad would capture him, and thus he would be able to activate the pearl without interference, but since that woman was involved, they could not be sure of anything. He appeared as a shining grandfather, and turning around against the backdrop of the city, said that he must take a risk and activate the pearl before they had time to react, and this was the only way to save the city, and there was no time to waste. At this time, a portal opened in the memorial square. A group led by Sidhu came out from there. He proudly raised his head and said that there was confusion in Pearl City and the hearts of people had turned into a huge irresistible force. The man turned around with a menacing look and said that he could stop the Zhu family and restrain the mutated beasts, and then wondered who was resisting the irresistible force of people's hearts. Suddenly, an enemy came out to meet them, asking who he was, and asked if he was going to show the pearl in all its glory. Manny withdrew 2 fingers in displeasure and asked how she ended up here, because she was not felt, to which the leader said that, as they say, no plan can survive a clash with an enemy, to which she said that they must not let their guard down, because they had guests. Then Aexu pulled her hand back with a cheeky smile and told him to give up, because the moment he stepped into the square, driven by the desperation to end the zombie invasion, they had already lost, and victory was hers, before calling him by his name, which in Chinese is consonant with the word for loss. Then the white-haired man frowned and exhaled, asking her about where such a maniacal obsession with victories and defeats came from, and asked if she had ever thought about the fact that their so-called path of the king of mankind contradicted the natural order of things and that she was forcibly rewriting the rules of the world, and then said that she would eventually see that her intervention would only attract king-level mutated creatures from all over the world, and then wondered what would happen if they did not reach the king level, and asked what would happen to humanity in that case. But then the woman frowned menacingly and said that she would not lose. Then Sidhu said with a menacing look that she had already done this the moment she first raised her blade against an innocent, and the moment she united with Syingman, and the moment she decided that the end justified the means, and that was when she truly lost, and was following the path of lies, not the monarch. Then the long-haired one imagined herself against the backdrop of dawn on a mountain of bones and said that the wisdom of the ancients says that a great commander achieves greatness by walking over countless heads, and she is walking the path of the king, and asked if they think that it is possible to do without bloodshed, and said that it does not matter what the path will be, because history remembers only the victors. Then the old man, leaning forward a little, shouted that she is too ambitious and because of her many people will die, and she will even go as far as the extermination of humanity to the point of no return, to which she laughed. She pulled her hand away when a lot of zombies appeared behind her and said that she knew that she couldn't dissuade him, and that's why she didn't come alone, and then she thought that once he activated the pearl, he would attract the king of the heavenly foxes, and she couldn't allow that, at least until she got the same, and then she would deal with him together with the king, and then she said that no one would activate the pearl of the sun and moon today. Shanghai came out in front of his former leader, which greatly surprised him, and he asked how he could betray his homeland. Then the green-eyed man said with a sad look that the heavenly foxes were too powerful, and his sister was right, and humanity needed a king, and they should unite, not go apart. Sidhu looked at him with a sad look and said that she was not a leader and she would not succeed. Then the interlocutor lowered his gaze, took the pole in his hands and said that the sister was right and some things needed to be done, and it did not matter whether they would lead to a good or bad end, and they were conservative, and he understood that he could not convince them. The two camps rushed into battle to fight, and he, taking his fist away, said that he must ask him to give him his life, to which he said that let this battle decide. At this time, explosions were visible in the residential area to the south of the green square. The holy maiden, along with her snowballs, looked at this and with little concern asked why they were afraid. Then Sishan looked at her companion with concern when the earth shook and asked if these were really energy fluctuations. They saw how the fallen one, along with the herd, headed towards the city, offering to check, and then the hero looked at her, saying that they had attracted her attention, to which the white-haired one said that the captain had made this decision. They immediately ran forward and she continued saying that they should find him now, and when the protagonist asked her about what to do with the brothers, she said that she had already ordered to take them. At this time, a real battle between monsters and people began in the square. Sidhu released energy trying to hit Aexu, who actively dodged and asked if this was all he could do. He swirled the energy in his hands and said that holding it back was more than enough. Suddenly, the unpleasant woman was imprisoned in a barrier and she immediately wondered what was happening. Then the old man began to spin 2 spheres and she, watching this, thought that he wanted to delay her in order to gain time for activation. And then the head of the village turned to the traitor, ordering him to destroy the artifact, to which he immediately agreed. But the next moment, his closest allies appeared in front of the gray-haired man, who said that while he was alive, he would not pass further. He raised the pole above his head and said with a desperate face that then, they would die trying to stop him. The guy struck a blow that split the ground in front of him and pushed the enemy away. While the hero ran with his companion, he shouted that it was too early to celebrate. Ice blocks appeared in front of the leader and the protagonist ran to the monk, charging the fog. Then the white-haired one came up to hold Manny and asked if she was safe, to which the white-haired one said that it was, but they needed help to keep them from getting to the captain. Suddenly, the water-awakened one noticed the cage in the sky in which Aexu was sitting and called her anxiously. Suddenly, she noticed the holy maiden in the distance and mentioned it. Junting flew past the barrier and then the head of the village looked at her thinking that the brothers had failed. The fallen one slowly flew towards the artifact emitting an aura and then the unpleasant woman thought that her energy was too unstable and wondered if the blood of the goddess could have awakened completely, entering the stage of metamorphosis. The girl flew up to the pearl of the sun and meaningfully remained silent. She stretched out her hand in front of her and asked if this was why the snowballs were afraid and wondered why she had a familiar feeling. The little girl touched the sphere. It began to shine much brighter and emit lightning. The light made the beasts attack people and break the barrier. Aixu was very worried, covered in energy, and asked where such energy fluctuations came from. Then Sidhu stretched out his hand in horror and shouted that this cannot be done, and it absorbs the power of the pearl. Junting absorbed the energy and glowed and emitted an aura, causing everyone around to feel pain. And then Ping grabbed his head and put his hand on his old friend's shoulder and asked her if she was okay. There was some calm in her eyes and she said that she felt her mother calling her. She looked at the village chief and said that it was outside the city, and she thought that this was excellent, and the power of the pearl caused the saint to metamorphose earlier than planned. She flew into the distance, calling her snowballs with her, and said that they needed to go. While the woman with ash hair put her hand on her hip in satisfaction and thought that the saint must have felt the call of the village of holy ancestors as soon as the metamorphosis was completed, and she would not have to interfere because she herself would come to the village. Green-Eyed introduced his leader, who said that in order to keep the plan a secret, she hid the saint in the city for more than 10 years, and now the time has come, and they need to inform their people to bring her back, and her power will help her become the king, and immediately agreed with these words. Aixu stood in a relaxed stance and thought about how these foxes are no longer under Junting's rule, and they couldn't help but notice the commotion in the memorial square. After that, she looked to the side menacingly from under her brows and thought about how this mess is more than enough to keep the old man busy, and since everything is going according to plan, she should get out of here before the Fox King shows up. She began to walk away from the hero's team and turned to her old acquaintance with a smile, saying that he went through a lot to activate the pearl, but in the end he helped her, and initially turning the saint into a goddess involved a complicated ceremony in the village. Suddenly Sishin took out her blade and looked at the enemy and ordered her to stop, and said that she would not allow it, and said that she would not harm anyone anymore. She rushed to attack, calling her element, and said that she would avenge herself and the master. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed one calmly looked at her while the shells were flying and asked if she was joking. She put out her hand and stopped the ice and said not to overestimate herself. A powerful shockwave threw the white-haired one far back. The protagonist used the afterlife fog, gradually releasing it from his back, and ran to catch his friend. He created wings behind his back and caught her. The Stygian shroud was able to stop the fall. Then Aixu flew up, saying goodbye to the squad leader, and then the sleep lover asked if it was worth setting off in pursuit. Manny ran to the wounded after Sidhu said that they first needed to deal with the mess in the city, and asked if they were okay. Then the black-haired man looked away with a smile and said that everything was fine and that it was just a couple of scratches, and the water-awakened one anxiously closed her eyes and mentioned her incredible weakness. Suddenly, the master of space looked away with anxiety and asked where the scream was coming from, if the mutated beasts and zombies had left with the saint. Suddenly, she became horrified, and the old man became menacing, saying that it was the king of the heavenly foxes and that the portal needed to be activated immediately. Manny looked with interest at the squad running towards them and wondered if it was really the city guards, and then realized that they were shapeshifters. The bandaged man held his hand out in front of him while his squad was running past and ordered them to drop their weapons or he would kill them. The blonde spread her arms, releasing a spatial aura, and Sishin moved her hand away, creating ice, and said that it was good that they found out about the substitution back at headquarters. And then the hero took out his weapon and said that they were being attacked by heavenly foxes and that they needed to be on guard and watch for their hidden attacks. Then the old man began to sparkle with his eyes and said that they shouldn't do that. He rose into the air, activating the resonance of brain waves, and said that he would detain them. The silver-haired man put his hands in front of him and ordered the cleansing squad to evacuate the city, and Jai immediately tried to object to him. But he looked at her menacingly and said that this was an order. The black-haired man brought his hand closer and wondered why the fallen one had not taken the foxes with her, to which the white-haired one calmly said that the king had most likely activated some kind of protective barrier and asked him to leave quickly. At that moment, the blue-eyed man looked down with concern and said that it was time to begin. He, being in the air, while his comrades were urgently retreating, thought that they were not equal to the king and that by staying here, they risked becoming new victims. The portal began to slowly close. Then the magic grandfather moved his hand to the side, suppressing the small shapeshifters, and asked why they still did not show themselves. He frowned and with a slight smile asked to let him be impressed by the power of the king of the Fox Den. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him with lightning speed and said that he had never seen a person more powerful than him before. The huge monster with the moon on its chest said that he was not yet strong enough to resist it, to which he tried to use analysis, to which Windows with the cognitive distortion skill and the principle of inversion fell out, and then wondered what it was. Then the monster extended its paw to him to attack, and then Sidhu took his hand away, saying that there was one way to check whether he was strong enough or not. He loaded 3 balls above his head and thought about giving him the strongest blow he could. The old man fired the projectiles using a vacuum collapse and pierced the enemy, and then thought about heating his insides until they boiled, and then creating a vacuum so that he exploded, to which he said that this was a beautiful lunge, but useless. Then the squad leader looked up with concern and asked if this was due to cognitive distortion, and then thought that it was different, and he closed his senses before this fight began. He began to quickly dodge the attacks, releasing clones and thinking that this was not a clone, because clones disappear when attacked, like him, and then wondered why there was not a scratch on him, because this attack is capable of making a hole in the mountain. The king put his paw in front of him and smiling said that he would not fool him with his illusion tricks. Suddenly the old man was squeezed by space, causing wild pain, and thought about what he understood, because the skill of the inversion principle, which does not affect his feelings, but reality itself and temperature, gravity, physics are also not applicable to his body. Then the monarch squeezed his paw, crushing the man, and ordered him to die. But suddenly something greatly confused him. Blue-Eyed looked at him with a smile and, bleeding, said that unfortunately, the enemy's skill only manipulates principles that affect him. He emitted a powerful stream of energy and said that it would not work on him. Suddenly, a barrier appeared around them and the fox assumed that it was a spatial block, but then realized that it was temporary, to which the old man said that he would seal him for centuries. But the monster only put him on his hand and asked with a smile if he thought that by locking him here, he could stop him. The next moment, he immediately tore off the man's head with 2 fingers and said that he would die and the living space would die. But suddenly the old man was unharmed while the barrier with the fox was on his hand, and at that moment the space-time initialization brought him back to life. Then the monarch threw his head out with a smile and said that he was an interesting person and asked how he could endlessly reset time in his space, and said that he would probably get stuck here, after leaving only the head of his opponent's body. He said that, however, since he had the ability to change such principles as time, he would not be subject to the time loop. Redmane looked at the corpse in his hand with displeasure and said that he would not remember anything, and asked if it was worth keeping his memories of being killed over and over again. After the fox threw the scraps and spat in them, saying that constant killing would either bore him or anger him to death, and it would be better to let him wear himself out until his body could cope with another overload. The creature from another dimension majestically stood up to his full height while his opponent was restoring the body and said that humans were a terrifying sight and wondered if perhaps the rumors spread by other races were not rumors. At that moment, the king imagined the changelings eating people and frowned and said that they were saying that if they continued to eat people, even such mutated beasts, as they would be able to gain human potential. He pulled his hand back and ordered all his troops to immediately stop the chaos in the city and, if possible, reduce human casualties to a minimum, because in the end they also needed them for reproduction and pleasure, to which they immediately agreed. At that time, in the southern part of the city, a real mess was taking place in which 2 considerable forces met. The bald man tried to strike, shouting that he would stop them, but his hand was stopped by a bandaged man, who at the same moment was able to stop the blow from the other side. The mustachioed fighter, without stopping releasing energy, demanded to let him go and asked what he was doing. And then the red-haired man began to scratch his cheek at the moment of swearing and thought about why they were fighting among themselves and considered them extremely stupid, while Feng shouted that the other man was a traitor. Suddenly, they were surrounded by employees and ordered to step back and stop immediately. Then the bearded man looked around with a displeased look, thinking that the city guards had come and there was no way back, so it was necessary to finish the job to the end. He raised his fist to attack the boss and filled the blow with aura, ordering him to die too. As suddenly the next moment, in addition to just touching his hand, something grabbed his head, but of course he did not notice anything. The next moment, the head was in the changeling's hand in a torn-off state, and the mustachioed man wondered where he got so much power from. After the bandaged one took his hand away, saying that it was worth the city guard to transfer to the mayor's security for a couple of days, and asked what kind of mess was here. Afterwards, he looked away with great aggression and ordered to drop the weapon, and this is an order, and then mentioned that if you do not obey, you can face the consequences. Red approached Feng, who bowed to him after asking to go with him, because he needs a detailed report of today, to which he agreed. At this time, in the safe house number 8 there were many wounded who were sitting by the walls and suffering, and at this moment the hero supported his childhood friend, persuading her to pull herself together. Manny anxiously picked up the particles from her hands and asked what was happening to her and said that her strength was exhausted. Suddenly, the others also began to notice something was wrong, like a loss of endurance, poor health, and an unusual heaviness in the body. Sishin anxiously looked at them and clenched her teeth, asked not to tell her about this, and then she was asked again. She immediately grabbed the communication crystal in a panic and tried to contact the captain. The protagonist leaned towards her again and tried to ask her what was going on. Then the awakened portal looked at her hands with concern and said that the captain had previously blessed each of them. She imagined the light from the old man and said that blessing was a rare national level skill, and it allowed one to bestow certain properties on others that were always in effect as long as the blesser and these abilities were alive. Then the girl imagined the green-haired man, saying that he had a decrease in stamina consumption. Then a red-eyed beauty appeared in her head, whose fatigue was reduced, and the fat man's weight was halved, and the awakened water's mental energy consumption was halved. And then Manny pursed her lip with concern and said that since their blessings had disappeared, it meant that their captain had already died. And then the hero remembered the blue-eyed man with horror, thinking that someone like him could die so easily. But suddenly his bracelet began to glow, and everyone was wildly surprised when a voice was heard from there, which said that a lot of time had passed since he appeared in such a form. All the members of the organization immediately surrounded the artifact with joy, asking if he was alive. But suddenly a golden projection appeared, which said that in about a year, he would exhaust his strength and be finally killed by the heavenly fox. Then the black-haired one anxiously approached him closer and asked if he was talking to them through the bracelet, to which he said that it was a contingency plan. And as soon as he died physically, his consciousness would be formed in a virtual copy and would be transmitted through this bracelet. The gray-haired one frowned, saying that in front of them was only a virtual copy and not the real him. Then Sishin anxiously came closer and asked what they could do to save him, after which the protagonist thought that this creature was not a real Sidhu, but an artificial intelligence with fragments of memories. But suddenly the blue-eyed man smiled sweetly, saying that there was no need to worry, because this was also part of the plan and he felt the approach of death back in the city. But even in the face of death, his hope did not fade. He imagined how he was opposite the monarch in a state of shreds and said that right now the Sky Fox was in a loop of a time trap and you can get out of there either by his will, or until the energy runs out, and he was imprisoned in the memorial square and was killing him over and over again trying to suck out his strength. The hologram became clearer and closer to the real color, saying that they had about a year, and he would not run away anywhere, and this was a chance to defeat the enemy and to take advantage of this opportunity or not. After Ping was dumbfounded to hear that this decision would have to be made by him and his boundless potential. Everyone around him was shocked by these words and looked at him. Suddenly, the swordsman with glasses extended his hand and told the leader that he did not know what his plan was, but placing all his hopes on him was a bit reckless, and Manny added saying that the guy's potential was undeniable, but he was only a low-ranked awakened. Suddenly, Sishin joined in and raised her head and said that she supported the captain's decision and asked what they should do. Then Sidhu put his hands behind his back and told them not to be so critical. After all, this was nothing compared to what they had encountered before, and the real despair was fighting the Zhu family's awakened beasts. And they had great resources, and their treasury contained more than 5 treasures of the same level as the pearl. The hero was alarmed when he heard that they, in turn, had nothing. Afterwards, the old man frowned menacingly and said that in truth, the gap between them and the enemy was not that great, and they only lacked a weapon capable of defeating a mutated king-level beast, to which the green-haired man asked with slight surprise if such a thing existed. The blue-eyed man looked away and looked at Ping and said that it was true, but not all awakened ones were allowed to enter this place, and even so, they only had one chance that could cost them their lives. He imagined an arrow coated with electricity and said that it was there that he found the arrow that turned the tide of the war. Suddenly, the fat man screamed in alarm, surprising the protagonist that he was an unlimited awakened one. Then the black-haired man closed his eyes in alarm and said that he had planned everything and he had no choice but to follow his plan. The old man smiled and put his hand on his ward's shoulder and said that it would be good for him too, and that place held the secrets of humanity. And among those ruins he would be able to uncover the secrets of the world that were meant only for him. Then Manny immediately ran off with a smile and said that they should not hesitate and should move on now. But suddenly the gray-haired man raised his hand and asked her to wait for her a little, and said that first of all they needed to prepare and called the hero to go with him. They went down into the underground prison, and the black-haired man followed him with a little anxiety and asked if there was any way to free him. Then Sidhu raised his head with a smile and said that he had not come to this choice after one day of reflection, and if he had not distracted the king of the heavenly foxes, they would have faced 2 other scenarios that he did not want to see, to which he asked again. The leader imagined the leader of the ancestral village and said that in the first case, they would have been able to repel the attack of the saints, and the city would have fallen into the hands of Aexu, and half of the awakened would have died in the ensuing chaos. Then he imagined the monarch of the beast that cut through the people and said that in the second case, they successfully defended the city. But without him, the monster would have killed any powerful awakened, and this is a loss of 30% of their fighters. The captain also imagined how the monster's paw was above the strongest of them and said that now that he was trapping the creature, the strongest among them was the princess, and in a one-on-one fight, no one would be her equal even among the powerful awakened. But when faced with several opponents at the same time, even she would not emerge victorious. After some time, they approached the chamber and Sidhu, putting his hands behind his back, said that if she wanted to destroy every awakened who revealed their abilities, it would take her a year or even two, to which the protagonist thought that he agreed with this, because given their current strength, this is the best possible result. Suddenly, the old man turned slightly and asked to go get his blood. Suddenly, Ping looked at him with concern and asked about what use it was. Then the leader raised his head up and asked him if he was stuck at the 9th level, to which he agreed, and said that during the battle he noticed that he was about to become the 10th level and reach the middle level of awakening. After that, he released a little aura and clenched one fist and said that at some point he was blocked, and not only did not increase the level, but also felt that something was holding him back, like a lump in his throat. Blue Eyes pointed at him with a smile and said that he should try drinking some blood and awaken the power, and then he was about to tell him how to remove the block. Drops of thick blood flowed out, and he continued, saying that in fact there was no difference between the low and middle levels, and the reason why he couldn't break through was because he had too many abilities. While their Ping was bursting out with a red aura during meditation, he stood behind him and said that awakened ones with one ability didn't have many options, so it was easy for them to determine their path even in the early stages, but those with many abilities like him had to choose one path out of many, otherwise the so-called level stagnation would occur. The old man appeared in front of an imaginary scale of choice and said that once he understood what he really wanted and which path he wanted to take, he would easily pass to the middle level. The hero sat in the lotus position with a concentrated look, and omnivorousness was activated, and the activation of a new ability, the old royal blood, began. He moved to the astral plane and was told that now this was his chance, and he needed to use the new ability to feel the changes in other abilities, and he needed to carefully probe each one and bring them to the edge of activation. An eye opened in the sky that looked at the stones, and words were heard about the need to look inside himself and understand what path his heart desires, and his abilities will adjust to his desire. The hero stood in front of his many abilities, and there was a vortex under him. His eyes glowed red and he thought about all these options. Then Sidhu distracted him by coming closer and asking if he had made a decision. The guy looked down with some anxiety and said that there were so many abilities here and asked if it was true that it was impossible to get everything at all. And then the old man turned away, closing his eyes, and said that everything depended on his heart, and he could not give advice on this matter. Ping raised both hands with palms up and thought about what was the most hesitant between the treaty gem and omnivorousness, and then thought about the treaty gem being the foundation of his powers. He closed his eyes and thought about how most of his abilities came from it. Then the guy imagined a green crystal with elements coming from it and thought about how omnivorousness gave him 4 powerful abilities. Waves of elements began to stretch out from it and thought about how the body of the afterlife fog and the body of pure water, the body of pure blood and the blood of the old king. And they are all of the highest level, and it can be said that while omnivorousness came from the treaty gem, its potential has become enormous. Suddenly, green waves began to emanate from the hero, and he wondered about what he should do to choose the path that will become the basis of his further advancement. The old man looked at him with anxiety and said that he seemed to have found the answer, but suddenly a notification of successful advancement appeared and he rose to level 10. Ping was worried and wondered if the level had risen, then used the analysis, which was successful. The property panel showed new characteristics and the average level of the advanced pact skill, with other effects in the form of the first, second, and third form of pacts. He looked ahead anxiously and thought that he had only risen 1 level, but the gap between a low-level master and an average-level master was huge. The boy enveloped his hand in flames and thought that his stamina and mental energy had increased significantly, and that he could now control the fire he absorbed, and his ability control had become much higher. He then enveloped himself in aura with a smile, while the old man watched him and asked if there were any significant changes, to which he agreed. The black-haired man continued to release flames from his hand, and with a smile, he said that he now understood why Sishin only became combat ready after reaching the intermediate level, because the control that was achieved after the lower level was remarkable. Afterwards, a red gem appeared in his hand, and a military pact was used. The object stretched out and took the form of a dagger, and he thought that with a new skill, even useless jewels could now be useful. Afterwards, he tried to scratch something on the floor with the new toy. The hero looked at it with a smile and said that the hardness of this weapon should be comparable to the durability of a pearl blade, and you can carry it with you without worrying about breaking it. Then Sidhu laughed and said that he thought so, and said that he chose not omnivory, but the contract gem to increase his rank. He smiled, looking at the crystal and raising it into the air, and said that he wanted to choose omnivory, but something told him not to. Then the leader imagined a person who was being torn apart from the inside and said that it was good that he did not choose it, because omnivory can easily grant abilities. But this is associated with great risk, and there are frequent cases of side effects, negative reactions, or even death when awakening new abilities with it. Then the protagonist pressed his hand to himself and said with a smile that the contract gem awakens skills much more slowly, and each new ability that he awakened with it saved his life. After that, something suddenly struck him, and he heard words about recruiting new fighters for the city guard and gradually getting rid of them. Stygian fog began to emanate from him, and again voices were heard that said to kill everyone who posed a potential threat within a year, and then he loudly called the name of the princess. The captain entered the room with his ward where the others were and said that he said that Yu was recruiting awakened ones under the guise of joining the city guard in order to quickly eliminate qualified specialists, to which the green-haired man immediately asked if they were targeting the participants of the previous battle. Then the old man exhaled and said that apparently this was so. Ping calmly turned around and said that he would return to the city to inform Master Feng and the others of the current situation, and then he would think of a way to take them out of the city, to which he was immediately told not to even think about it because it was dangerous. Then the black-haired man raised his hands with aggression, imagining the murder of his girlfriend, and said that these people would end up the same as the first squads of city guards if they did nothing, and they would simply be eaten and replaced by others. Suddenly Sishin came up to him, putting her hand on his chest, and said with concern that he was taking too many risks by going there alone, and she wanted to go with him. Manny also came up to him and said that they would go too, and suggested that they split up and contact the awakened ones, and said that it would be faster. But then Sidhu came up and said that they could not be sure whether the awakened ones had been replaced by foxes or not, and that they could be easily exposed. And then the summoner, putting his hand on his chest, imagined himself in the form of mist next to the foxes, and said that he had now become a mid-level awakened one, and if he got there alone, he was sure that he would be able to get out intact, even if he was noticed. But then the swordsman objected, stepped forward and said that he was against it, because the city was now a direct road to the next world, and asked if he understood how important he was to them now. The gray-eyed man frowned and said that he understood, but he could not sit idly by while their comrades were being devoured by foxes, and said that he could not close his eyes to this, and thought about not having avenged his girlfriend. Suddenly, during his bow, an awakened water came up to him and turned to him with alarm, but he said that everything would be fine, and he had a backup plan, and nothing would happen to him even if he met the princess. But then the bespectacled man threw his hand forward, creating many blades, and said that first he had to defeat him, since he could not reason with him, to which he said that it was his choice. The fog immediately burst out, attacking the instigator in the neck and frightened the white-haired one, to which the swordsman thought about how he began to move so quickly. Then the black-haired one put on a mask and said that it seemed he had won. Under the throat of the green-eyed one there was a blade, and he thought about what this afterlife fog was, and said that he had definitely become stronger after awakening the middle level. Then the captain approached with his arms spread and said that an awakened one of unlimited level is not comparable to an ordinary awakened one, and he needed to reach the middle level to be able to resist the mutated creatures, and he managed to kill the middle awakened one being lower, and he is more talented than him, and has more potential. But then he raised his finger up and said that for this reason he is not against his decision to return to the city, but before that he wants to give him something. And then the hero looked at the fat man with a smile, asking him to wait, and said that he wants to ask him for a favor. The kid looked at him with a smile, asking about what was needed while he was being analyzed, and learned about the technology of removing fatty tissue, which allows the user to convert their fat into material energy. The black-haired man began to take him to another room, holding him by the shoulder, and said that he could help him a lot, but it was inconvenient to talk here and they needed to step away. Then everyone was shocked and meaningfully silent when they heard from the other room a request to leave him some, and Ping sarcastically said not to be greedy, because it will grow back anyway, and the interlocutor shouted that it was easy for him to say, because it was not his precious body. Manny looked in horror at the protagonist who came out and asked about what he asked him about, to which he, without listening, said that he was very grateful. Then she was very surprised when she saw her ally in an exhausted state and asked what was wrong with him. After Mick and the old man went to the secret room where the black scythe was, and he asked what it was. Then Sidhu remembered himself in the old days, where he fought monsters, and said that this koa is called the Terrible Reaper, and it not only instills fear in the hearts of the living, but also evolves, consuming blood, and in his youth he killed tens of thousands of creatures with it, and over the years the scythe has absorbed a sea of blood and now has no equal in strength and sharpness. He imagined the weapon and said that without exaggeration it can be called a divine artifact, and there is no more suitable weapon for it than the Terrible Reaper. Gray-eyed took the scythe with a smile, while he was offered to take it with him to increase his chances of survival. Then the outlines of a demon burst out of the handle, and he said that he was very grateful. And then Blue-eyed noticed something strange. He began to dissolve and said with a smile that it seemed like someone was still worried and his energy was running out, and he needed to return to the bracelet to recharge. And then, during his return, the awakened water entered the room, saying that they had done a good job. Seeing a clean face, the hero anxiously asked about the scar, to which she anxiously asked if he remembered what they had agreed on, and reminded him of the promise to communicate as friends, not teammates. They sat down in the night field and she said that she had pacified her inner demons and asked the cleanup squad to heal the scar on her face, and the last incident made her realize how weak she was, so now she would no longer blindly seek revenge, and would rely on the strength of the guys to defeat Aeksu. After that, she leaned forward a little and said that he decided to return alone, and suggested that it was not because he was also fixated on revenge for a friend, to which he meaningfully remained silent. He lowered his head, closing his eyes, and said that it would be a lie to say that it hadn't occurred to him, especially after reaching the intermediate level, and he meant that he literally felt himself getting stronger. The guy remembered how the prince's paw hung over him and said that if he had escaped, he would have jumped up and started fighting for his life. Blue Eyes looked at him with concern, but he only smiled and told her not to worry, and said that he understood the value of his life and said that he had to go back there now to save people. He looked down with wild concern and said that when it came to revenge, he would not do anything reckless unless the opportunity presented itself. Then Sishin leaned back and raised her eyebrows and said that she was still worried about him going alone. Then Ping said with a smile that he had the fat man's secret weapon and everything would be fine. At this time, a huge number of foxes were wandering around the city. The hero covered his face with a mask and walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking that the patrols were being overly active. Then the monster guards near the square began to drive people away from it, saying that entry was prohibited there and that people without permission had nothing to do here. Then the old man suddenly appeared behind him and said not to worry about him, because this fox would not be able to do anything to him for another year or two, and then asked if he had decided what he would do. The protagonist looked menacingly to the side and said that this was true and that he had a plan. At this time, a master was sitting in the training room at the Trapper's martial arts school. Suddenly, steam began to leak through the door, which surprised him. The hero appeared and put his hand out asking not to worry, taking off his mask. Then Feng jumped up from his seat and said that this body of pure water said that he recognized him and asked where he had been all these days. Black-haired narrowed his eyes with a smile and said that he wanted to thank him then, but he could not find him anywhere. The hero took his hand aside, sat down at the table and said that this was the point and asked if he would help him. Mustachioed anxiously folded his hands and said that judging by what he said, the mayor had long betrayed the city and the heavenly foxes were in charge here, and then said that his statements did not sound entirely plausible. But then a cry was heard that someone had come to the master. Suddenly the shadow behind Ping began to disappear and, when ordered to wait in the hall, she agreed. The gray-eyed man leaned over with concern and frowned, saying that they had replaced the city guards and that even with the naked eye it was clear that his words were true. After some time, several people appeared in the hall. Feng came out to them and, smiling, raised his hand and asked for forgiveness for the wait, since he had not expected to meet the captain. The bandaged man folded his hands while his men stood next to him and said with a smile that he was here to congratulate him. The mustachioed man looked at him with concern and asked what he had done to deserve such an honor. There were many foxes with masks in front of him, and he decided to say that the mayor had decided to appoint him vice mayor and that it would soon be announced, to which the fighter thought that these were the true forms of the foxes. The awakened one of the flames said with a smile that he was infinitely grateful for the generosity. Then the captain of the guard, leaving, looked at him menacingly and said that he had conveyed the message and asked for his forgiveness. Then Feng, without moving, said that he was grateful and asked to convey this to the master and thought about how they dared. Suddenly, Ping came out of his body in the form of blood and using the common vision addressed the host, to which he said not to worry and said that he was not going to fight, from which he would not emerge victorious and to be here in the minority. The hero completely came out of his body, and he, starting to open the door, said that he believed that he came to him with a plan. The fighter went inside and asked about what he should do, to which he said that he hoped that he would use the opportunity of his promotion to hold a banquet and invite the awakened who defended the city. The summoner walked down the corridor and said that they would tell everyone about who the foxes had not yet replaced and about what was happening. The master looked at his disciples and he continued, saying that those who wanted to leave would be taken out of the city through the portal, and those who decided to stay would report on the plans of the heavenly foxes, and this would at least allow them to be on guard and not succumb to attempts at control. The flame awakened looked out the window with hostility and said that this was true, because those who had families might not want to leave, to which he said that this was all they could do at the moment. In Ping's perspective, there were many changelings looking at them, and he said that even their school was not spared, and some had already been replaced, to which he said with regret that so many creatures had bred in his small school. Afterwards, he turned around and said that he had done enough, and in a situation where the enemy was difficult to recognize, no one could save everyone. Afterwards, the man put his hand on the interlocutor's shoulder and said that he would act according to his plan, and declared his loyalty. The black-haired man folded his hands and bowed, thanking him, to which he said that they should thank him for giving them hope and a chance to defeat these monsters. Suddenly, the hero noticed someone surprisingly familiar on the street. There was his old friend in the form of a fox. The guy got incredibly angry, releasing fog and cursing, said that this was the scoundrel who killed her. The fox prince looked at the sky, standing next to his subordinates, and asked what was so unusual, to which he was told that everything was calm, except for the fact that the new vice mayor was planning to organize a banquet. He covered his face with his hand and asked with a smile why he was already bragging, and said that the mustachioed man was just a simpleton. The hero's old girlfriend followed him and, moving her hand away, asked if it was worth sending their man there, to which he said that it was not worth it, and said that the master was just looking for an excuse to get gifts and fill his pockets, and such a guy did not pose a threat. He raised his finger up and suggested focusing on the rats from the cleanup squad and needed to find out about their plans. After that, the prince showed his evil face and, baring his claws, demanded to look for the protagonist in particular. A banquet began in the courtyard of one of the buildings, where everyone congratulated Feng and hoped that he would not forget them, and said that they would be glad of any support they could give them. The master moved his hand away with a smile and said that they were too kind to him, but then the student came up and turned to him. He brought his hand to his face and quietly whispered. Then the mustachioed man folded his hands and said that he asked for forgiveness and said that urgent matters awaited him. Passing by his guest, he extended his hand palm down, and when the latter said that he dared not detain him, he said that he was sorry that he had not been the best host. The bandaged one began to leave, saying that everything was exactly as Her Highness had said, and that the worm was using the banquet as an excuse for profit, but his companion was fixated. She noticed the pink-haired girl who was adjusting her glasses and said that the girl looked very elegant, and he asked if she had laid eyes on her. The captain of the guard began to leave while she was satisfied with the idea and said that she could stay here and have fun, but to be on her guard, and it would be better to wait until the end of the banquet before doing anything. The changeling woman showed her teeth in a smile and said that she obeyed. The awakened were sitting in the guest room, and the white-haired one said that he was waiting for his instructions and asked about the reason for the meeting. Then the hero appeared from the mustachioed man while he was talking about the fact that the reason was very important and said that he would tell them all the details. The protagonist appeared completely and greeted everyone, deactivating the pure blood body. The men were very surprised to see this. The women were in the same shock and addressed him by name. Some time later, Ping brought everyone into a state of thought, while everyone was shouting that this was impossible, and if his words were true, then the city had already fallen, and the coach, putting his hand to his chin, said that he had talked to the bandaged man and other members of the city guard, and not long ago their behavior seemed strange to him, and his interlocutor, raising her finger up, said that this was true, and besides, they had not seen the mayor for a very long time. Fang put his fist to his face and cleared his throat. He looked at those present and asked them to listen, saying that everything was exactly as the black-haired man told them, and he personally made sure of the presence of monsters. Afterwards, he spread his arms and said that foxes are so good at disguising themselves that you can't even tell the difference, and a whole group of tailed foxes had already gathered at the banquet, pretending to be something they weren't. The muscular man hit his chest with his hand and sternly asked them to look at him, because they had known each other for years, and said that if they believed him, then he needed help. The pink-haired girl put her hand on her chest and said that they would do whatever he asked, and the hero's trainer said that he was one of his students, and besides, they had fought side by side, so he trusted them both. Then the summoner adjusted his cloak and said that in that case they needed to act wisely if they wanted to deal with them, and for now it was worth saving their strength. Afterwards, he extended his hand to them and said that this list included people who had not yet been replaced and that they needed to split up and warn them about the current situation. The black-haired man anxiously handed over the sheet and said that a cleanup squad would soon open a portal here. Afterwards, the boy imagined the escape with a smile and said that if anyone wanted to escape with them, they would first need to exit through the main gate and then carefully return here. Then the brown-eyed man objected with anxiety, saying that he could not leave his family. The master put his hand on his shoulder and said that this was the only way out, and only that person could recognize the foxes, and they did not have time to check whether the family members had been replaced or not. Afterwards, everyone became sadder, and he continued and said that if they found out about their plan, they would speed up the destruction of the Awakened, and either they would stay and watch those who behaved suspiciously, or take their relatives and temporarily leave the jurisdiction of the city guard. Then the gray-haired man folded his hands, shook his head and said that he agreed, and said that it was almost impossible to keep it a secret with so many people. The protagonist released a little fire from his hand and said that he would watch from the shadows, and if any of the foxes behaved strangely at the banquet, then the fire would be used as a signal. Then the mustachioed one again put his hand to his chest and said that he would leave the rest to his discretion. The silver-haired one began to leave in the crowd and thanked him, saying that it was time to go and offered to have a drink sometime, to which he said that he would throw a banquet in his honor and hurried away, to which the host apologized for the lack of hospitality. The hero watched from around the corner and thought that they had informed almost all the people at the banquet, and it seemed that the monsters did not suspect anything yet, when suddenly the spirit of his old friend appeared behind him, asking him to be careful, and he thought about why she was warning him again. He turned around sharply in surprise. There in the crowd was a changeling who had climbed into her body and was emitting an ominous aura. The black-haired man clenched his fist and thought about how to distract her, and if she suspected something, then everything would go down the drain. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl was called out, forcing her to turn around. She noticed the fox and asked what she wanted to ask. She came a little closer and said that she was just walking in the same direction, but when she saw her, she thought about why not join the walk, to which she agreed. Ping took off his mask with a smile and thought about how he decided to show his face and thought about how he gave him the perfect opportunity to strike. Then he came out, greatly surprising her, and said that this was a big coincidence. The cloak was pulled into the bracelet and he stood in a dominant stance, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. After that, the guy quietly approached his ally and whispered to her to find Master Feng and tell him that he had trouble, and to wait in the western part of the city. The changeling recognized the protagonist with alarm and opened his eyes, wondering what he was doing in the city. Then a fire appeared in her eyes and she thought with an impudent look that she only wanted a snack, but she caught a bigger fish, and her highness would be in 7th heaven when she brought him with her. Suddenly, Ping broke away and ran at great speed. Jingyao stretched out her hand trying to keep up with him and asked where he was. The black-haired man used skills to increase his speed and agility. He accelerated even more, moving almost horizontally. She tried to keep up with him and wondered why he was so nimble. Suddenly, the hero turned the corner without losing speed. The fox stopped shaking her head and wondered where he went. Suddenly, the guy raised his scythe to attack. He delivered a slashing blow to the target's stomach. The girl jumped back, but he threw the weapon over his shoulder and asked if she was going to retreat and asked not to worry. A mask appeared on his face and the protagonist, moving his hand in the smoke, said that he would not give him a quick death either. Suddenly the creature took off its disguise and said that her highness was right and was not sure how he did it, but she could see her true face and said that she thought that his abilities. But suddenly knives from the Stygian fog appeared behind the enemy. Immediately after that, the summoner rushed to attack while he was thinking about the fact that he had mastered the skill. The black-haired man again delivered a slashing blow to the stomach area. Chains that require fog flew out, and he asked if she knew. The awakened one chained the monster and said that they had not known each other for a long time, but she became the reason why he accepted himself as he is. The mask stretched a little, and he said that she was the only one who gave him peace and saved him from living in fear. The fox looked at him in horror and asked what he was even talking about. Suddenly, daggers were driven into him and he wondered when the guy became so strong. The hero emitted an ominous aura that frightened his rival, and he said that she was his childhood friend and the most important person in his life. The changeling asked him to stop in horror, but he drove a dagger into him and said that she only wanted to make her dreams come true. The monster's chest was ripped open, and he continued to ask why he did this to her. Purple blood dripped onto the floor. The monster in the blood smiled and understood the reason, saying that it was a pity that he would never know. An ominous smile appeared on the villain's face and he said that she was dying with despair on her face. Suddenly, he was cut by many blades from the fog. The red-eyed man asked in horror to kill him. At that time, for a second, an illusion appeared with his girlfriend who asked to stop. Suddenly, his skin mask was removed, and the wrinkled bastard called the name of his opponent. A blade from the emerging fog appeared behind Ping. He looked menacingly at the creature and said that he wanted to kill only one. The guy struck a slash with a menacing look and said that he wanted to kill only him. The fog mask began to disappear, and he looked at the skin mask with sadness. Suddenly, a princess appeared behind him who said that he managed to kill her subordinate alone and said that he was incredibly strong. The black-haired man began to slowly turn around. She folded her hands and looked at him with contempt and said that she did not think that he would return, and asked if he really wanted to meet his death so much. The guy looked at her calmly and asked if she thought he had no aces in his pocket and began to use the analysis, which gave an error. The long-haired girl looked at him calmly and asked if he resisted with one foot in the grave, and the analysis still did not work. The prince appeared in the shadows in his true form and said that he should be allowed to take his life, and finally the analysis was successful, showing that it was a mutated beast of the highest level 39 with many skills. Suddenly, she tried to attack with her tail, but he defended himself with his body of fog. The sphere covered the attacks until the very end. Suddenly, the protagonist pulled his hand away while something was flying out of the bracelet and ordered to free himself. A scythe of a terrible reaper appeared in his hands, which was able to cover the attack. He was instantly thrown far back by the recoil. He found himself on the ground and sat there as another attack flew at him and wondered how it got through his mist. The tails started flying one after another, and the guy thought with an anxious look that according to his analysis, her main weapon was her tails. He dodged another attack with his form and thought that his body was pure water neutralizing all physical damage, so attacks were useless against him. The beauty moved her hand away, gathering her limbs, and said that apparently he had more than one ability. But then she started to release even more attacks, trying to harm, and asked if he thought it would save him and that it didn't matter. The hero once again turned his hand into water and thought about her freezing her tail to turn it into ice, and she continued, saying that she was really interested in something. She proudly released all 5 tails and said that even Sidhu is unable to see the king's illusions, and asked how he does it, to which he thought that he can't use 2 abilities at the same time. Suddenly, the monster stopped abruptly. A red gem appeared under her feet and she was surprised. A large amount of fire immediately appeared around her, and the guy thought that the military pact would help him. The smoke began to dissipate, but it was already clear that nothing worked. The fox began to retract her tails and said that it was a cute move. She turned away and said that thanks to him he broke free, and then asked why he did not run away. Then the black-haired man spread his hands and said that he was afraid that he could not escape alone. Then his eyes lit up, and he looked away and said that he decided to call for reinforcements. Suddenly, they both turned around, hearing his name being called. The mustachioed and gray-haired man immediately came running and said that the doctor had warned them that he had problems and that everyone had been evacuated. The changeling watched the reunion of her comrades and wondered if the explosion had attracted them and thought that he was in league with Ping. She stuck out her 2 tails and thought that if she couldn't use it anymore, then it would be better to die. A high-speed attack came their way and the hero saved the master, getting injured and asking him to take care of himself. The prince emitted an ominous aura, and the black-haired one lying on the ground asked not to worry about him and said that it was a fox. Then the awakened fire stood up with a smile and said that he understood what the problem was and asked Gigachad to look after his student. He looked ahead with concern, thinking that she looked like an ordinary person, while the kid was turning into water. Suddenly, the teacher's body was covered in pure blood and he asked in horror what that brat was doing, but he asked not to worry because it would not cause harm. Afterwards, from his point of view, a huge monster stood in front of them, and he said that now they can see her, and the white-haired one cursed in horror. Suddenly, one of the tails went to the master's stomach and he was warned. The mustachioed one immediately jumped up, thereby dodging. And then, behind him, a building was cut, to which he asked about where she got such strong attacks. Suddenly, the jock looked at his hand after he was asked to do this. A drop came out of his hand, and he was asked to make the master eat it. He smiled and said that he had a plan. Then he threw the liquid in his direction, saying that when the wind brings news, accept it with gratitude, which somehow translates as open your mouth and this is a tasty thing. The mustachioed one jumped, swallowing it, and thought that this was a signal. Then he swallowed it. The fire awakened, stood in a fighting stance after the tail flew at him and said that he could now see her. He was able to dodge the attack and jumped up. At this time, the gray-haired man created a lion above his head and said that they would also help. But then the master caught fire using a skill and said that he was a damned monster and would pay for what he did to his students. Flames began to emanate from him while his friend turned into a beast and received claws. And then Feng smiled when the black-haired man told him that he swallowed his blood and could see the true form of the fox for a short time, to which he said that this was more than enough. While the battle continued, the guy thought why. The beast stretched out his hand, opened his mouth, someone was thinking, now they can see his illusions, the brat Jiang Ping is behind this. Then he stamped his foot, there was a thought, how annoying. The monster looked ahead, the thought continued that he should not pay attention to his tricks. Then the monster spread its tentacles and thought that he would simply kill everyone. Then he ordered Yu Shadow to get to work. A terrible hand came out. The beast was on all fours and said that he would do as your highness ordered. Feng looked at the lion and told him to be careful. He felt a huge power behind her shadow. The protagonist thought that this was not an illusion. How did the heavenly fox hide in her shadow? He had never seen anything like this before. Looking at the enemies, he continued the thought that he could not use analysis while he was in the body of pure blood. What power did this fox have? The silhouette of a guy came out of the hero, turned to Master Feng, and said that this was his last scale. He replied that even in the form of solar fire, it would not be easy to defeat the two of them. The guy gave the man the scale and told the master not to doubt him. He promised that they would get out of Pearl City, and then asked to give him a minute. That's all he asked for. Throwing the scale into his mouth, the burning one replied, since he was so sure, they trusted him with their lives. The transformation occurred. When the protagonist and the man rushed to the enemy, he thought that he would kill first. Approaching the lion, he continued his phrase, him. The animals began to attack Ping, after which the lion opened his mouth and released his claws. The opponent struck. The lion's chest was scratched. The enemy stood opposite and looked at him. In the echoes, the words of the guy were heard, who told the instructor that he would heal the wound. It seems that this fox can attack him through the shadow, to which the beast bared his teeth and said that he understood. Feng rushed towards the enemy. Then he clenched his fists and thought that they could no longer stay away. Then he shouted at Bai to use the 3+1 tactic. The lion frowned and replied, yes. Then he used this tactic towards the opponent, to which he replied, he thinks this is enough to kill him, more like tickling, then added that it is not bad speed, but still hits like a kitten. The predator opened his mouth wide and shouted for him to close his mouth. The shadow hit the lion in the stomach. Blood flowed out. Then the beast caught the enemy by the muzzle. Then he lifted him up and swung. Suddenly, he threw the opponent and called the master. Feng was wounded in the chest. The enemies stood in front and looked at him. Then the old man used his power. It dissipated everywhere and turned into a blue fog. The guy got out of Baida's body and said that this was their chance. The young man gave the men gems and told them to hold them and under no circumstances let them go. Then he called Xu Zhang on the radio and told him that everything was ready, he could return the world. He obeyed. There was a scream, takeoff, after which all the heroes took off screaming. The man was angry and said that the vial should have warned him before pulling such a stunt. He was not ready, and Feng was having fun. Flying over the city, the blonde said that he guessed that now it was officially an escape. The protagonist was exhausted and thought that he spent too much energy on healing with his pure blood body, there was no more strength left. Throwing a gem, the guy said that he would take them to the base. The hero flew and suddenly screamed when the protagonist began to fall. The guy was lying on the ground in a lost forest outside of Pearl City. Leaves swirled in the wind above him. Then a leaf fell on his face and the guy opened his eyes. The night sky was strewn with stars. The protagonist began to get up and asked if he was still alive. Suddenly a voice was heard that said, finally woke up, when a bracelet sparkled on the guy's hand and the protagonist asked, Captain. The brunette winced in pain when the voice told him that he was seriously injured and unconscious. The guy's body was covered in blood when the captain said that he did everything he could to stop the bleeding, but it was too much, and then apologized and said that he needed to sleep. The young man, sitting on the ground, writhed in pain, and then asked what the captain apologized for. Without him he would not have survived. Let him rest and not worry, we urgently need to contact headquarters. The guy opened his mouth and said into the radio that it was ping, they hear him. The protagonist continued to sit on the ground when no one answered, after which the protagonist looked to the side and said that it seemed that for some time he would be on his own. There was light in the cave. The brunette sat by the fire and said that this pure blood body can heal others, but not itself. That's what the expression doctors can't heal themselves means. The guy bandaged his hand and thought that he was running out of strength to attack. If a mutated beast appeared here now, he was a corpse. This cave looked safe. The orc would try to patch himself up. Warming himself by the fire, he continued to think that the forest was like a labyrinth. Even during the day it was extremely difficult to find a way out. He hoped that his comrades would find him soon. Then the protagonist turned his head and noticed something shiny on the ground. He thought it was Su Jingyao's hairpin. Looking at the decoration, he remembered moments from the battles and thought about the girl, after which he gritted his teeth and said that he finally avenged her after so long, and then asked why he was not happy. The young man bowed to the ground and said that he kept repeating that all this was for her sake, but in the end, it became an obsession. The hairpin fell out of the bloody hand as the guy continued that he talked about noble ideals, but his heart did not seek anything other than worldly glory. The guy then knelt down, bared his teeth and asked what good was all this nonsense about revenge. The dead never come back. No one can perform such a miracle. He wondered if he really couldn't bring Su Jingyao back. Previously, he used the pure blood body to treat Sister Kang and her severed arm grew back. According to Mr. Chen Ming, the new arm worked perfectly. Sister Kang had no rejection symptoms. Her new arm looked like the old one. The protagonist continued to think that later it turned out that time was connected to the body by Master Feng. He discovered that he could replace his organs, thereby preserving his life. If his theory is correct, then he will be able to resurrect Su Jingyao. The protagonist touched the mask that was lying on the ground, after which he extended his bloody hand and said that the pure blood body has a limitation in healing, but whether it will be possible to do something with her face, he does not know if it is possible. Then the pure blood body was activated and the guy smeared the mask with blood. Looking at what was happening, the guy smiled and said that he was a little tired, but it was working. Reviving the mask, he thought that he only needed to concentrate all his energy and bring the regeneration to the limit. The girl's body was surrounded by magical blood when the guy asked what happened. Then he realized that he could not completely restore her body due to his injury, after which he said that he would not give up. He refused to lose her again even if it took every drop of strength. The two men flew over the forest. The golden-haired frowned and said that something was wrong here, then told his partner to prepare for a blow, to which he replied that he understood. They flew down. The men were getting closer and closer to the ground, after which they landed. Baida looked at the Musliman and said that this kid was reliable, like a protective door on a submarine. The people approached them and the green-haired asked if he thought they were Master Feng and Master Baida. They were waiting for them. The fat man laughed and said that to be honest, He took the fat as soon as he received Ping's message, but it did not affect the landing. He was terribly sorry for scaring him, the master. The man laughed, hugged the boy and said that such a small thing could not scare them, but someone would still fall for it, so the boy should try harder. He answered, of course. The blonde opened her mouth and asked where Zhang Ping was. He was not with them. The gray-haired man looked down and said that this was what they wanted to talk about. Baida told about the guy falling into the forest. His story continued by saying that this place is called the Lost Forest because of its difficult terrain. Once you enter it, it is impossible to find your way back. They have almost no orientation. They are most likely lost themselves if they go there without anything in search of Zhang Ping. The green-haired man stroked his beard and said that the stripes of the cleanup squad had a tracking function. They would use them when they needed to find their way back. The girl replied that she was coming too. After which Feng also said that he was coming since he did not notice Ping's injury, so he was also responsible, then told Baida to take care of his wounds. The gray-haired man lowered his head and said, but suddenly the man interrupted him and replied that he should not worry because his wounds had already begun to heal, just not so quickly. The mutated creatures would not be able to compete with him. The green-eyed man came to the conclusion that it was decided. Shishan, Feng and he would go after the main character, and the chubby one would take Master Bai to the base, to which the boy replied, wonderful. The boy shook his head sharply and shouted what he meant. Then he raised his hand to his temple, closed his eyes and shouted, consider the task already completed, to which Ming replied, good. There were sounds coming from the cave. The protagonist was still trying to revive Su Jingyao. He was saying, come on, just a little more. Deep understanding of human anatomy and circulatory system was obtained. The pure blood body basic improved to average. The guy was shocked by this. Then, looking at the girl, he thought that this was perfect timing. Now it should work. The young man covered his face with his hand and asked if he succeeded. After which he opened his eyes, and seeing the lady, a tear flowed down his face. The girl stood in front of him almost naked, and suddenly raised her hand, waved, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy could not believe his eyes and asked the name again. Suddenly, he began to lose consciousness with the words, God, thank you. He landed right in Sue's arms, after which she asked if he was okay, to which he replied, yes, just a little tired. The brunette laid his head on the blonde's lap as she looked at him and said that his crazy tricks, he was still as reckless as ever. His eyes sparkled as he opened his mouth and replied that his recklessness allowed them to meet today. He was so glad he ate the gem that day. The blue-eyed girl opened her eyes wide and looked at Ping and replied that she knew, and then went on to say that in fact, he had always been a hard worker. Even at school, everyone doubted him when he joked about becoming a farmer. Even when he encountered foxes, he never stopped moving forward. Stroking the young man's head, the girl said that he had matured so much and made so many wonderful friends. It made her incredibly happy, but he should take better care of them. But the guy didn't answer as he fell asleep. The blonde turned her head and asked if he was tired, and then said that he had already done more than he needed to and suggested that he rest a little. A drop fell on the protagonist's face. The heroine cried, looking at him, and said how she wanted to continue this path with him. Then she wiped away her tears and added that unfortunately, it was too late, her soul had dissolved. She stroked the guy's face and continued that he had unfinished business. She knew he would find her again somewhere out there. Then she put her hands on the protagonist and said that when the time came, she hoped that she would still remember him. Suddenly, the girl dissolved and the guy was lying on the ground. It got dark outside. The guy woke up. He jumped up shouting Su Jingyao. Opening his eyes wide, he saw that she was lying next to him. The protagonist sighed with relief. He patted her shoulder and told her to wake up. She might catch a cold if she continued to sleep like this. The girl lay with her eyes open and did not move. The protagonist jumped away from the blonde shouting that she was cold. Then he put his finger to her nose and said in fear that she was not breathing. After which he went wild and shouted that they were making fun of her. Looking at the lady, he continued to say that she had just spoken to him. The girl was dead. The young man sat on the ground next to his companion and said that he had heard her voice. He had not imagined it. She had said something about a soul. Then he thought that maybe she could not be resurrected because there was no soul. The thought continued with the fact that if everything were so simple, it would contradict all logic, and even if it worked, she would be the same. However, as she herself said, if he found her soul, there would be a chance. Suddenly, the protagonist looked to the side. A mutated beast was crawling towards him. It was looking at it. The cave was surrounded by some creatures. The guy was looking at the insect. Then he asked it. It woke up. It answered Yurur. After which the protagonist extended his hand to him and said that he was clearly weak, probably hungry. The young man fed the animal, and while it was eating, the brunette continued to say that he did not attack him while he was unconscious. Anyway, he could not leave him here. The animal looked away in fear, after which it began to run in circles. When the guy asked him, he was interested in where she was. Then he covered his mouth with his hand and replied that she was sleeping, in the best of all possible worlds, inside the bracelet. The pet looked like a newborn, probably does not understand the concept of death yet. Suddenly, the protagonist pointed his finger at himself and asked his new friend he wants to give it to him. The guy squinted and thought that for the first time he met such a friendly mutated animal. He continued the thought by saying that the animal was saying that he should appreciate the present. She is right, no melancholy can change the past. Then the brunette turned his head, opened his eyes wide, looked at his friend and said that he didn't know what kind of ant he belonged to. The guy did an analysis which said about a royal level skill. This baby has the potential to become a royal level beast. The young man exhaled and thought, he just ran away from one princess and already ran into another, is it fate? Then the protagonist noticed a flock of insects at the exit. After which he analyzed them, they turned out to be mutated ants. The guy raised his eyebrows and told the baby that it seemed like his friends had come to him. The ant was scared when the protagonist reached out to him and asked what was going on. Then the brunette picked him up, looked away and said, just don't tell him. A flock of insects began to fly into the cave. It was a pure body. The guy turned to his new friend and said that it seemed like they weren't happy to see him, and then asked if they were the ones who hurt him. The ants looked at their fellow with hatred. The protagonist started running away screaming that they had been noticed, and the insects were flying after him. He thought that the royal nova of this ant was supposed to intimidate the colony, maintain order and stability, but because of its low level, it perceived it as a challenge. Looking at the animal, the brunette thought that the baby needed to pump up her skill significantly. Then he realized that they needed to be distracted somehow when a bear appeared in front of him. The guy kicked him while he was sleeping. Suddenly the bear woke up and went wild. Ping hoped that it should work. But a moment later he turned around, saw only the skeleton of the animal and screamed, what kind of ants are these? Birds were flying under the moonlight. The guy, while running, thought, it's good that the ants can't fly, so at least he has an advantage in movement. But they are persistent, they cut down trees like nothing else. The protagonist climbed a tree. Suddenly he sat down, leaned against the trunk and asked what the sound was, an earthquake. The protagonist opened his eyes and mouth wide and said what? The tree turned into a man. The guy spread his arms and asked what it was. The wooden man started walking and asked where the bugs came from. He stamped his foot and continued asking how dare they interrupt his sleep. The ant started crawling up the tree's leg, after which the creature launched its powers. They wrapped around his leg. Then the power threw the insects aside. The guy thought, looking at the mutating tree, that it knows human language. Plants can talk too. Well, at least he scared the ants away. He needs to take the chance to escape. The night walker was activated. When the protagonist started running away, a scream was heard telling him to stop. The creature appeared behind the guy and asked where he was rushing to. Then he thought that it saw him. The protagonist, looking at the tree, continued the thought that the tree has a very high level, since it can see its night walker. After these words he began to analyze it. It was impossible to analyze it. Suddenly the creature laughed and told the baby not to be nervous, after which the analysis was successful. Then Yi Changchen said that as soon as the ants woke him up, he immediately saw a young man. He had not seen a living person for so long that he was a little worried. After these words, the protagonist looked at him and thought, fallen. All the fallen he had encountered before were psychos or logs. This tree seemed friendly. The brunette scratched his temple and thought that he was in no hurry anyway, so he might as well chat with him. The mutant sat down and asked the baby where he was from. He replied that he was from Pearl City. The man opened his mouth and said in surprise, what a coincidence, he was also from Pearl City. After which he stroked his beard and continued that this was all he remembered about himself. Maybe he was too old already. Then the protagonist raised his head and asked if he remembered anything else, then told Mr. Yi that since it came to that, he knew that he was fallen. The wooden man narrowed his eyes and replied, so that's it, fallen? What kind of fallen? Then pointed his finger at the guy and asked if he knew his name. To which he replied that to be honest, he understands a little about the art of analysis. That's how he knew that his name was Yi Changchen. The guy looked at the bracelet, screamed that the captain had woken up, after which a voice was heard from the bracelet, which said, uncle, it's him. Then the protagonist asked the captain if he had woken up. He replied that he had woken up before their conversation. The wooden man looked at the protagonist and said that their friend lives in the bracelet. Wow, that means he knows him. He can tell him about his past. The bracelet glowed and the voice said that in the past, they joined forces, formed a resistance army to overthrow the tyranny of the Zhu family. He was one of the most valuable allies. Not only was he incredibly strong, but he was also an expert in the art of disguise. He became a spy to infiltrate the Zhu family. During one mission, he was exposed, after which his demise was inevitable. The captain did not think that they would ever meet again. The mutant frowned and said that the resistance army, impressive, but he does not remember anything about it. Gray-haired turned to Ping and said that he was needed to do something. Looking at the tree, he continued to say that this whole story of the fallen In fact, about people who have lost their minds. For example, Mr. E has been living here in the form of a tree for so long. Gradually, his mind accepted this pile as his new reality. While his human memories faded into nothingness, this state unconsciously erases his former self. Moreover, the fallen ones are no longer ordinary people. Their mental existence is far superior to that of humans. Ordinary mind control methods have no effect on them. There has been no recorded case of a fallen one being cured. But with him, it could be different. The boy then asked if he wanted him to feed the packed gem to Mr. Yi. The wooden one got angry and shouted he believed that he could cure the fallen being. The protagonist concentrated his power in his hand and replied that in theory, the gem was one way, but the fallen ones have powerful mental energy. External control is needed to help them find themselves. This also means that Mr. Yu will have to completely hand over control of his body to him. The tree extended a branch, grabbed the gem and said that he thought it was something serious. Throwing it into his mouth, he asked what was so special about it. After he ate the gem, his eyes and silhouette turned green. The boy exclaimed he ate it. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and thought, wow, I really ate it. It seems the contract worked. Then he used magic and decided to try giving it a command, after which he ordered it now not to be fallen. The power was directed into the tree. The man opened his mouth and started yelling when the guy thought that he just wanted to test it, but it really worked. A man descended from the silhouette of the tree to the ground when the protagonist thought that she had so easily cured the fallen. The bearded man raised his hands and shouted, Pearl City, the beast subordinate to the Zhu family, he remembered everything. The bonus effect of the 7th level contract gem was activated. A new counterparty was summoned, when the brunette was surprised and thought that forging contracts also implies additional effects, as well as awakening new abilities. What news? Then he grabbed his head and continued to think that he really can no longer use 7th level contract gems to awaken new abilities. After which the guy shed a tear and thought, well, he will think that he did a good deed and patiently wait for the gem to reach level 8. Just look at the happy face of the old man. Yi Changchun turned to the protagonist and said that he had never heard his name when he introduced himself as Yang Ping. The old man closed his eyes and replied that to think that the person who lifted the curse of the fallen from him had such a simple name. He had lived in the wild for so long that he had nothing to thank him with, but he would accept it if he did not mind. After which the man handed the protagonist a magic symbol and said that he kept this thing because it seemed quite unusual to him, as if it crossed the line between the living and the dead. The guy opened his eyes wide and asked if this was the essence of the afterlife fog. He then analyzed it, and then thought that he had encountered this once before, since the analysis took very little time. Then the protagonist took the thing in his hands and thought, a bear's gallbladder, well, at least not sheep's intestines. The man put his hand out, apologized to the kid and said if he had something better, to which the guy told him not to worry about it. This thing is incredibly useful, he hopes. Besides, he himself offered to help. Looking at the gift, the brunette thought that Shishin mentioned that the inhabitants of the underworld are like parasites, but he will not allow them to take over his mind. This will not happen to him. Considering his previous experience, he is sure that he can handle it. An ordinary fogman could not even scratch the princess. If he wants to win, he must become stronger. After which the young man threw the thing in his mouth and ate it. He gained strength. He strained himself and began to think that he could. Suddenly the magic was successful. The essence of the afterlife fog was successfully absorbed. Then the protagonist stretched out his hand and thought, just like then, he didn't think it would level him up 3 levels at once, let alone level up the packed gem. The old man stood there in shock and said that Pearl City was a hotbed of talent. Who knew that this thing was edible, when the guy thought that he was most likely the only one who ate the essence and survived. Then the man pointed his finger at the ground and asked old Sue what he had been watching for a long time. Maybe it would seem, to which he replied that he was too trusting. He didn't notice. The guy got scared, jumped aside and thought, what the hell, another one, to which the old man replied to him that he was just an old stump. What was the kid so scared of? Okay, we need to get back to business. Old Sue still wants to remain fallen. To which the creature replied, what difference does it make whether he is fallen or not? Wasn't life simpler and freer before? The bearded man sighed heavily and said that he seemed to have forgotten some important things. He did not want to see his family again. The giant rose from the ground and answered, his family, after which the guy quickly began to analyze him. The analysis indicated that the fallen one's name was Kingbo. The old man pointed his finger at him and shouted to look at himself. He no longer looked like a human, and the guy said that the name sounded familiar. It is not surprising that it is familiar. After all, he is one of the founders of the Pearl City Legend investigation team, but he also disappeared many years ago. I would never have thought that I would find him here. The protagonist frowned and said that the 2 gentlemen, both fallen, both wandering in the wasteland, could this be a coincidence? He stroked his beard and said that the Zhu family had seriously beaten him up and thrown him out of town to heal. He was forced to turn into a tree, and over time he saw what he had become, but back then, little Sue was just a baby. He doubted that things were related. He never thought that such a young man would eventually have his own family. When he first encountered him, he couldn't shut him up. He kept talking about his adorable granddaughter. After these words, the protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought, "Granddaughter." Then he thought about it and said, "So now he understands," to which the old man asked what was wrong. The brunette stretched out his hand and asked the gentleman, "Will he find out?" An illustration of Su Jingyao appeared in front of the old man's eyes when the guy continued to ask, "This man?" The man opened the door to the room and said that they were here. The hero wondered who was calling him. Then he saw a girl holding a child. She said that she just woke up. The girl pointed at the child and said that her grandfather had come to visit her. The monster grabbed his head and thought about who these people were and who he was. The man recoiled and told him not to say that this was a girl. The giant crawled and asked who the girl was. He shouted who he was: the Zhu family that stole the beast, the Pearl City family that cannot be forgotten, a separate squad, a traitor. Ping said that things were bad, because if this continued, he would go crazy, and the man told him to think of something, because he needed to be brought to his senses. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the level of the contract gem had just increased, and having concluded the contract, he would not be able to awaken other abilities in himself. After that, he took out the stone and thought about what he was waiting for and should just save him. He threw the stone at the monster and told him to eat it and that it would help him get rid of his torment. The monster hit the protagonist and said that he was a liar. Then he frowned and shouted that everyone was trying to trick him and they wouldn't get away with it, and that they should get out of Pearl City. The protagonist sat down and told him to calm down and open his eyes, because only his granddaughter, his family, was here. The giant, surprised, stretched out his hand to the girl and asked again. The bearded man handed him a green stone and said that after he ate it, his memory would return. The Great One, taking the stone, said, "His family." After the protagonist ordered him not to be fallen, the giant's body began to crumble. Su Kingbo stood in the middle of the remains of the giant's body. He stretched out his hand to the girl. He put his hand on her shoulder and asked who did this to her. Then he fell to his knees, cried and said that he was not there and he was sorry. He continued to cry and asked not to say that it was Ma Bin. The protagonist put his hand forward and said from his radio that when Kingbo disappeared, Ma Bin became the leader of the reconnaissance team and asked if they had any disagreements. The man sitting on the ground shouted that it was not just a disagreement, he was one of them, from the Zhu family. How could they let him become the commander? He then slammed his fist on the ground and was indignant that he got away with it, and not only did he not save Pearl City, but he also failed to protect the person dearest to him. The leader thought about it and said that now he understood why the reconnaissance team remained silent amidst the chaos in the city. He had a bad feeling, but he never thought that the Zhu family was involved and maybe they had a backup plan. The man put his hand in front of him and asked what he was talking about, and it all didn't fit in his head. The protagonist looked at them seriously and said that he understood that they had just regained their memories, but he had to tell them the good news that Pearl City was currently on the brink of disaster. He spread his arms and said that he had been seriously injured during the rescue operation, which is why he had to take refuge in the forest. He then patted the monster in his bosom and said that if it weren't for Mr. E, he and the little girl would not have survived. The man said how much had happened, and Kingbo folded his arms across his chest and asked if it was possible that he had seen Yao's illusions. Ping stretched out his hand and said that he had definitely seen it with his own eyes, and the man replied that they were not illusions. The protagonist said with surprise that Kingbo stood with his hands across his chest, saying that the girl was incredibly gifted and that her abilities had manifested at an early age. Her ability was similar to astral projection, but what was more surprising was that she could penetrate people's dreams. He also suggested that before her death, she was able to separate her soul from her body, and what he calls an illusion could be her doing, and if his theory is correct, then the girl might still be alive. The man sadly said that she was forced to remain in spirit form since the body was destroyed, but the soul wandering without support for too long, and maybe she already. The protagonist interrupted him and asked if Jingyao had become a fallen one. He remembered how the girl cried and thought what she meant by that. She did not want to become a burden to him. Tears came to his eyes and he said that he was a fool, and she helped him all the time, remaining in the shadows, and in the end she wanted him to forget about her. He remembered the girl's appearance and thought that he would never forget her and would find her as soon as everything was fine. Then he turned to the men and asked what their plan was. The man rubbed his beard and said that they had dedicated most of their lives to Pearl City, and now that it was in danger, they couldn't stay away. The man frowned and thought that he wanted to see Yao again. The men looked at the protagonist and said in unison that they would become his strength and fight side by side for Pearl City. The three ran through the forest. They heard information from the radio that Ping's communicator signal was not far from their location. The guys looked around and Ming said that it should be here. Feng looked away and asked where he could go with such injuries. Shishin looked down and saw a bloody stone. He moved in that direction and was shocked by what she saw. Two people came up to her from behind and asked what happened here. They looked at the clearing strewn with tree debris. Ming looked down and said that it looked like the tracks of mountain humpback ants, and it looked like Ping was in trouble. The girl, screaming that they should catch up with him, started running. At that moment, a portal appeared in front of her, and a fist appeared from it. She put up a defense and asked who it was. The fist broke the shield, and the girl flew back. Three figures appeared from the fog, and one of the people said that they had not seen Feng for a long time. The old man spread his arms, saying to look at what a gift he had prepared, and behind him stood monsters. Feng looked at them and said that now he realized that the stench came from this decomposing old man. The old man smirked and noted that he was still as insolent. He put his hand in front of himself and said that none of them would escape today, and the monsters moved forward. Ming asked that when the village of holy ancestors left the city, she left spies to watch them, to which the girl, fighting off the monsters, replied that they would kill them and be done with it. Feng, fighting off the monsters, said that the old man needed him and the two of them should try to escape. A monster jumped on him from behind, shouting, "Not so fast." Then he activated the blazing halo, and his body temperature rose to 1,000 degrees, and his endurance, strength, and agility increased. He continued to fight off the monsters. Then he frowned and reminded the old man that he promised to kill him the next time they met. After that, he threw one of the monsters aside. He plunged into the portal, and the portal disappeared, but then reappeared behind Feng and a monster appeared from there. He tried to strike, but the fiery man dodged. The monster's hand passed through the portal, and through it, he hit the man from behind. Shishin looked at him in fear. The man was hit by countless blows from the portals and he thought it was troublesome. He gritted his teeth and thought that the fists were as hard as iron 30 and they could even bend space, and it didn't seem like it was the same person's ability. The blows continued to rain down on him. He turned around, looked at the two girls and thought that they hadn't moved a millimeter the whole time and maybe the teleports were out of hand. Then he threw the monster up. The girls watched it silently. Feng screamed, "Rookies!" rushed towards them. The girl recoiled and opened a portal. She turned to the old man asking what he was doing because he almost jumped on them. Feng was hitting the monster, and the old man noticed that with the last of the fight he was watching him through the zombies. He hit the zombies in the chest, and the old man continued, "Without sunlight, his body temperature drops, and he can no longer burn with a white flame." The man's body temperature dropped to 80 degrees. His stamina, strength, and agility decreased. Strikey grinned evilly and said that was why he waited until darkness to make his move. Feng retreated to the tree, and the old man shouted for him to bow down. The protagonist saw a fiery whirlwind and thought it was Feng. Shishin raised her sword above her head and said they were almost done. Green smoke started coming out of the zombie. The girl covered her mouth and nose with her hand and said it was zombie toxin again and told Ming to hold her breath. Feng continued to be wooed by the portals. The old man jumped on him from behind, raised his hand to strike and told him to bow to him. The fireman hit the wanderer and he flew away. He then clenched his fists and said he would not fall for this trick again. Zombies appeared behind him and he said it surprised him. He then chuckled and said his friends were not so lucky. He looked at the girl and saw a portal open behind her and shouted, "From behind." A zombie attacked the girl from the portal behind her. She tripped and Ming asked if she was okay. The girl said she was okay and said, "Be careful from behind." He raised his hand up and said, "Sword technique position X." The zombie hit the swords and the guy fell from the blast. Feng ran towards them, thinking that he needed to help them. The old man pointed at him and asked, "There is time to worry about others." Zombies ran up to him. He started to fight back and said that the old man was a bastard. The old man began to concentrate his strength in his hand, saying that it was time to finish. But a tree appeared behind him and raised its leg above him. Then he lowered his leg and stepped. The old man managed to dodge and asked in surprise what the hell was going on. Feng ran up to the guys and asked if they were okay. Then they turned around at the voice calling them and the girl thought that this voice was familiar to her. The main character was standing on the shoulder of the tree. Shishin was glad that he was okay. The old man looked at him and was surprised that he had returned, and a man ran up to him from behind. He pierced his chest with his hand. The old man turned around and did not understand when he had time. A zombie ran up to them from the side, and someone said that he was immortal. The zombie hit the man, but he dissolved into space. His head hung in the air and he said that he didn't think he was that tough. The man stopped next to Feng and he said that they couldn't let their guard down because their enemy was fallen. Then he looked up and thought that it was wonderful that the sun had come out and said that he would see what else this spineless old man had. His body temperature rose to 800 degrees and his stamina, strength, and agility increased. The tree man was level 35, Ping was level 13, the gray-haired man was level 35, Feng was level 38, Ming was level 22, Shishin was level 26, and they were ready to fight. The girl thought that this was serious reinforcements and they didn't have time to grab Feng. She looked at the old man and said that something was wrong and they should retreat. The old man gained strength in his arm and said that a little more and he was almost his. The girl said that he should not talk nonsense and dragged him into the portal. The zombie went into the portal, and the girl said that this time they were lucky. Feng rushed to run after them saying that they would not escape, and the protagonist ran after him saying that he should not do rash things. The protagonist stopped and said that they did not have accurate information and that by pursuing him now they were forging a trap and offered to return to the base and think over a plan. And the guys from the martial arts school were waiting, to which the man agreed with him. The guys were standing in the middle of the forest, and the girl said that they were there, and the protagonist asked if this place was different from the previous one. Shishin opened a portal in the tree and said that naturally they changed the operational base. The old building was cramped, but this one fits many more people, and it is not far from here to the training grounds, which greatly facilitates the deployment of troops. The terrain began to transform. They found themselves in a building and the girl said, "Welcome to Secret Base 08, located at a depth of 1,800 meters underground. It accommodates 2,000 people and has 164 rooms, and let them feel free and can look around." Ping, looking at it, said that it was huge. If you add the other bases in the conservation house, then he asked how many of these bases they left. Feng came up to him from behind, said that it was always better to have plans in reserve. The girl, walking along the corridor, said that when she was still working in the investigation team she knew that they had several outposts outside the city walls. One of them was near the training grounds, although she is not sure if it is still in use. Kingbo approached her and said that he heard that the squad was now led by Ma Bin and asked if it was true, and she replied that he is the best adept. Feng walked up to them and said that when Mr. Su was on the verge of losing his memory, he mentioned that Ma Bin was directly related to the Zhu family and asked what that meant, to which the man sighed. He then opened his mouth and said that this story began 10 years ago. He remembered as if it were yesterday how the deputy mayor suddenly called everyone together and claimed that an informant had identified the main hideout of the surviving members of the Zhu family. But as the captain of the reconnaissance team, he knew nothing about the so-called informant and began to suspect something. And he asked about his identity, but the deputy mayor simply waved it off, saying that he was a member of the cleansing squad and kept a low profile, and given the speed at which the Zhu family was eliminated, he did not ask any further. He and the squad he led tracked their tracks for a week until they found their hideout. Just when they were planning an attack, the Zhu family ambushed them and he did not understand how they found them, but now he understands that it was a trap from the beginning. They were caught off guard, tired from the journey and suffered heavy losses, and just when he realized that something was wrong and decided to retreat. Out of nowhere, Ma Bin appeared and stabbed him in the back with a very strange dagger. Kingbo's abilities seemed to evaporate when the blade pierced his body. These bastards put him through hell and tortured him for God knows how long, and he even heard them call Ma Bin their master. But fortunately the dagger's effect wore off and then he pretended to be dead. They bought it and threw him into the river. Thanks to his disguise as a water current, he merged with the current and escaped. However, due to the deep wounds, he soon lost consciousness and he is not sure how long he drifted in the darkness. But gradually his memory began to erase the painful memories. Changchen looked at him and said that he now understood why he was overly cautious when they first met, and now he understood what pain he was hiding. Every time he seemed unable to bring himself to talk about it, and perhaps that was why his heart began to sink into darkness. The man rubbed his chin and concluded that they had taken control of the squad 10 years ago, and it seemed that the Zhu family had delved deeper than they thought. Shishin lowered her head and thought that if the captain had not promoted her, she most likely would not have gotten out of the reconnaissance squad. 3 girls entered the room and asked what they were doing here. The blonde pointed at the men and assumed that they were the gentlemen that Ping had encountered and that she was pleased to meet them. Then she pointed to the beast in the protagonist's bosom and asked what kind of thing it was, to which he replied that he found it in the forest. It was small now but had the potential to become a king-level beast. She waited for the guy and asked again, and the guy said that he was very friendly and might become an ally someday. The blonde straightened up, put her hands on her hips and said that that was all for now. Then she told the guys to make themselves at home and recuperate. The efficient man, looking at the girls, said that now the investigation team was from the enemy and now they could no longer break into outposts, and they needed to keep their ears open. He moved forward and said that from now on they could consider themselves enemies. The blonde rushed after him and was surprised since when the squad was now their enemy. Sunlight illuminated the walls of the ancestral village. People and monsters were watching everyone. The man stood in front of the lines of people and said that, given the special circumstances, the head of the sect had decreed that outsiders were forbidden to approach him within a radius of 10 miles, while patrolling the gates did not count. At that moment, a portal opened. An old man fell out and fell on his butt. He clenched his fist and said, "Slut." Then he jumped to his feet and indignantly asked why she had messed up his plans. He should have turned her into a zombie. He turned around when he heard the question of who was causing the fuss. Aixu came out of the house and told him to be quiet and not to get angry. All the people in the courtyard knelt down and greeted the sect leader in unison. The old man raised his hand and said that they had not agreed on this. He was allowing her to mobilize his zombie horde, and in return she promised to provide the materials to process his troop. Then he asked if he was going back on his word. She raised her hand and said that she was Liaexu, always keeping her promises, and he would not lose anything, not even a little bit. He was well aware of the situation. She then began to reason that the Tree Man and Kingbo were no less powerful than Feng, and she doubted that he could capture him alone without going through them. Besides, the sun had already risen and Feng could transform into the form of white fire at any moment, and his zombie toxin would be useless. The girl walked forward and told him not to worry. After all, capturing Feng was only a matter of time. The blonde was happy in the air, and Aixu said that the Saintess had returned to the village, and now with her help, she was sure that she would soon reach the royal level. She then looked at the people kneeling and said that until then they should improve their skills to the awakened high level. She then turned around and said that they would retire for a while. The old man was left standing there in bewilderment. She turned to him and asked if he would behave decently. He knelt down, and she, standing on her snout, looked at him. The old man lowered his head and said yes. A week later, loud blows were heard. The pink-haired girl and the protagonist were actively attacking. The beast-headed man easily parried their blows. They were constantly hitting him with their feet and hands, but he only talked about how weak they were and asked if they had not yet understood. Then the black-haired man jumped high up. There he used his fog. A huge whirlwind headed towards the opponent, and the girl jumped to the side. Then the teacher stopped the lunge with his hand and said that he barks but does not bite. Suddenly, the beauty grabbed him from behind and shouted about a predatory rise. Smoke flew away after the cry about the fist of the beast catcher. Through the whirlwind, she flew with her head down. There was a loud collision with the ground. The bespectacled girl was healing the wounds of the gray-haired man, to whom Jimin was apologizing, and he said that the small punks were not timid and asked if they wanted to take revenge, and then said that the old wounds had just healed and new ones had already appeared. The girl began to apologize even more actively and said that she got carried away, and the summoner pulled his lips to the side and quietly said that he himself said that they were weaklings. Then the beast warrior raised his fist up and indignantly shouted and asked about what he had yelped, and asked if he had the courage for this, and the healer tried to stop him, persuading him not to move, because of the possibility of opening wounds, and asked not to add to her work, to which the hero led his girlfriend by the hand with an unperturbed look and said that it was time to have a snack. The old man with a bump on his head smiled and thought that several days had passed, and their fist technique had already improved significantly, and he had no doubts about Ping's strength, and the girl's techniques had exceeded all expectations, and he had underestimated her potential. Afterwards, the guy with the dumbbell asked the protagonist if he had finished training, to which the protagonist asked if he was going to rehabilitation. At that moment, the mustachioed man was forcing the crowd to train, which included the tired green-haired man, and the count reached 1,000. And the commander, smiling, lifted the dumbbell and said that it was true, and that it was too stuffy in this hospital ward, and he needed to get some fresh air. Then the master raised his hand up, exciting the crowd, and said that now was a break, and after that it was time to start the next approach. Then the summoner came to the forge where the daughter and father were working on the anvil and said that he would disturb the plump one again, to which he asked with a sweet look about whether they had destroyed the training hall again. The pink-haired girl managed to convince him by folding her hands and apologizing, and he agreed, saying that nothing could be done about them. After that, she caught up with her partner, where two former fallen were playing in the background, and asked where he was going and asked if it was time for lunch, to which he told her to step away for now and that he needed to do something. The black-haired one approached the conference room. There, at the head of the table, was the captain, who said that he was on time. Ping stood in a confident stance after being told that they had moved on to important points regarding the conduct of the trial, and said that it was wonderful. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard under the dome. At the Zhu family headquarters, Ximing was lying in the middle of the ruck and was being asked how he had the courage to appear here after the saint was kidnapped. The elders were at a loss, and the first one asked him to leave, saying that he had accidentally provoked the saint's awakening, which led to a clash between the king and Sidhu, and considering this, they would spare him. Then the traitor began to drink with his head on the floor and thanked him. Then another person in a robe turned his head to the man who had thrown his feet on the table and said that if this hero was from the unlimited class, possessing infinite possibilities, then he would definitely go to the trials, and asked him what his thoughts were. The smoking handsome man sat back and said not to worry, and their investigation team has eyes everywhere, and even if that was the case, Ping's level was still low and it was too early for him to compete in their league, and if he decided to set foot on the court grounds, he would make sure he didn't come out alive. The elder folded his hands under his head and said that everyone was so young and naive, and underestimating the enemy was a fatal mistake, because the true horror of the unlimited class was the dominance of their abilities at all levels, and for this reason they had suffered for years because of Sidhu, so you can't be so frivolous towards the enemy. After the second one, he raised his hand and said with a dissatisfied look that the pressing issue at the moment was the Saint ancestral village, which had kidnapped the Saint, and they had lost many people in the city trying to get her back, and if the village could get their hands on the power of the king class before them. Then another man stood up and, moving his hand away, addressed everyone and asked if they had forgotten about their trump card and called out the name Yunlong. Then one of the members slammed his fist on the table and demanded that they stop mentioning this ungrateful bastard, in whom their family had invested all their resources in raising him, and asked what he had done and said about clinging to his ridiculous sense of justice. Then he jumped up and spread his arms and said that if he had stuck to the plans, they would not have been stuck in this cave. Then the torch began to smoke and they began to calm him down, asking him not to get angry and saying that they would make him serve the family and increase their greatness. The busty woman pressed herself against the boy and, stroking his head, said that this man would help them with this. Her red lips parted slightly and she said with a smile that this was the key to the forbidden area. The second elder was wildly surprised and repeated this and asked not to talk about it. They began to whisper among themselves with a smile. Suddenly a red feather appeared in the hand of one of them and he said that whether they liked it or not, but this was the only way out. After the hidden one threw it and said that she could begin. The hand in the glove caught the object. Around the girl in the skirt, the dress caught fire, which burned the robe. She picked up the feather and in a beautiful pose and said that she would carry out the order. Somewhere deep under the city, she walked with Yonglong, who said that she could not keep an eye on the child, but spoke of the revival of the family and said that it was careless, but she asked if he still did not understand the character of the baby. After the man looked at the silhouette of the bird and meaningfully remained silent, and she continued asking about who else besides him, and his uncle tried to keep him in check. She immediately remembered how he covered him with his hand from the other members and asked if he remembered that time when Jiang snuck into the armory and activated the thunder trap and said that a bunch of equipment turned into trash, and if he hadn't stood up for him then, he would have been kicked out of the family a long time ago, and said that maybe for this reason he was closer to him than to anyone else. After they approached the forbidden area and the pink-haired girl said that they were there, the strongman folded his arms over his chest and asked if this was really a forbidden area and said that it was not impressive. Then the girl extended her hand releasing the feather and asked if this was his first time here and said that he had never really dealt with the family's affairs before, as far as she remembered. The feather began to burn, and the man said with displeasure not to compare him with the likes of her. The dark-haired man did not change his posture in front of the open door and said that they treated other people's lives as dirt and asked if she really thought that everything would end well. He was still unperturbed and said that because of them, Zhu fell into disgrace and evil can never overcome righteousness. This is an indisputable truth. But then something stunned him. In front of them was a huge skeleton and Yunlong anxiously assumed that it was the phoenix of the first elder. Continuing to look at the bones, he asked if the old people hid the remains of the firebird here, and asked why. The pink-haired woman said that they would find out about it later, and now they needed to find Jiang. Then she put her hand to her face and called him loudly and asked him to stop hiding because his uncle had come to play with him. Then the man noticed a ball on the ground. He picked it up from the ground and she continued saying that it was the boy's thing and asked where it had gone. Then the dark-haired man hid his eyes and said not to pretend and said that upon entering he immediately felt that he was not here. He walked forward a little and loudly asked her what she really intended. Then she clapped her hands, smiling, and said that this was what she expected from the Supreme Awakened One. Hongfeng approached the remains and said that she would stop beating around the bush and said that she wanted him to. She raised her hands up with a wild smile and said that she wanted him to become a phoenix. The gray-eyed man was wildly surprised and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking and said that it was just a skeleton and asked if she was abandoning their traditions of taming beasts and resorting to necromancy. The long-haired woman ran her hand along her rib and said that family members may have different methods of taming, but the principles remain unchanged. Taking her hand away, she said that after so many years of painstaking research, she finally found a way to transfer the power of the phoenix to another living being. Unfortunately, no one can resist divine power except him, and he already has the unique ability to control the souls of summoned beasts, and he has tremendous power, and in other words, he is the ideal vessel. Then the dark-haired man filled his fist with power and said that it sounded tempting and asked what the catch was. Then the girl was very surprised after the question of whether she would have to sacrifice herself. Afterwards, he took a few steps saying that he had guessed. Several robed men appeared and Yunlong asked if these killers were her people. He clenched his fists, releasing his insides, and suggested that they attack. One of the killers raised his naginata and attacked the fighter, but he was able to deflect the blade with his bare hand. Afterwards, the strongman grabbed the weapon with his hand and lowered it down. He was able to throw the enemy back with a punch and said that they were a bunch of amateurs. But suddenly the hand-to-hand fighter noticed something strange. Several people tried to shackle him with chains. The gray-eyed man tensed up, asking if these were crushing chains. Two Roos tried to attack him from behind. They tried to strike twice at the same time. But the weapon did not take him, and the gray-haired man turned around saying that there was a slashing blade, 2 crushing chains, and 2 demon-sealing daggers, and asked if this was all they were capable of. Stanjuser tore the chains with his hands and screamed, throwing the enemy away. Then he turned around looking at the beauty and asked if there was anything else, but she was meaningfully silent. But suddenly an unpleasant face appeared that was laughing. The kid used a seal on his chest and seemed to pull the strings with a villainous face, to which he thought that he felt his presence. Suddenly he fell on one knee and grabbed his heart and breathed heavily, saying that his chest hurt, and asked where he put the coin. Then the vile woman put her hand in front of her, sending the fighters, and said that this was their chance. The big guy released energy near the skeleton and wondered why. His eyes glowed and he loudly asked why he betrayed him. Energy flew out even to the surface, and you could hear how loudly they shouted the puppeteer's name. Shaking went even on the roof of the dungeon. The hero and his allies were worried, and he asked if it was an earthquake and thought that he hoped it wasn't another wave of beasts. The tree shook and birds flew away. The walls began to crack. Manny opened a portal, and while carrying out the wounded, she said that the injured came first and that they needed to stay calm. She pointed to the passage while the strongest entered and said that they needed to come here, and thought that an ordinary earthquake wouldn't shake the headquarters, and wondered what was going on. The commander walked to the others with a satisfied look and said that he checked the base and there was no one left. He waved his hand and called them to go, and the protagonist looked at the moving bracelet, from which Sidhu's voice was heard, who asked about where to get there and said that they knew a lot about the village of holy ancestors and they couldn't lose them. Then the fighter stopped, frowning, and meaningfully kept silent, saying that the captain was right and thought that they were enemies and that saving them could backfire. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said that he would go, and thought that Bo did not have the ability to preserve life and that he had a body made of pure water, so he was the least dangerous. Then the white-haired girl looked at him with concern while using the skill and tried to object, but he said not to worry because he would be careful, and if something went wrong, he would definitely use the body of water. Then she lowered her head, looking from under her brows and pointing her finger at the presented map with a dot, and said that water would not protect him if they suddenly decided to drag him to the bottom, and asked if he thought about the consequences, and said that they were at a depth of 18 meters and without a portal he would be trapped. Then the bearded man pulled his hand away and said that it was nothing, and he and Kingbo would also go and make sure that those 2 idiots didn't do anything crazy, and besides, they had a contract with him and he would be able to call them to the pact of the contract storage if something went wrong. Then the awakened one exhaled, closing her eyes, and said that since nothing more could be done, they immediately ran forward, and the legend said that there was no time to waste, and the black-haired man told her to go to the guys. Then Bo looked after them and anxiously thought about why the captain needed to save them, and the blonde whispered to him to take care of himself. At this time, the kid was reading a book and laughing against the background of the man and woman. He looked there and said that he was wondering why his uncle never came to play with him, and it turned out that he was having fun anyway, and said that he was jealous. The child saw a phoenix in the book and said that being away from home was wrong. Afterwards, he turned around and asked his parents if they agreed. The dolls sat down next to him, and the red-eyed man began to smile and said that in the end, they were a family. The puppets joined hands with a smile, and he shouted that they were the best in the world. He laughed, watching the fighter fall to the ground. He was burning and screaming loudly. The pink-haired woman folded her hands with a smile and asked him to stop resisting, because the ritual was already completed, and no matter what power he had, he was only immortal. The firebird spread its wings and it continued, saying that he could become part of a divine being, and asked what was wrong with that. Then one of the killers bit off his hand, saying that if they could revive a divine bird in this way, and asked why they had to unite with the heavenly foxes, and asked why they had to bother with kidnapping a saint from the village, but she called him stupid. Among the couple, the pink-haired one said that they had united with the monsters because only the king could deal with Sidhu. She imagined him standing over a mountain of people lying down, covered in aura, and said that according to the elders, the family had been fighting him for centuries and he had demonstrated tens of thousands of different abilities, and although he had not reached the royal level, his strength was not inferior to that of a real king, and the long-standing conflict made them understand that he had very few weak points, and at first their family lacked the ability to control consciousness, and because of this they did not guess. Imagining how people worship the monarch of mutants, the beauty said that his resistance to control was actually weak, and they spared no expense in searching for heavenly foxes, an endangered species of animals. She took a clot of blood in her hand and said that they made a pact with the king, and that was when they were able to resist the boundless awakened, and if time was not pressing, she would not have chosen such a method to resurrect the phoenix, and the subordinate asked what she meant. The red-eyed began to energize her hand and said that this drop of blood, and she spent 40 years to perfect it and did not have the opportunity to use the art of taming beasts, constantly endured humiliation and ridicule. The liquid began to stretch and she continued, saying that even after all this blood is inferior to the saint, and now the saint has returned to the ancestral village, and Ping from the cleansing squad can pass the test and get the king level. Blood got into the bird and the girl says that she will sink into oblivion if one of them reaches the king level first. The monster began to rise and she said that she knew that her blood pact did not fully control him, but she had to risk everything. It was sunny outside. The phoenix flew high up, folding its wings. The bird spread its wings and opened its beak. At this time, at the base of the cleanup squad, everyone was closing their eyes from the bright light and Manny was asking why the sun was so bright. Then the mustachioed one, covering his head, asked to wait and apparently understood what was happening. He noticed a monster in the sky and said that it was a mutated beast and asked not to tell him that this beast had caused an earthquake. The green-haired one looked up and said that this was quite likely, and the blonde suggested that this was Ju's trick. The pink-haired one stood on a cliff and shouted with wild joy that she had succeeded and said that the phoenix had risen, and the king had dealt with Sidhu and he was no longer an obstacle. The bird appeared before them and she continued to shout that from now on they ruled the world. But suddenly a paw was aimed at them. The red-eyed girl looked at this with horror and was afraid. The monster destroyed the mountain with one blow, and then the feathered one immediately flew away, leaving behind a pool of blood. At this time, the brothers were lying in the dungeon under a weak light and discussing the fact that it seemed that they would not achieve anything here with brute force and they were at a dead end, and wondered if they would die here. The blue-haired one looked away and said that they should have foreseen that they would be captured and told him not to be afraid, saying that here with him. Suddenly, a huge piece of the ceiling began to fall on them. They both closed their eyes and meaningfully remained silent. But suddenly a purple clot flew and words about the body of the afterlife fog were heard. The hero held a shard of the ceiling on his shoulders like an atlas. The guys were immediately pulled out by the former fallen and asked what they were waiting for and asked to run. The bearded man ran out the door and shouted that they had gotten out, and the second one loudly called his master. He, smiling, filled himself with power, raising his hair and smilingly said that he understood. He immediately jumped up and jumped out, stretching his hand forward. With great speed, the summoner flew out the door. The blue-eyed man anxiously opened his eye, leaning on the savior and asked if they were saved, to which the black-haired man, squatting, said that they were not yet and they should go into the portal. But suddenly something alarmed him. A huge piece of earth began to fall on them. He immediately remembered his death and thought that the feeling was very familiar and that he was buried under the rubble again. Life flashed before his eyes and the guy thought that he would die again. But suddenly the reincarnated one opened his eyes and heard his loud call. The Titans held the debris with their backs and the woody one said that they wouldn't last long and they needed a plan, and then the protagonist called the masters. The younger brother looked away and said that he deserved it for interfering, but then the older one told him to watch his language. Then Ping put his hand on the stone and said with a serious look and said that it was difficult to get to the portal because of the collapse. Then the blue-haired one lowered his head and told them to just go and leave them, and the yellow-haired one showed 3 fingers, also turned to him and said that he would become the third corpse from his hand if he stayed. Then the limitless awakened one pointed his finger at them and menacingly said that they were hostages and they had no right to decide when they would die, and therefore they both had to pull themselves together and thought that all thugs were the same. Then he looked at them and said that he could start paving the way for them, but it would take days, and Kingbo could merge with stones, but he couldn't take 2. The hero sat releasing a menacing aura and said that they had only half a day's worth of air left and he could be saved thanks to the body of pure water. But these 2, and then he heard Sidhu's voice inside, which said that there was still a way to solve the problem and said that he had somehow taken samples of their blood. The protagonist looked at the bracelet, and it continued and said that it had discovered that the amount of holiness in their blood was different, but when combined, they generated a unique energy wave, and it was necessary to awaken the ancient royal blood using the blood of the elder brother, and if he absorbed the blood of the younger, it would cause a surge of new strength and find a way out of the mess, to which the black-haired man said that it turned out that the captain had a plan all this time. And then the blue-haired one made him raise his head, asking if he was afraid of being used, to which he said that if that were the case, he would not be here and they would get down to business and make a deal, and asked if they wanted to die here. And then the younger one cut his hand and said that he understood and said that despite their differences, they, the brothers, are not so ungrateful. He held out his hand with flowing blood and said to take as much as needed. After some time, the gray-eyed one looked at his chest in surprise and wondered why nothing was happening and wondered if more was needed. But then he suddenly began to cough and felt pain. The Titans anxiously called the owner, and the stone one said that this should not happen and said that he drank little blood and asked what was in it. And then the yellow-eyed one became alarmed, turned around and asked how he felt. The hero's eyes glowed red and his breath became hot, and a notification appeared that omnivorousness was activated and a new ability of the royal gem was open, which gives the user the ability to dramatically increase the strength of their beast and basic characteristics as per the king's order. Phoenix spread its wings against the sun, setting everything around on fire. Sishin put up an ice wall and held back the flames, while Manny told her that the fire would not go out until this bird left and said that they needed to leave. But then the white-haired girl covered her hands with ice and said that her old friend was still there. Suddenly she was grabbed by the collar and told to stop. Pink-eyed frowned and said that the portal was already closed and the guy had pure body strength and those two masters would not disappear either. And they would not just fall into a trap, and she had always been the most rational member of the team, and asked why she had lost her composure now. The phoenix flew up and she continued and said that the bird killed the brothers and was a real monster and they would suffer the same fate if they did not leave. Then the blue-eyed one also frowned and suggested going. But then Feng appeared behind them and asked them to leave. All the combat-ready people were behind and he continued showing his highest form and said that they would sort it out. And then the creature flew in their direction. A group of warriors flew towards the enemy and screamed. But then the feathered one struck with his wing. Almost everyone was thrown back and only the mustachioed one held out. He flared up even brighter and, gritting his teeth, said that he would not hold out for long. Suddenly a root appeared from the ground. A huge tree grew from the ground. Two giants flew out of the ground and the stone one held 3 people in his hands. They both put out their hands and said that they would help him. In the cage were the brothers from the family. The hero on himself this cage and said that they finally got out, and the white-haired asked about how he feels. He wiped his forehead with his hand and said that it was a long story, and in short, he drank Yanhu's blood. Then he held out his hand with the royal crystal and said that the blood of the old king turned into an ability combined with his main one. The guy imagined a fight with a phoenix and said that he used it to temporarily increase the guy's level by 5 positions and bring them both to level 40. And this is enough to go to the royal level at the last moment, and 10 minutes were enough to get them out of trouble. After that, the black-haired looked at the gem and thought about the vision he had as soon as he drank the blood. He saw many of the same people in the spheres there and thought about what it was. Then he looked at the sleeping people in the cage and said that it seemed that the village was hiding more secrets than they thought. Afterwards he saw E falling in the fire and he called him loudly. Suddenly the gray-eyed one noticed something strange. Stone and Mustachioed were also hit by fireballs. Quingbo fell on his butt and exhaled. He immediately clenched his teeth and was upset that he fell there. The fiery grandfather fell right to the guys and upon landing said that things were bad and his strength depended on the flame, but the fire of this bird consisted of solar energy and it was much more powerful than his, and he was powerless. Looking at the huge awakened ones, he said that the wood form of Mr. E would not be of any use, and the second would barely stand against this creature. Manny looked up and came up with something interesting. Afterwards she spread her arms and shouted to everyone that everyone who could still fight needed to distract the solar bird and asked to buy her half an hour, and the rest should go to Shuzhong for radio beacon transmitters. Pink-eyed ran up to her friend and asked her to help her, saying that they had a chance. In the inner space of the bracelet, Sidhu closed his eyes and said with a smile that this girl had already grown so much and now he was calm. The black-haired man raised his hand to his face and thought that he believed that he would also have a royal gem. The hero took out his scythe after the offer to distract the bird too, and agreed, raising his level by 5 levels. The bird kept pouring fireballs at them, while the woody one covered him with his hand. They fought as one, blocking attacks, and the protagonist put his mask on again. At this time, the chubby one sat and breathed heavily, next to the manufactured product, and lost 50 kilograms and said that he could not imagine how much he would have to eat to gain it back. And Manny pointed her finger at the map and said that Sishin was not enough to directly confront the bird, but it could suppress his solar energy for a while, and said that at this time a squad of guards was setting a trap. Then she looked at the others and said that these transmitters should increase their range, and as soon as they were taken out, they needed to be buried in the places marked on the map. The sphere burned brightly, which the phoenix was feeding on, but suddenly the charge disappeared. Then the feathered one was very surprised. Quingbo became water and covered it, creating an air fusion supermasker, and said that he blocked the access to oxygen and he could not light a fire and asked his friend to strike. Then the tree grabbed the enemy and began to pull, ordering him to descend. He began to pull him down and screamed loudly. The winged one was pulled down and attached to the ground. Beasthead, Fire, and Bow jumped on him, and the stone one screamed that the vacuum had dissipated and that he needed to attack him. They charged the attack and were fed with energy. A large explosion with steam occurred. The swordsman put his fingers in the right position, creating a whirlwind, and began to cast a spell. He commanded the sword of the dragon abyss to appear, calling it from the portal. The hero used the fog and thought that the blood of the brothers merged with his, and thanks to which he instantly reached level 19, and with the royal gem and the afterlife fog, the power of his attack reached the highest stage. He combined the sword with his power and shouted that he would help him. They both put their hands forward, used their power, and shouted at the same time about what was needed now. The most powerful attack flew towards the poor bird. It was immediately pierced and scattered to the side by the energy from the blow. Phoenix felt wild pain. Its feather began to fall to the ground and burn brightly. The mustachioed man stopped anxiously and asked if everything was over, but the black-haired man looked there and thought that he did not have time to properly analyze it and hoped that everything was over. The smoke gradually dispersed to the sides and the master, looking at this, asked if they killed a creature of the royal level. Suddenly, that same feather whirled and began to rise up. Everyone was immediately wildly shocked, and the captain said that this was far from the end, and after the death of the first head of the Zhu family, the phoenix disappeared. Watching the resulting flame sphere, he continued by saying that, as the legend says, it turned into a guardian spirit that did not leave the master's tomb. For many years they believed that it was no longer in the world of the living, and now, when it appeared again, the truth of another old legend is proven. The divine beast screamed as it was reborn, and he continued and said that it was an immortal spirit. The reborn began to emit his fireballs again. Huangbo flew towards the attack. He put his hand in front of him and used gas vacuum super camouflage. The woody one again stretched his hand far forward, but as it turned out, wood cannot injure an opponent. He immediately removed his hand and said that the fire went out, and asked where the heat was coming from, and said that he turned to ashes instantly. And then the hero attacked him in the form of a dragon and bit his neck. Holding the enemy, he ordered his to attack him while holding him. Everyone attacked the bird at once and shouted. But then the fist could not inflict injuries. The blades flew apart. The master flew back and said that this heat was much hotter than his form of solar fire, and Bo said that this was not just a burn from the flame, and this was radiation from her body. The dragon, looking worried, said that her ability probably lies not only in the explosion, but also in controlling the temperature of the environment. Then the bird opened its beak, collecting the sphere. She released a beam of heat at Feng, but he covered it with his hand and asked to be careful. The beast-headed one called out to him in horror, but then the mustachioed one was caught by a wooden hand. He was slowly placed on the ground with extreme caution. Huangbo sat on Mr. Yi's shoulder and said that their amplifiers had run out. Everyone who had climbed onto the dragon began to jump down. The men ran to the fallen mustachioed one. He was coughing up blood and saying that he had almost lost his life. Then the shadow creature looked at him and was horrified. Ping spread his arms and realized that the bonus effect of level 9 was deactivated, as was level 10, and thought that the level of the gem had increased twice, but he did not feel any enhancement after absorbing it and wondered if nothing could really be done. But suddenly he heard someone calling him loudly and turned around. The white-haired woman clenched her fist, raised it, and said that everything was set up, and they needed to lure the enemy to them. The lizard flew away from the fire, flying at him. He turned around and asked Mr. Yi to speed up. But as it turned out, the chest of the former fallen was pierced through. The girls stood in a circle and realized that it was time to begin. A bright blue glow formed under the bird. The bird became alarmed after this. They began to chain it in ice. Only the beak remained intact. As a result, the monster was completely tied up. The others began to quickly run away, and Manny ran to the summoner and shouted that the trap would not last long and they needed to leave, and mentioned her subordinate. But then the gray-haired man began to pester his bearded friend, who said that everything was fine and it was good that it did not touch anything vital. The black-haired man took the sphere in his hand and showed it to them, saying that they needed to run right now and there was still a long way to go, and asked why they didn't rest in the city for now, to which the legend said that they were really a little tired and agreed. The guy used the storage pact, greatly reducing them. Then the red-eyed girl pointed her finger up and asked if he was suggesting retreating, and said that the base was destroyed and everything was burned out and there was nowhere to hide. And as soon as the enemy was freed, they would immediately be discovered. The forest was completely destroyed. The black-haired man anxiously raised his hand with the bracelet, and from there Sidhu said that there was only one way out and they needed to go to the testing ground, and not far from here there was a spare base for civilians and they needed to run now. The group ran away as fast as they could. At that moment, the ice on the bird began to crack. Then Manny looked back anxiously and was surprised. The gray-eyed man turned around and asked what was wrong, and she said that only half an hour had passed and the glacier was already cracking. The pink-haired girl began to quickly look around anxiously and said that they needed to find shelter and immediately, but the guy used the bracelet and said that he had an idea. He took out a lantern of the afterlife fog from there and confidently said that this lantern would hide their presence in a small radius and they needed to stand closer and not move. At this time, a small hum began in the cave. A small group entered and the beast-headed man said that they finally got rid of the annoying rooster, and the bespectacled man said that they needed to take a break and save their strength. Sishin anxiously turned around and asked if he was okay. Ping tiredly wiped his chin and said that he was simply tired of constantly resorting to the afterlife fog, and after a short break he would come to his senses. The green-haired man took his hand away and approached him and said that they were heading to the ruins of the testing ground, and asked if the bird would follow them. Then the guy lowered his head and doubtfully said that this was possible, and the ancient ruins were part of human history, they should not allow it to destroy them under any circumstances. And then the captain appeared, smilingly telling them not to worry, and said that the territory was protected by spiritual energy, and that the phoenix would not sense them from the outside. Then he lowered his head and said with concern that the problem was that this place was also a base for a reconnaissance squad, and according to Qingbo, rats had long been infested in the squad. Then the old man imagined Zhu and Aixu with the beasts and said that in addition, they should be wary of an ambush from the squad, and they should also prepare for a possible attack from the mountain front. Feng frowned with displeasure and pulled his hand away, saying that this was a mutated king-level beast and that he had only heard about it from an old friend and would never have thought that he would set foot on its territory. Then the artificial intelligence pointed up and said that, to be precise, the mountain ancestor lived outside the testing ground, and they had no other way but to cross it from the rear, and for safety reasons, it was better to take some morning glory with them, because its smell disgusted the mountain ancestor. And then the hero looked at him and imagined flowers and thought about why he hated it and wondered if these plants were different from those he knew. Then he pointed his finger at the mustachioed one and said that for now he would leave the perimeter guard and look for some game and, just right, a couple of flowers. But he pointed his hand at him in response and said that he had also spent a lot of energy and asked why he didn't rest, and they would do it, and the gray-haired one folded his arms on his chest and asked to rely on them. The summoner spread his arms and introduced the two, in better shape, and said that there was no sun or moon right now, so there was no need to argue, and his abilities were best manifested at night, and he was best suited for this job. Then Sishin approached him with an anxious look and grabbed his hand, saying that she was going with him. The guy looked at her with a smile and thought about it, and this was a good idea because she knew the area better and said that he agreed, but just in case. He turned and addressed the chubby one with glowing eyes, asking for equipment, for example, bear traps or something like that. Then the short one extended his hand as if shrouded in the evil ghost of the hero and asked to stop, because lately it was turning him from a fat man into a thin one too quickly. The mutants came to the watering hole. Suddenly, a boar was caught in a trap, and the Shadow Eye watched this. The werewolf of the afterlife fog in the form of a panther ran after the game and scared it. The protagonist killed a pig and broke off its fang. He slowly spread his paw. After that, the black-haired one took out a dagger with a smile and said that it was easier to hunt with the fog, but a few more of these animals and the energy would be fully restored. The white-haired one came up with a smile and asked him to come up when he collected the meat and asked what happened. She pointed up at the flower and said that this was the plant they needed. They took off, jumping up and decided to come closer. The blue-eyed one held the man dear to her, who at that moment was reaching his hand towards the target and thinking that this is how she looks in this world. The guy took out the flower and thought that they were outwardly no different. Suddenly a stream of juice splashed into his face. The girl started laughing, and Ping started waving his arms and crying because he understood why the mountain beast couldn't stand them and thought that the stench was like that of a microwave durian. The blue-eyed girl calmly said that in the city they practice torture when they lock him in a room full of this plant for a whole day. Then the summoner finally realized and asked if they come out completely saturated with the stench. Suddenly, glowing particles flew towards them. Then the gray-eyed man took his hand away admiring them and said that it was very beautiful. Then he threw his hands behind his head, and Sishin said that these were the seeds of the firefly grass. At each time of the year they are carried by the wind to take root and grow in new places. Awakened Water adjusted her hair and said that life could be so peaceful without chaos and battles, and it was a pity that happy endings were rare and morning glories sacrificed their scent just for a moment of peace, and the firefly grass was beautiful but they always wandered and never found a home. Suddenly the boy handed her the flask and called her. He held the jar with a smile and said that endings were not always carved in stone, and just like this sealed glass jar. Blue Eyes accepted the gift with embarrassment, and he continued and said that it retained the scent while creating a quiet refuge for the firefly grass. She quickly turned away with alarm and suggested that they go back because they were most likely being searched for. At that moment the phoenix was flying over the herd drinking water. He opened his beak and screamed. The bird spread its wings and began to scare away the animals. At that moment, the light was on in the cave. The guys were roasting a boar there, and words were heard about how no one could have thought that they would enjoy a barbecue in such a place, and surprisingly pleasantly. While the hero was cutting off a piece of meat, the chubby one pointed at him and asked for more, otherwise he would lose weight if he did not eat soon. Then Gigachad felt his stomach and said with a smile that he was so thin that he was dripping with fat. Then the kid beat the old man off with his hand when they brought him more meat, and the hero with a smile offered him to eat because they would still need his abilities in the next few days, to which he said that he would not restrain himself. Then the white-haired one pressed the fat man to himself and scared him, saying that he was eating shashlik straight from the fire, and asked what he expected. The yellow-haired man turned to his brother with a sad look and said that if only their village had such an atmosphere, But then the blue-haired man lowered his head and said that there was no need to be so naive, and for them they were just tools and their lives did not matter to anyone, and then asked why they should be treated like humans. But then meat appeared in front of his face and they were offered food. The guys were very surprised, but the black-haired man continued and asked why they froze. They looked at him with a smile and took the food and thanked him. But suddenly something alarmed the gray-eyed man. He ran to the exit, where the white-haired woman pointed her finger at the street and asked him to look there. Everything was on fire again. The animals ran towards them as fast as they could, and they wondered if they were running from the fire. The phoenix flew out after them and soared upward. The group looked up anxiously and realized what the problem was, saying that this creature was trying to get rid of them with its hooves. Then they returned to the cave and Ping said that the fire was spreading, but in the direction of the wind, so the forest fire should not affect them and they should wait out the attack here before making any plans. Suddenly, a rumble was heard from the forest. There, the family members were waiting and they asked the captain about how they had been waiting for 2 days and asked why they were still here, to which Bin said that the protagonist was apparently also an unlimited awakened. Longhair put his cigarette aside, closed his eyes, and when asked again, he said that his ability was called the Treaty Gem, and was originally considered useless, but somehow single-handedly destroyed Huan and his entire squad using some kind of foggy technique. Afterwards, he lowered his head when an ally crawled up the tree and said that what was even stranger was that his body could turn into blood and water, and that made him even more unpredictable. And because of his walker technique, he was almost impossible to track, and then he was asked if it turned out that, together with the contract gem, he had a total of 5 abilities, to which he said that this was probably just the tip of the iceberg. The former trader frowned menacingly and said that no one knew what other tricks he had up his sleeve, because he had an unlimited level after all, and one should not even think about underestimating him, and if he appeared outside the training ground, one should be vigilant, and one should not treat him lightly, and his life depended on it. Ping felt the wind whisper deactivated and said anxiously that, as they suspected, the family had set up an ambush at the training ground. Sishin stood up and asked how many there were, and the guy showed 2 fingers, saying that the wind whisper did not allow him to accurately determine the number of people, but they had at least 2 awakened top-level ones. The mustachioed one imagined himself standing on the enemy's bodies and calmly said that if the weather was clear, he would have dealt with 2 of them alone. Then the black-haired one anxiously raised his hand and said that maybe he could deal with one of them. Then Giga had folded his arms across his chest and asked if he was sure that he could overcome the top awakened one, to which he said that he could and was of average level. But his reconnaissance abilities gave him a big advantage and said that he could cope if the enemy was not as strong as the master. They continued to sit by the fire, and he continued, saying that as soon as the beasts calmed down, they would find out how many of them had awakened, and for now they should take turns keeping watch and saving their strength, to which they agreed. The next day, the guys fell asleep at the entrance to the cave. A fat man ran inside and shouted anxiously that they had a problem. Everyone immediately ran outside. Suddenly, they stopped and froze in place. In front of them was a scorched field, after which they realized that the forest had been burned during the night, and they would have to walk through the scorched wasteland to get to the training ground. The black-haired man put his hand to his chin and said that these monsters were smarter than they thought. Then the captain flew out of the bracelet, who said with a serious look that there was only one way to the training ground ahead and there was no other way out. Then Ping turned to him, taking his hand away, and after he said that according to his calculations, the road would take half a day. And if he moved at full speed, he asked how long the lantern would last, and said that he was not sure, because his energy was almost exhausted. He took out the lantern and, closing his eyes, said that, as expected, with great power comes great responsibility, and now everything depends on him. The fiery grandfather raised his fist and said that he did not know that he was a philosopher and said that it was necessary to write it down and carve it on the pavilion. And Gigachad hugged him, saying that he liked it, while the guy looked away and thought that if they knew that he learned about this phrase from Spider-Man. Everyone started to leave the cave, leaving the prisoner, and Uncle Ben's phrase was still heard. The brothers leaned towards each other and quietly repeated the phrase. They sat back to back and the younger one said that in the village they were always considered only tools and Ping risked his life to save them, even being enemies. He treated them with respect, and the older one said that at first he thought that he was strange, but now he understands that he is not an idiot. Biba and Boba pressed their shoulders against each other, imagining the black-haired man in the form of a saint, and shouted the quote again. Suddenly everyone turned to them and asked what the two were planning. The brothers immediately ran to the protagonist, falling at his feet in a bow, while Manny ran after them and said that they had an idea to help and asked for a chance to follow him. The blue-haired man put his hand to his chest and said that he swears his life to serve the master, and asked the heavens to punish him for lying, and the second one asked the same. Suddenly everyone was stunned, and Sishin, gathering her brains, asked what was going on. The guys were in a low bow and said that they were ready to sign a contract with him to prove their sincerity, and the second one expressed the same desire. Then the hero looked at the sad guys and asked where such a sudden impulse came from. The younger one looked up and, calling him boss, said that he risked his life to save them, and if they did not follow him, it would be regarded as a betrayal of his kindness. And the elder one said a little calmer that he deserved their trust and loyalty. Gray Eyes looked at them menacingly, and they continued to say that instead of returning to the holy ancestral village, they would rather follow him, and even if it cost them their lives, they would not complain. Then Ping extended both his hands, delighting them, and told them not to rush to bow in allegiance, and first he needed to know something, and asked about how many people they had killed and whether there were any innocent bystanders. Blue Eyes looked up and said that everyone he had killed was an enemy of the holy ancestral village and threatened its safety, and did not know whether there were innocent victims, but he could say for sure that they died based on their own choices. And the second said that he had only killed 2, and they had committed countless crimes and were from the Zhu family. They deserved to die. Then the black-haired man grinned, scratched his cheek, asked about what was going on in other villages, and said that they were essentially savages, and it was hard to say who was innocent in the conflicts between the villages. Grievances and hostility in such a situation were like fog; it was impossible to clearly distinguish them. After that, he held out 2 crystals on his hand and said that they needed to think carefully because they had an absolutely binding effect, and once they were eaten, there would be no turning back, and asked if they were sure of their decision. Both grabbed the items and agreed in unison, and he thought that before these gems of the 9th and 10th levels did not give him abilities anyway, and thanks to them, they would not gather dust without use. The brothers obediently ate the gems. After that, a green aura began to emanate from them, and notifications about the conclusion of the contract came out. The boys folded their hands in a respectful gesture and said with a smile that from today on, they would go through fire and water as brothers and devote their lives to serving him. Then Ping said with concern that there was no need to go that far, and that they could simply treat themselves as his comrades, and that they were all part of one group, no more, no less, to which they agreed. Afterwards, he calmly looked at them and asked if they had said that they knew how to help. Yinlong bowed and said that they needed to be given a minute and they would return soon. And after these words, the white-haired girl was dumbfounded and meaningfully kept silent. The new servants ran forward across the burning field, and Gigachad watched this and asked if they were sane, and said that they seemed simpletons, and asked if they should be relied on. Feng folded his arms and said that some savages worship mutated beasts, acting much like these 2 brothers, and asked not to say that they considered Ping to be some kind of god. And then the red-haired girl lowered her eyes and asked why them. Then the chubby guy approached the hero, making him anxious, and asked if he used some kind of ability to control their minds, and it looks like they worship him, to which he meaningfully remained silent. Afterwards, he looked at him with an arrogant look and asked if he was serious, and said that if he had such an ability, he would have used it on Sishin or Zuju, and not on 2 men. The red-eyed girl put her hand to her face and asked if he really was staring at her all this time, and the white-haired girl with the stone face looked away. The fat man put his finger to one of his chins and said that it was wrong to say that. Even though the brothers were men, they were twins after all. And then everyone moved away from him and looked at him with stony faces, and he asked them to understand him correctly, because that was not what he meant. Suddenly, a handful began to appear from under the ground. The brothers climbed out from there, riding on a huge lizard and waving their hand. They called the boss. Sidhu climbed out of the bracelet, saying that the underground lizard could dig a tunnel under the open area. The chubby with red cheeks rejoiced, saying that it turned out that they would be able to avoid the ambush of the family and get straight to the training ground, to which he said that this was not entirely true, and the mountain ancestor was a mutated beast of the royal level, and the underground lizard would never dare to set foot on his territory. Then the black-haired man, standing with a calm face, suggested that they go, and said that they would solve the rest of the problems after they got rid of the phoenix. They all sat on the monster at once and could hardly hold on while the tunnel was being created. The leaves were gently enveloped in sunlight. The elder brother spread his hands and said that that was all, and the lizard refused to go further, to which the hero, holding his head from nausea, like many others, said that let the lizard carry the others too, and that it was necessary to send it back. The captain looked at the canyon and said that as soon as they crossed it, they would get to the training ground, but it looked like an ideal place for an ambush. He lowered his head, saying that they were almost there and they needed to hand out flowers to everyone, to which the blue-eyed girl quickly agreed and reached into her pocket. A pale, gentle hand extended a flower. The guy approached her during the distribution and asked to give 2 more flowers for Ian Qingbo. Then Sishin turned around with a displeased face and asked if he was worried that someone stronger than the Zhu family elite might be waiting for them. Then he pulled his hand away and said that not only that, they were simply wary of the phoenix's appearance and they would certainly need their help if the bird appeared. But then Gigachad put his hands on his hips and asked if they had gotten rid of the bird. Then the black-haired man put his hand to his favorite production machine and smiled and said that while the family did not fully control the beast, they could not rule out such an outcome, and who knew if they would try to lure it to themselves, and it was better to be on the safe side. The mustachioed man folded his arms across his chest and said that his words gave him a bad feeling, and the gray-haired man said that the summoner was right in some way, but the masters had already fought the bird. Then the reincarnated one's eyes lit up and he smiled, saying that they had not yet fully recovered, and there was no need to worry because he had a plan. A bird flew over them and they continued to discuss that they had not been able to deal with the bird earlier, but that did not mean that they could not defeat it at the training ground, and the path ahead was unpredictable. Ping was reflected in the pet's eyes. The girl closed her eye and watched them in this way, saying with a smile that they needed to take all the wounded and unfit for battle to a safe place. The smoking handsome man took a drag with a smile and said that the enemy was resting not far from them, and said that he would never have thought that they would be lucky enough to escape from the divine bird. He raised his head from his army and told everyone to get ready because the battle was about to begin. At this time, a column of people was walking on the outer perimeter of the training ground. Small mutants were sitting in the trees, while the hero was walking under them and said that most likely they were hiding somewhere nearby and it was worth keeping an eye out. Suddenly, animals flew out of the trees at them, forcing their claws, and he immediately asked the gray-haired man to turn around. He followed the order and was very surprised. A huge bear landed and almost crushed him, but the beast-headed one hit him in the face so that he would not relax. There was an explosion as if from a smoke bomb, and the black-haired man looked at the running little animal, asking what kind of creature it was and said that it was a strange force. Then the white-haired man began to knead his hand and frown and said that some kind of mutated hamster bear and its strength exceeds that of a normal awakened enhanced level, and it is better not to encounter them if their physical endurance is not up to par. Otherwise you can regret it. Suddenly the fat man pointed his finger at the sky and asked what it was. There was a huge monster with a long tongue, and everyone immediately recognized it as a mountain ancestor, saying that they expected to see some kind of scary beast, but it was a toad. Suddenly the gray-eyed man noticed a spy behind him on a tree branch and meaningfully remained silent. Then he came up and whispered to Feng, but he immediately said that he saw him and asked whether it was worth giving a welcoming gift, to which he said that he thought about the same thing. Suddenly a blade of wind was sent at the villain and he had to dodge. But then a hero with a scythe and a glowing eye appeared above his head, smilingly asking if he wanted to warn his friend, and then said that it would not be today. A long cut was made on his back, which replenished the Stygian fog by 30 units. The reincarnated looked at him with displeasure and thought that using the Reaper charges the fog, and thought that it was necessary to find out what this weapon is really capable of. Suddenly a notification came accompanying the appearance of the Shadow Angler that the charge of the Afterlife fog gained 10,000 points and the body was improved from intermediate to devastator, and now the reserve was increased. And then he extended his hand saying that 1,000 points of the Afterlife fog increased strength by 10,000%, and this is 10,000 times more than usual in attack and defense and transformation. Each ability is greatly improved and this is madness. Suddenly, a young lady turned to the smoking handsome man and said that their man was wounded. Then he turned to his own people and said that this meant that they had figured out their ambush and were now trying to provoke them, and ordered Sanchai not to give them any slack and let them try his medicine. The mad idiot jumped off the mountain with a stupid smile and shouted that since they were so eager to die, he would do them a favor. A charged lightning spear appeared in his hand. The madman threw it in their direction and shouted for them to die. The hero looked at the projectile with a smile and thought that this was more cannon fodder. He put his hand in front of him, charging the fog, and said that this was the perfect chance to test the Devastator. The projectile hit the created shield at speed. After Ping began to collect the fog back, and when the enemy appeared in front of him, he asked if that was all. Then the green-haired man looked at him with foam at the mouth and thought that a lousy average awakened could reflect his powerful attack, and thought that he was skilled and the rumors were true. The protagonist team calmly looked at him, and he mockingly said that an unlimited awakened was just a mistake of nature. Ben appeared with an assistant and said that this is why they should kill him before he became even stronger, to which he simply used analysis. The smoking handsome man held a cigarette in his teeth with an impudent grin, and Qingbo was indignant from the bracelet and said that this is the one with the black blade and asked whether he should intervene. To which the owner said that there is no need to shine yet and he has everything under control. Afterwards, he turned around and said with a grin that there were 3 high-level awakened among the enemies and he would deal with 1, and the master would deal with 2, the remaining 6 high-level awakened on the rest, and then asked Sishin if they could handle them. To which she, together with her subordinates, prepared abilities and said that if 7 of them could not handle 6, then their squad would have serious problems and they would have to go back and retrain. Then Bin took a drag, frowned and said that one Sidhu had caused enough trouble for their family and the situation would get out of control if they allowed another unlimited awakened to rise. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and pointed at them and ordered them not to hold back their strength and summon the divine bird, to which she immediately agreed. They rushed into battle and the chief shouted that they had one goal and that was to eliminate Ping at any cost. The 2 forces clashed in the depths of the canyon. The hero immediately clashed with the traitor and parried the blows with his scythe. But then a woman from his team raised her hand up, causing a flash, and called upon the spirit of the wandering flame. She spun in a dance, moving her fingers away and thus causing a fiery whirlwind. Then the long-haired one began a long turn. She arched back and raised her knee up. The phoenix flew in response to the challenge and everyone greeted it. Then the long-haired one smiled, crossing his blades, and laughed. The protagonist waved him off with a blow of his scythe and he shouted that it was time to retreat. Sishin looked ahead with alarm and asked if it was a bird, to which he asked why it went mad and asked how he managed to summon it. The fiery beast began to gather a sphere of fire in the sky and the reincarnated one, lowering his weapon, ordered everyone to be on guard. The chicken started shooting again and they dodged as best they could and thought that these psychos really called him. Gray-eyed sat in a low stance and thought that the fiery dove was now furious. Then he looked back at the enemy and thought about why he was not attacking them. The guy immediately rushed forward, straight into the attacker's forehead. Then the smoking handsome man raised his weapon to attack towards the running man and said that he asked for it. But suddenly the body of pure water was activated. The hero began to swim away, and they anxiously thought that they needed to be more careful. The Jew members almost got hit by a shell. Bin looked at him with displeasure and asked if he thought that he was the only one so smart. The summoner swam away, dodging the shots, and smilingly said that he followed his example, and asked if he thought that the reckless summoning of the phoenix could result in death for them. Then the beast flew right over the family members and their captain spread his arms and said that it was their family's divine creation and if it killed anyone, it would be them. Ting sat down in a low stance, dodging the shot, and called everyone to him and that they needed to proceed with plan B. He created a royal gem and with a serious look said that they needed to act according to the plan. Two giants appeared behind him, who carried out the order. The royal gem was activated, and the titans scared the phoenix. They jumped to attack the fire chicken and screamed that now it would have to deal with them. The smoking man recognized his old acquaintance and asked in horror if he was dead. The stone one beat the bird and said that he would discuss it later. Then the dancer looked around and told the captain that the awakened one of infinity had disappeared with the others. After watching the battle, the leader shouted that this was a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Then he took his hand to the side and told them to follow them because they could not have gone far. Somewhere on the tops of the slopes the wind was howling. The hero ran, holding a lamp in front of him, and said that they still needed to run 6 miles there. The white-haired one anxiously ran after him and said that by joining forces, they would not even be able to scratch the bird and asked how long, in his opinion, they would be able to hold it back. Then the gray-eyed one calmly looked at her and told her not to worry, and he had foreseen this too. He looked into the distance and seeing the toad said that the mountain ancestor is a beast that lives in its territory, and it will certainly react to the powerful energy of the phoenix as soon as it senses it. After that, the guy imagined a stinking plant and said that he had already equipped the masters with flowers. After that, he watched as the bird flew up to the monster and said that all they needed was to hold the bird until the mountain ancestor appeared, and then the morning glory would do its job and they would safely escape as soon as they smashed these two heads together. Then the blue-eyed one frowned as she ran and asked what was wrong with the squad, and asked if their plan would work if they interfered. After which he imagined explosions around the enemy and said that he had intentionally set him on them a few minutes ago because he had not stopped attacking, which meant that the squad was now thinking about how not to get caught in the heat of the moment, and now it became clear that they had no control over the bird. The black-haired man ran with the artifact and said that most likely they had used something to block his perception, and that was why the bird had not attacked them at first, and they were keeping away because they knew that direct intervention would only make the situation worse. He continued to run and said that, however, they would soon follow them and they should hurry. At this time, one of Bin's subordinates told him that they did not sense their presence. He frowned and, imagining the lantern, said that only one thing could completely hide a person from the awakened of a higher level. And I had the lantern of the afterlife fog and there was one missing in the group, and then wondered how he had managed to hide the presence of so many people. Afterwards, he moved his hand with the box away and said that it didn't matter and said that he knew how to defeat them. Suddenly, the long-haired girl looked at him with concern and said that that thing would put a huge strain on his body and asked if he really wanted to use it. And the crazy man added that it was and said that Ping only had one awakened top-level person and there was no need to go that far. Bin opened the box that contained the dark eye and asked since when did they start worrying about it. He moved his hand away and worried everyone by asking if they would be able to deal with the consequences if Ping reached the training ground, to which they tried to say. The smoker ate the eye from which waves of darkness stretched. He immediately fell to his knees and clutched his heart, sighing heavily. The eye began to crawl out of his stomach and emit energy. The leader gritted his teeth, raised his head up and said that the chained souls were now free. Shadow entities immediately began to burst out of him. They began to fly around him, and he put his hand in front of him and said that although they hide their presence, the souls cannot help but leave traces, and ordered them to move forward and follow the restless. The hero saw clots above him and frowned, asked what it was, and said that it looked very much like an afterlife fog. The spirits began to interfere with them, and one of them, huge in size, fell on them, and the guy assumed that these were restless souls. And then the gray-eyed man noticed one of them, who raised his hand with claws to attack. With difficulty, he was able to dodge the cutting blow. Feng hit one of them with his fist and said that first there were zombies, and now these creatures, and asked why they were such scoundrels. Suddenly, two of the family appeared behind them and suggested trying to escape from them. The red-haired girl began to charge a flame sphere in the air, and the second threw a thunder spear. The mustachioed man blocked the projectile, and the protagonist took out his scythe. The master looked at his trembling hand and thought that the strength of that guy should not be underestimated. Then the girl in red gloves shot flames and ordered to die. A projectile hit the protagonist and his friend, but then she was very surprised to hear praise in her direction, and words about how her fire warmed her, and she looked there with anxiety and meaningfully remained silent. Feng took a fiery form and said that it was perfect, and he just needed to activate the unshakable body of the emperor. Then the dark-eyed girl anxiously clenched her fist and thought about how her fire did not cause damage and wondered how many more abilities he had. Then they turned around and saw behind the swordsman, who ordered to distract the others. The smoker gained white hair and said with a smile that the protagonist would fall by his hand. The ghost made a dissatisfied face from the impact on him. The Zhu members saw a huge fiery whirlwind in front of them. Then the fiery woman turned to her partner and said that he would somehow neutralize her powers, and said that she would leave it to him. Then an electric projectile flew at the mustachioed man, and then the arrow hit the hurricane. A hole formed there and the attack reached the master. He flew back and thought about why these fragments could pierce his skin. Suddenly, an enemy awakened attacked him, holding two charges in his hands. They clinched during the battle. The fire grandfather calmly looked at him and said that this was not bad, and said that real power was hidden in him and perhaps he would play with him a little more. At this time, the spirits attacked the other participants. Suddenly, they were saved by high-level awakened ones from their group. Then the red-haired one saw this and grinned. She put her hand in front of her and shot, asking how they felt about it. The hero saw an explosion nearby and called out loudly for Sishin in alarm. Afterwards, he had to dodge the swordsman's attack, who asked him with a smile if he really thought that now was the time to worry about others. The white-haired one swung his blade, but he managed to jump up. Afterwards, the handsome man raised his weapon above his head and, jumping up, ordered him to die. He dealt a crushing blow, but he was able to transform into water. The black-haired one quickly swam away and wondered why he was so mad. Then the swordsman was almost completely absorbed by the artifact, and he thought that there was some kind of power hidden in the armor. The eye began to dart from side to side. A high-speed shot was fired with the help of the soul, and the summoner, dodging, wondered if she had vision and asked what the hell it was. He put his hand in front of him and used the fog, thinking that it was simply impossible to escape now. The Stygian power began to circle around the warrior and create a ring. Red gems from the fog flew towards him, and he, without changing his pose, immediately said that he knew what it was. Then the protagonist opened one eye under the mask and looked straight ahead and thought that it was time to activate the military pact with the water element. The swordsman was wounded in many places and partially frozen. He fell to his knees, and at that moment, particles began to be drawn into the guy's braid, after which 160 points of the afterlife fog were replenished. And the guy thought about that. That surprisingly turned out to be easy. The smoker became bald, and his mustache began to turn into tentacles, and his eyes ran in different directions, and Ping thought that something was fishy here, and he did not even resist. The eye began to burst out of his chest, and he continued, thinking that there might be some kind of curse on him, which is why the opposite effect occurs. Suddenly, the guy covered himself with a scythe from the shockwave of the explosion of souls, and hearing Jingyao's request to run, he thought that it was his old friend. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.